의료기술의 패러다임이 바뀝니다. 점점 복잡해지고 예측하기 힘들어지는 질병과의 싸움. 이제 인공지능 의료 솔루션이 예측 분석, 진단, 치료, 예후 관리까지 책임집니다. 우리는 지금 AI 기반 의료 서비스 닥터앤서 1.0 사업의 성공적인 성과를 발판으로 의료 서비스의 차원은 높이고 의료비는 절감시켜 국민 건강 및 삶의 질 개선에 기여할 인공지능 정밀 의료 서비스 닥터앤서 2.0 사업을 시작합니다. 닥터앤서 2.0은 보다 폭넓어집니다. 1차, 2차, 3차 의료기관을 포함한 실제 의료 현장에서 환자를 위해 사용할 수 있는 폐렴, 간질환 등 국민 건강에 밀접한 신규 12개 중점 질환으로 확대되었습니다. 닥터앤서 2.0은 보다 가까워집니다. 12개 질환의 진단 및 치료를 위한 24개 AI 기반 의료 소프트웨어는 인허가를 목표로 개발되며 이를 통해 곧바로 국민건강 의료에 활용될 것입니다. 닥터앤서 2.0은 보다 정교해집니다. 48개 기관, 280여 명의 의료 IT 전문가들이 참여해 축적된 데이터와 노하우를 기반으로 세계 최고 수준인 대한민국의 의료기술과 연계한 의료 AI 기술을 집대성해 나갈 것입니다.
It must be an honorable opportunity to lead this project, and I'm sure that you will be very successful and will make a great impact on healthcare industry, public health, patient care, and on many other areas in the future.
Having a long-term project with some key deliverables like this is exactly the way to do it. My only sadness is I'm not there with you to be part of it, because I'd like nothing better than to come and see exactly how you're doing this.
닥터앤서 2.0을 통하여 의료 서비스에 대한 질이 개선되고 이를 통해 한층 더 국민에게 가까워지는 정밀 의료 서비스가 될 것을 기대합니다.
포스트 코로나 시대를 준비하면서 우리는 가장 어려운 일을 혁신으로 돌파하려고 합니다. 닥터앤서 2.0 사업은 정밀 의료 소프트웨어와 데이터 구축으로 맞춤형 의료 서비스를 가능하게 만듭니다. 또한 의료 분야 AI 기업을 획기적으로 성장시킬 수 있습니다. 닥터앤서 2.0 사업은 인간을 위해 최적화된 의료 기술을 선보이며 AI 의료 서비스 분야에서 데이터, 네트워크, AI와 ICT를 융합함으로써 미래 의료와 우리의 삶의 질을 완전히 바꿔놓을 것입니다.
보다 폭넓게, 보다 가깝게, 보다 정교하게 미래 의료 서비스가 우리의 일상 속으로 성큼 다가옵니다. AI 기반 정밀 의료 서비스 닥터앤서 2.0.
연세대학교 의과대학 부속 용인 세브란스 병원은 디지털 혁신, 안전과 공감, 하나의 세브란스 실행 전략을 통해 아시아 중심 병원으로 거듭나고자 합니다. 국내 병원 최초로 원내에 구축한 5G 통신망, 다양한 디지털 솔루션과 연세대학교 의료원의 의수를 접목해 환자의 안전은 물론 의료진의 업무 효율을 극대화합니다. 입원 의학과 신설, 전병동 입원 전담 전문의 도입, 진료과 간 유기적 혁진, 개인별 맞춤 시스템 등 환자에게 더 안전하고 체계적인 진료 서비스를 제공합니다. 환자가 신체적 치유감뿐만 아니라 심리적 안정감을 느낄 수 있도록 쾌적한 환경과 최적화된 동선으로 설계됐습니다. 세브란스의 명성과 전문성을 이어 환자의 안전과 편의를 최우선으로 생각하는 병원. 사람을 위한 디지털 혁신병원 용인 세브란스 병원이 국내 의료계의 새로운 패러다임을 이끕니다. 연세대학교 의과대학 용인 세브란스 병원.
빠르게 변화하는 의료 산업의 혁신. 이제 군 의료 분야도 새로운 기준을 요구하는 시대. 4차 산업혁명의 주력 기술들을 활용하여 군 환경에 특화된 의료 환경 구축이 필요한 시기입니다. 빅데이터를 활용한 AI 기술은 이미 스마트 헬스케어 분야에서 점차 영역을 넓혀가고 있습니다. 지난 2020년 과학기술정보통신부와 국방부는 군장병 건강관리와 군 전력 강화에 기여하기 위해 인공지능 기술을 활용한 혁신 서비스, 인공지능 융합 서비스 AI 플러스 X 사업을 착수하였습니다. 군 다빈도 질환인 폐렴, 기흉, 결핵의 흉부 질환과 척추, 무릎 등의 골절 질환을 중심으로 인공지능 융합 솔루션을 개발하여 군 장병의 건강을 꼼꼼히 챙기고자 합니다. 인공지능이 융합된 AI 솔루션을 통해 인공지능을 활용해 보다 효과적인 의료 영상 판독으로 의료 전문가가 환자에게 보다 신속 정확하고 효율적인 진단을 통해 질병의 조기 진단과 치료, 의료 서비스의 품질을 높일 수 있습니다. 인공지능이 융합된 AI 솔루션은 장병과 의사 모두에게 효율적인 진료 지원 도구로서 활용될 수 있습니다.
안녕하십니까. 국군의무사령관 최병섭 준장입니다. 군 장병들은 임무 수행 중에 부상의 위험이 높고 의료기관에 대한 접근성이 떨어지기 때문에 특히나 군 의료에서는 이러한 AI 기술을 도입해서 신속하게 진단하고 빠른 치료가 이루어질 수 있도록 하는 것이 꼭 필요하다고 생각합니다. 연간 약 26억여 원이라는 국방비를 절감하는 효과도 있을 것으로 기대합니다.
AI 융합을 통한 군 의료 시스템은 장병들의 군복무 환경과 군 의료 업무의 효율성 제고와 전투력 향상에 기여할 것입니다. 첨단 빅데이터 시스템을 통해 더 빠르고 정확하게 의료적 의사결정을 할 수 있으며 국내 AI 의료기업의 기술 고도화와 글로벌 경쟁력 제고에도 도움이 될 것으로 기대합니다. 국민과 국군 장병들의 눈높이에 맞는 복지 및 병역문화 구현을 위해 국방개혁 2.0 중심의 군 의료 시스템 개편을 시행하고 있습니다. 인공지능 융합 의료 영상 진료 판독 시스템 도입으로 군 의료의 수준을 한 단계 격상시키는 선진화된 군 의료 환경을 구축해 나갈 것입니다. 언제 어디서나 신뢰받는 군 의료 인공지능 융합 서비스. 더 강하고 더 건강한 대한민국을 만들어 가겠습니다.
Not just the command center, it's an entirely different approach to managing day-to-day operations.
A terrific collaboration between the Johns Hopkins Hospital and GE.
The real power of this is this machine learning piece that we have to it.
To create a high reliability environment where care is being provided most appropriately and in the safest manner possible.
We have taken $10 million of inefficiency out of the organization in less than a year.
But also support an environment for high-quality, individualized patient care.
Our command center, if you think of it like an air traffic control system.
We're already coordinating our cardiologists, our nursing teams.
And begin to offer solutions to what they can now see clearly as the problem.
Patient Manager has had a really positive impact on performance at Kissimmee. You can see everything you need to see about all the patients in the hospital in one quick place.
Probably the biggest impact that Patient Manager has had is it has brought our entire team together of healthcare providers.
There was no single system that brought all those elements together and packaged it in a way that made it useful for everybody.
Every patient that comes through an acute hospital has value added to their stay.
We will look back and wonder how we ever managed to deliver healthcare without the support of something like a command centre.
Before we had OHSU mission control, we declined over 500 patients.
Now in mission control, we have the very best nurses and doctors helping support and make those decisions in real time.
We've seen a great deal of improvement in all of our operational metrics since we've opened the command center. It's what saved my life.
If you told me we were at Kennedy Space Center in there, I mean, I probably would have believed you.
코로나19가 발생한 지 1년 6개월 만에 최다 기록입니다.
이제는 감염병 예후 예측 시스템을 이용한 신속하고 효율적인 대응이 필요한 때입니다. 인공지능이 주도하는 4차 산업혁명 시대. AI 융합 신규 감염병 대응 시스템은 의료기관, 기업, 대학교, 학회 등 총 19개 기관이 사업에 참여하여 코로나19를 포함한 약 6만 건의 감염병 환자 데이터를 수집하고 의료 AI 기업들은 수집된 데이터를 활용하여 감염병 환자의 중증도 예후 예측 모델을 개발하고 있습니다.
코로나 감염 후 질병이 악화될 때 치료 방침을 결정하기 위해서 이 환자에서 회복 가능성이 얼마나 되는지에 대한 예측이 매우 중요합니다. 현재까지는 다른 감염증 환자나 폐 질환 환자의 자료, 길지 않은 임상 경험 등을 토대로 예후를 예측하고 판단해 왔습니다. 하지만 코로나 대유행으로 축적된 자료를 토대로 보다 정확하게 예후를 예측할 수 있으면 중증 전담병원에서도 치료 방향 결정에 큰 도움이 될 것이라고 생각됩니다.
AI 기반 예후 예측 솔루션은 감염병 AI 실증 랩에 구축된 코로나19를 포함한 신종 호흡기계 감염병 환자의 전방위 데이터를 분석하여 감염병 예후 예측을 수행하는 시스템입니다. 환자의 엑스레이, CT 의료 영상 데이터와 임상 데이터를 분석하여 호흡기 감염병으로 인한 폐질환 병변의 종류, 위치, 부피 정보를 제시할 뿐만 아니라 보다 정확한 진단으로 조기에 호흡기계 환자의 중증도 분류 및 예후 예측을 수행할 수 있습니다. 선생님은 PCR 진단 결과 양성으로 코로나 확진입니다. 몸 상태는 어떠신가요? 숨이 차거나 미각 상실 같은 이상 증세는 없습니다. 그러시면 생활치료센터에서 며칠 경과를 보는 것이... 김 간호사, 솔루션 결과값은 어때요?
예후 예측 솔루션에서는 중증으로 진행될 가능성이 높다고 나왔습니다. 정밀 검사가 필요해 보입니다.
선생님께서는 중증 의심 의견이 있어서 입원 치료를 하셔야 합니다.
그런가요?
조기 진단을 통해 신속하게 치료를 했기 때문에 다행히 중증으로 발전하진 않았습니다. 걱정하지 않으셔도 됩니다.
감사합니다. 감염병 예후 예측 솔루션 덕분에 정말 다행이네요.
앞으로는 코로나 이후의 세상이 아니라 코로나와 함께 사는 세상이 오지 않겠나 생각하게 됩니다. 저희 참여기관들이 데이터를 정말 정성껏 잘 모으고 있습니다. 잘 정제된 데이터에서 좋은 예후 예측 솔루션이 개발되는 법입니다. 이렇게 만들어질 인공지능 기반 신규 감염병 예후 예측 솔루션이 코로나19 그리고 또 이후로도 언제 나올지 모르는 신규 감염병의 효율적인 관리와 적절한 환자 치료에 대한 지원 시스템으로서 역할을 해줄 것이라고 믿습니다. 감사합니다.
감염병 예후 예측을 위한 인공지능 솔루션을 활용하여
의료진의 경험에만 의존하던 중증도 예측의 어려움에서 벗어나 신속하고 정확한 중증도 예측과 분류를 통해 감염병 환자의 후유증 및 사망 발생을 줄이고 의료 자원의 효율화를 이룰 수 있습니다.
네, 지금 네 분들께서 입장하고 계십니다.
So now, today's guests are entering the hall. Welcome to today's event.
휴대폰 마지막으로 체크하도록 하겠습니다.
Please be sure to put your mobile phone on vibrate or silent mode.
Phone on silent mode. 예, 인사드리겠습니다. 오늘 컨퍼런스 진행을 맡은 아나운서.
Good morning, I'm Park Ki-jung for today's MC.
네, 만나서 반갑습니다.
Nice to meet you all today.
예, 올해로 7회째를 맞이합니다.
AWC, which marks its 7th anniversary this year, will be held at the Metaverse Hub in Pangyo under the theme of METAHEALTH, the next generation of healthcare. Today, simultaneous interpretation service is available both in Korean and English.
Korean number 2 English. 그럼 지금부터
Now, I declare AWC 2022 in Seoul open.
예, 작년에 이어서 과학기술정보통신부 식품의약품안전처 정보통신산업진흥원
The Ministry of Science and ICT and the Ministry of Food and Drug Safety, the National IT Industry Promotion Agency, and the AI and the Digital Joseon Ilbo are co-hosting today's event. But with the eased situation, today we are having many guests in this hall. First of all, I'd like to introduce today's guest. First, Ho Sung-wook, President of the National IT Industry Promotion Agency. Next, Honorable Seo Jong-suk, a member of the National Assembly from People Power Party. Joanna Donnervoort, Ambassador of the Netherlands to South Korea. Next, Excellencies Michael Renefenstuhl, Ambassador of the Federal Republic of Germany to the Republic of Korea. Next, Baek Nam-jong, President of Seoul National University Bundang Hospital. Next, Choi Dong-hoon, General Director of Yongin Severance Hospital. Hwang Hee, CEO of Kakao Healthcare. Hwang Min-soo, CEO of the AI. Next, I will introduce today's speakers who will make today's event more meaningful. Please give them a big round. But I'd like to ask for your understanding for not being able to introduce each speaker for the sake of time. AWC is gaining attraction with many meaningful lectures by many home and abroad scholars and speakers. So we'll have an opening speech by Ho Sung-wook, the President of the National IT Industry Promotion Agency.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Ho Sung-wook, President of the National IT Industry Promotion Agency. The pandemic is not over. However, the things are better than last year. I am grateful for that. I would like to thank Honorable Seo Jang-suk of People Power Party, President Baek Nam-jong of Seoul National University Bundang Hospital, and Dr. Hwang Min, CEO of Kakao Healthcare, for attending this event out of their busy schedule. My thanks also goes to Her Excellency Johan Doldal, the Dutch Ambassador to Korea, and His Excellency Mia Leipenschutel, German Ambassador to Korea. And I also would like to thank our speakers and experts from within and outside Korea who are joining us online. AWC 2022, taking place today, is a global conference co-hosted by the National IT Industry Promotion Agency and Digital Joseon with the goal of understanding the trend of digital health technology and promoting information sharing. This year, under the theme of METAHEALTH, the next gen of healthcare, we'll have 3 sessions on AI, drug development, and METAHEALTH, where experts will deliver presentations and discuss with one another. As you know, the COVID-19 pandemic has accelerated digital transition across all industries and the entire society. Since healthcare is at the center of the pandemic, we are seeing an unrivaled pace of digital transition in remote service, AI-based personalized care, and so on. In a word, the transition to digital health is the mission of our time. Governments around the world, businesses around the world are making best efforts for digital transition. To keep pace with such trend, National IT Industry Promotion Agency is undertaking various projects as part of its effort to create an ecosystem for AI precision medicine and to lead the growth of the relevant industry. We are listening closely to the experts and specialized institutions in that regard. I'd like to thank everyone who are attending this conference. I hope that today's event will serve as a compass that provides future directions for digital health. Thank you. We are having a hybrid event for AWC 2022. We also have online audience today. We'll continue with congratulatory remarks. We'll have Honorable Seo Jang-suk of People Power Party. Please welcome her with a big hand. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Aspiring for healthy Korea, I am Seo Jang-suk from People Power Party. The AI, National IT Industry Promotion Agency, are co-hosting AWC 2022 in Seoul. For the past 3 years, the COVID pandemic have changed our living and environment completely. The expansion of
선생님 죄송한데 마이크 가까이
실 정도입니다. 초월, 상상을 의미하는 메타, 세계, 우주를 뜻하는 유니버스의
Virtual reality is being combined with our reality, and METAHEALTH is also emerging as a new trend in the new normal era. METAHEALTH, in our preparation for post-corona era, to prepare ourselves for ultra-aged society, we have to achieve paradigm shift. And we have to put priority on METAHEALTH. In that regard, from 2017, every year, AWC has been inviting experts from Korea and from other countries to discuss important topics with the goal of presenting future directions. Recently, quarantine regulations have been eased and we don't have to wear masks outdoor. We are seeing the emergence of post-corona era. AI and Metaverse will open up a new world. Humans, us, have to own the new world as well. AI should not be replacing humans, but it has to make our lives more abundant and better. Once again, METAHEALTH, the future of healthcare, is the theme of this event, AWC 2022. I would like to congratulate on the delivery of this event. And I also would like to thank Mr. Heo Sung-woo, President of National IT Industry Promotion Agency, Kim Young-suk, CEO of Digital Joseon, Mr. Hwang Min-soo, President of the AI. I would like to congratulate you on the delivery of this event. As a platform for discussing these important topics, I hope that the event will have a successful ending. And I wish you and your family the best of health and luck. Thank
you. Thank you for your kind word. So next, we'll have next speaker for a congratulatory speech. Please welcome him with a big applause.
안녕하십니까.
Good morning, everyone.
President of NIPA, dear Mr. Jong-soo Kim, CEO of Chosun Biz, Madam Jong-suk So, welcome everybody. First of all, I would like to thank you for inviting me again to the AI World Congress. I was at this congress last year and I'm happy to be back. Dear participants online and speakers and participants offline here in Metaverse Hub, we all had a very difficult 2 years. The coronavirus has influenced our lives in several negative ways. There has been a lot of personal, physical, and mental suffering, and many people and companies had economic problems. And I think we all had some personal experience that we wished we would not have happened. The virus has shown us that a fast response of the medical system, a fast analysis of the virus, and a fast development of a cure were needed to reduce the impact on our lives and livelihoods. We all wanted and want to go on with our lives the way we were used to before the beginning of 2020. And it's not only with viruses and pandemics that we want to diagnostic, the treatment and cure fast. It's with any disease, whether it's cancer, Alzheimer, or any other disease. Artificial intelligence is one of those tools that can help and is already helping us with that. It's already being used to detect certain cancers in an early stage, so treatment can start early. It's being used to help identify possible compounds that can cure diseases. And like Korea, the Netherlands sees AI in health as an important topic. One of the main pillars in our Dutch national AI strategy is health. This strategy supports research and entrepreneurship. And the Dutch company Zeus is one of those entrepreneurs. With partners in the Netherlands and abroad, it has developed and is developing various AI tools to improve diagnostics and treatments. They will speak about their tools in the session after the coffee break. Please make sure that you not miss it. The Dutch efforts are also attracting foreign entrepreneurs. For example, the Korean medical AI company Lunit has set up an office in Amsterdam. And even though artificial intelligence is being used, we are not there yet, by far. So I'm very happy to use this Congress to bring, and that you use this Congress to bring experts from Korea and other countries together to exchange their progress on their AI solutions and together bring better solutions to the world. I thank you and congratulate you all for all your efforts to tackle the diseases in our world. I wish you a very productive and informative day. 감사합니다. Thank you very much.
예, 글로벌 컨퍼런스인 만큼
As today's event is a global conference, so ambassadors to South Korea are giving a opening speech and congratulatory remarks now. So welcome to Michael Leifenstoll, Ambassador of the Federal Republic of Germany to the Republic of Korea.
Many thanks. Dear President Hall, Honorable Member of the National Assembly, dear colleague, Ambassador Tran Doneward, distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen. Many thanks for the invitation to the Artificial Intelligence World Congress. It's a pleasure, and it's also a learning process for me, as I said when we were walking around. I really enjoy being here. In recent years, the topic of digitalization in health has become a boom topic in science and business. A major impetus was certainly the corona pandemic, which gives us an inkling of how helpful the smart use of data will be in fighting diseases and treatment of patients in the future. The pandemic, maybe that's one of the positive effects, has opened the gateway, or at least it has opened much wider. Experts have known for some time that medicine is a field of particularly suited to digital transformation. For the layperson, this is often difficult to understand. Medicine is a field that thrives to a particular degree on the fact that patients trust their doctors. In Germany, for example, it's still very common in many families to see the same doctor over several generations. And even when the doctor retires, then people are most happy in the villages to go to the son or the daughter of the doctor who also became doctor. And now, more and more computers are taking over. Big data is supposed to replace years of medical experience. Computers will give important hints via digital twins before even a surgeon is allowed to operate. I think we, or at least I, have to adopt to a lot in the future. In Germany, a few years ago, a book on this subject entitled Medicine Without Doctors was actually a bestseller. Well, doctors will certainly not be abolished right away, at least I do hope so. Nevertheless, there will be few other professions, I think, facing such major changes coming in the next years. I found it very interesting to hear, for example, that here in Korea, the specialty of pathology is already clearly losing popularity among medical students because it is one of the first specialties where digitalization is putting great pressure on the profession. But digitalization in medicine offers enormous potential. Treating patients will become easier, better, and more targeted. And because health is such a precious commodity, there are also great opportunities for commercialization. Germany is well positioned here. We have leading corporations such as, to mention two, Healthineers, the former healthcare division, by the way, of Siemens, and Fresenius, to name just two of various others. And we have many hidden champions and startups in this field. In addition, we do have an active research landscape in this area. The activity of some Fraunhofer institutes, for example, were already presented at this conference last year. So I do wish this conference and Congress all the success. I think it is one of the really vital areas for all of our future. And again, many, many thanks for the invitation. 감사합니다.
인공지능, 정책 미디어, AI와 관련된
The AI is hosting AWC this year. We have many participants in person today, but one distinguished guest sent a video out of his busy schedule. Mr. Lee Jun-seok, leader of People Power Party. My fellow citizens of Seoul and distinguished guests, good morning. I'm Lee Jun-seok, the head of People Power Party. I would like to congratulate you on the hosting of AWC 2022, and I would like to thank Mr. Kim Young-soo of Digital Joseon and Mr. Ho Sung-wook, National IT Promotion Agency, the AI, and all the organizers for their hard work. The fourth industrial revolution has been accelerated, and digital transition has been speeding up as well. Big data and artificial intelligence technology are being used to develop new drugs, and we are also trying to provide personalized care to patients, increasing the quality of medical services. The market size has been increased by threefold compared to the past. However, Korean companies are being left behind in the global market. President Yoon Suk-yeol and the Presidential Committee for the handover have been focusing on digital healthcare and its development. And the new administration of Korea is committed to improve and grow this industry. To provide insights, AWC will have to play its pivotal role. Congratulations once again on the hosting of AWC, and I'll keep my fingers crossed for your health and luck. AWC 2022 opening ceremony is now taking place. METAHEALTH, the next gen healthcare is the slogan of this event. We will use touch button to celebrate this opening ceremony. Distinguished guests, please come up to the stage when I call your name. Mr. Hwang Min-soo, the president of the AI, Hwang Hee, CEO of Kakao Healthcare, Ho Sung-wook, president of National IT Industry Promotion Agency, Mikhail Leipenschuto, ambassador of Germany to Korea, and Mr. Hwang Hee, CEO of Kakao Healthcare. Please take off your mask when you are on the stage. There are keywords of this event on your back as touch button. On my countdown, please push the touch button. I'll say 하나 둘 셋 to count down. When I say 셋, please push the button behind you. To congratulate the successful delivery of AWC 2022, we'll push the touch button. Please turn around and push the button on my count. 1, 2, 3.
Thank you for your effort. So we will invite all the guests to the stage again to take a commemorative photo. So now we will take a commemorative photo. So today's event, we will present the current trend of healthcare with AI. So we will take a photo. Please smile and please raise your right hand. Say fighting, fighting together. 1, 2, 3, fighting. Thank you. Please be seated now. So, this concludes the opening ceremony of AWC 2022 in Seoul. After a short recess, the AWC 2022 in Seoul will begin again. Throughout today's conference, simultaneous interpretation service is available both in English and Korean, so you may select your preferred language on YouTube.
Service. You can choose a language that is convenient for you. 예, 이제 AWC 2022 in 서울의 첫 기조가
Now, I'd like to introduce you to the first keynote speaker of AWC 2022 in Seoul. In this keynote speech session under the theme of METAHEALTH, the next gen of healthcare, let me introduce you to President of Seoul National University Bundang Hospital, Baek Nam-jong, who has been pioneering research on smart medicine and hospital establishment in Korea, for today's first keynote speech with the title of Medical Transformation Trend in Medical Field.
First of all, I would like to thank the organizer for inviting me in AWC 2022 as a keynote speaker. In the medical field, we are seeing this digital health trend that will be the topic of my presentation. This is the table of content. I will talk about the fourth industrial revolution, and I'll share the journey of Seoul National University Bundang Hospital and Future Smart Hospital. First, I'll start with Fourth Industrial Revolution and Healthcare. This is the definition of digital health according to Wikipedia. Digital health is a discipline that includes digital care programs, technologies with healthcare, living, and society to enhance the efficiency of healthcare delivery and to make medicine more personalized and precise. According to US FDA, the broad scope of digital health includes categories such as mobile health, health information, technology, wearable devices, telehealth, telemedicine, and personalized medicine. As you all know, the merits of digital health include reduced inefficiencies, improved access, reduced costs, increased quality, as well as personalization of medicine. Also, patient-doctor relations can be remodeled, and the reach of healthcare professionals can be expanded, and patients' engagement can be expanded, and responsible and sustainable healthcare system can be maintained by promoting prevention before treatment. This is the hype cycle for digital care delivery. Autonomous monitoring was started, and at the peak, you can see AI-enabled diagnostic and imaging interpretation. There is also AI for clinical automation, algorithmic medicine, and the system to monitor critical conditions, as well as consumer healthcare wearables, which is located after the peak, and on-demand virtual visits or personal health management tools are included in the hype cycle. Personal monitoring has reached the status of plateau of productivity. Last year, let's see last year's top digital health companies. Data integration and analytics businesses or critical intelligence home health tech companies, virtual care providers are listed among the top digital health companies. These companies have been created and being operated to promote digital health. This is the funding size. In 2021, the funding scale reached $44 billion. That amount of money was funded to the field of global health innovation. Compared to the year 2012, the number almost doubled. I'm also wearing this wearable device. Wearables such as next Dr. Google will be introduced. We will be able to use headband for EEG and sociometric badges to measure distances among people, and these badges will be equipped with a camera, and we will also have oximeter as wearable, and skin conditions can also be measured by wearable device. And the altitude, pressure, and other indicators will be readily available in health wearables, and cognitive conditions can also be measured. Muscle, blood pressure, and walking distance, and status of activity, body posture, indicators, environmental exposure, and sleep quality will also made available in wearable devices. If that technology advances further, softwares will be developed to tell women the best time period to get pregnant. In-body measurement is also possible, and the quality of sleep can be measured. This technology is coming to our daily life. In healthcare sector, let's see the market of Internet of Things. Fitness wearable, sleep monitoring, home monitoring, and infant monitoring have been introduced. Recently, brain signals are being measured with IoT. This is part of neurotechnology. The efficiency and effectiveness of intervention are measured by various software tools. Based upon clinical grades, the roles of sensors are measured. This type of software can verify the efficacy of this technology, so it requires FDA approval. Many people are interested in telehealth. In 2020, there were 597 deals made and more than $10 billion of fund raised. When we see the landscape, there are many companies involved in telehealth. Some of these companies provide a platform, and there are also telepharmacy companies, wellness coaching, and chronic care management providers. In particular, in the US, these companies are also intervening in setting hospital bills, calculating hospital bills and medical bills. Venture capital makes investments in telehealth as well. From the top, darker blue represents more investment made in that field. In addition to digital care, investments are being made in remote monitoring and wearables, drug development with AI, and we'll have a session dedicated to the drug development with AI. There are also surgical robotics, digital therapeutics, clinical decision support with AI, and various tools for hospital operation, patient recruitment tools, clinical trial tools. These tools have been developed very rapidly after the outbreak of COVID-19. During the pandemic, we've tested and experienced all digitally enabled care solutions for diagnostics and care. And we are now moving on to digital therapeutics. This whole cycle is now being completed. Pandemic provided us with that opportunity to complete this cycle. Let's look at AI trends. According to Gartner, anyone can use AI anytime in an ethical manner while also creating new things. The emergent AI is one of the 4 main pillars, according to Gartner, in our digital future, which will be ruled by Metaverse and autonomic robotics. Generative AI creates new things. Recently, AI writes music, paints, draw pictures, and ethical AI is also emerging as an important issue, in particular in the medical field. The ethics is very important. And democratized AI is also very important because we have to let everyone to use it. Also, on the left side, these elements have higher business values. And on the right-hand side, these elements have more feasibility. Precision health has high business value and high feasibility at the same time. And virtual health assistants have medium level of business value and feasibility. Before meeting with a doctor in person, we can use these virtual health assistants. And algorithmic medicine can be used to predict and to support decisions in the medical field. And when we dictate the speech of a physician, we will be able to use these digital transcription services, which are new services and based upon AI in the clinical field. Next is digital therapeutics. This technology is in early stage. It is being used to treat a disease or manage a disease or improve health. In the field of treatment, sleep disorder, anxiety, PTSD, that require cognitive correction are the main fields that we use digital therapeutics. High blood pressure and cancer, which require change of lifestyle, also requires digital therapeutics. Stroke, low vision, or ADHD can be improved when we use therapeutics for a prolonged time. The new era of digital therapeutics is now open. Digital therapeutics and digital care programs are being used in these areas. First, neurology, psychiatry, and chronic diseases such as cancer and diabetes are the main fields that are using digital therapeutics and digital care programs. According to set algorithms, we can change the condition of a patient. As a medical device, these therapeutics and digital care program solutions have to be regulated. This is the market trend. In 2021 and 2022, you can see that the population of this market are growing, and the CAGR is about 20%. $8 billion of market size is being predicted this year. This market has just started. In the US, there are approved digital therapeutics. Most of them have grade 2. And some of them have pre-market allowance or de novo. A total of 63 digital therapeutics products have been approved in the US. Wearable devices can collect biosignals, and these signals can be turned into biomarkers. And we have to look at how significant and meaningful these biomarkers can be. In particular, musculoskeletal and neurology, these biomarkers can be of big assistance. Gyroscope and accelerometers are using biomarkers to track activities of people. But in the future, smartphones will provide accumulated data, and we will have more study results on biomarkers. For digital health to be applied to general patients and consumers, there will be certain consequences and effects. On the upper part, there are positive outcomes. On the lower section of this diagram, there are negative consequences. On upper right, there are some positive results in diabetes and chronic pain, autism, and drug treatment, cardiac rehab, and psychiatric disorders such as depression. Next is our hospital's journey for digital transformation. The hospital, luckily, as a general hospital, became the first hospital to go paperless. We also went through basic EMR, and we achieved meaningful usage of this integrated EMR, and we are now moving on to the stage of EMR combined with big data. After its inception in 2003, the hospital has gone through these various steps. It acquired HIMSS Analytics Stage 7, and after 2 revalidations, we've become the first hospital in the world to have completed the 3 revalidations of HIMSS. Next, hospital information system. This system is value-based, and it provides various clinical indicators, and it also has a clinical decision support system. And it also enables closed-loop medication administration. All of our patients wears wristband, and our medical staff carry tablets to match the patient information between the wristband and the tablet to prevent any errors in prescription or medication. And critical pathway is for routine operations. Critical pathway is initiated to automated procedure for regular and routine procedures or operations. These solutions have improved the quality of our care and medical staff's capability. Rapid response system. In the past, vital signs and blood pressure were measured by our nursing staff and it were recorded in our charts and system. If there is alert for warning sign, then medical staff of the hospital can intervene early, which increases the quality of our medical care. From the start, the hospital used end-device strategy to facilitate smart hospital solutions. Our medical staff can provide consultation for emergent conditions, and there's no whiteboard in our hospital. We only have dashboard to monitor all patient status. The hospital also provides bedside station to all beds in the hospital so that each patient can monitor their condition and they can sign consent forms on this bedside station, and they can also navigate through our guidelines and real-time and we also have real-time location system. A patient's journey from being hospitalized until their discharge, the whole process is being managed by this system. And all of these provide and accumulate data. So we've established this clinical data warehouse to access important clinical indicators and to make the work of medical staff easier. And also for hospital administration, we can have real-time monitoring of our assets, and we can mobilize required resources easily by using this system. We will combine AI to this solution to have more optimized distribution of our assets. In the past, in clinical field, we had to find physical hard copy charts for each patient, but now it is all digitalized, so things are much easier. The bedside station that I just mentioned not only provides entertainment, but it also provides the patient's exam results and information of their conditions. We are now further advancing the bedside station system so that we can have rounds, remote runs, by using this bedside station. The real-time location system is a widely used system in the world or in Korea. When an intern doctor takes EEG and puts the results somewhere, nursing staff had to find the result hovering around the hospital, but all assets of the hospital can be located and found on a real-time basis. We are also controlling the quality of our labs based upon Internet of Things. Depending on the location of our fridge, the gap in the temperature of the fridge can be up to 3 degrees Celsius. So we are using Internet of Things to quality control our assets. We've also developed EICU solution. We have a command center that integrates 8 ICUs in the hospital. There are surgical ICU and physicians ICU. For easier consultation, we have this integrated command center. In rural areas, there are shortage of medical staff. So their command center and their ICU can be connected with higher level of hospital's command center to provide them with assistance. We are envisioning in Gyeonggi province. We are consulting understaffed hospitals' ICU by using this EICU solution. And we will expand the network nationwide to help understaffed hospitals in the future. These efforts will all end up as a huge tool to improve public health of Korea. Mercy Virtual is a well-known 24/7 remote care providing hospital. When we talk about telehealth, you only think about doctor-patient visit, patient's visit to doctor, but there are many more, such as sepsis care. And this kind of solution is very useful in vulnerable areas, underprivileged areas. The base of higher level of hospital or bigger hospital can provide help to those understaffed or vulnerable hospitals through this solution. Telemedicine is a hot topic these days. Doctors are becoming more optimistic about telehealth. Our hospital during the pandemic have provided telehealth for COVID patients. Our hospital did not use any extra system for telehealth. It used its existing system that can be accessed for telehealth. For patients to have a view of their conditions and related data, we are providing this patient portal. Each patient can access their data in this portal. Patients can retrieve the history of their examination and checkup, and if needed, the medical staff can provide recommendations to the portal. And based on recommended values of each indicator, patients themselves can manage their health. AI speaker is also being used to receive appointments at call centers of hospital. We have human staff, but the efficiency is quite low. So instead, we can use AI to facilitate the appointment process, reservation process. And patients come to nursing station or information desk because they have many inquiries, but that can disturb medical staff from their regular work. So we can use AI speaker to address patients' inquiries. Also in OR, we can use AI speech recognition technology or the Metaverse. We've established system for Metaverse in OR. In the OR, each person has to learn and has to do their job. There is first assistant and second assistants and nurses who have to be responsible for circulation. These people all have to learn and work at the same time, and they also have to communicate with one another during the operation. Last item on the agenda is Future Smart Hospital. Nowadays, a variety of data is being accumulated, but the data is in the air. There are various signals being generated, but we have to analyze the signals to provide warning to patients whose condition is critical. To do so, we have to accumulate and analyze data. We are monitoring vacancies and availability of beds and wards. We are collecting enough data, so what we need to do from now on is to analyze them, to apply them in AI. Also, autonomous robots will be used more in the future. In diagnostics or in OR samples are being moved by this robot. And in the operating room, if a person carries a sample, then he or she should change scrub. However, if robot do the job, there is no need for that. And there is also disinfection hospital robot that travels around the hospital for disinfection. And Korea has one of the best delivery services. In the future, autonomous robots will be used to deliver things within hospital or to hospitals. The future medicine will be based upon digital platforms. Hospital will be the source of that digital platform. Patient data will including genotype or phenotype data will all be collected. And mobile data and sensing data will be aggregated to allow patients to stay home to get treated or have recommendations from the medical staff. And they can also improve their lifestyle and habits based upon the recommendations from medical staff. Online to offline services will be developed further and expanded. Considering our population structure and the aging society and the growing number of senior citizens living alone, and the life expectancy and healthy life expectancy still have a gap. So in some day, all of us will need a caregiver. Then we can use robots to take care of us in the future. If that is not achieved, then we will face much more difficulties. So within a few years, living lab, smart home, and smart city technologies will be developed very much. This concludes my presentation. Thank you very much.
네, 감사합니다.
Thank you, President Park, for giving us a lecture that represents the trend of digital healthcare and the future direction for building a smart medical hospital with data network and AI. So please give him a big hand. Next, let me introduce the second keynote speaker, Taha Kaus-Hoot, Director of Machine Learning of Chief Medical Officer. So in the US, the virtual machine utilization rate is increasing. So 30 times higher and 15 times higher in remote medical service users. So Takahas Hoot is Director of Machine Learning and Chief Medical Officer of Amazon Web Services. So he will give a lecture on the topic of building a modern data street to improve patient care.
Amazon Web Services, Director of Machine Learning and Chief Medical Officer. Healthcare is not a normal business. It's actually $7.5 trillion business worldwide. And even then, 4 billion people on this planet today have no reasonable access to healthcare. AI and technology have to be part of a solution to creating that more equitable access. Promising innovations like precision medicine, conversational chatbots, intelligent scribes, and APIs for data and interoperability may make healthcare better, more efficient, and more equitable in the future. Patients today have more data collected on them than ever before. Making sense of this data is critical. This is important because patients are more unique than you'd think, even for the most common conditions. 10% of diabetics are similar, and it takes on average 2 to 3 years to get a patient with high blood pressure on the right therapeutic options. And so the question is, can you take all of that digital data and use it to provide highly personalized and precisely targeted diagnostics and therapeutics to people? Can you come up with something that will detect chronic conditions earlier? Can you come up with an assistive imaging technology that will help radiologists do a better job? By making sense of this data, you can enable access and delivery of person-centered healthcare, driving improved outcomes at a lower cost. A number of factors provide perfect synergy for innovation and a broader adoption of advanced analytics and AI in healthcare. The massive computation of storage power offered by the cloud that was invented by Amazon, and we are seeing a rising wave of healthcare organizations move into the cloud. The cloud is enabling these organizations to unite data with information from across the value chain while benefiting from compute and storage options that are more cost-effective than on-premises infrastructure. Emerging new digital data, and not just electronic medical data, but genomics, behavioral, and environmental data, and the multitude of ways that data is captured and shared directly by patients, the so-called social determinants of health outcomes. The health system today has gone from something like 15% of health record being in digital form a decade ago to where it is about 98% of those records now are in digital form. And along with that, medical devices that measure you have gone digital. Our ability to sequence and analyze your genome has gone digital. There are social information. People talk to computers at home. People go to their local pharmacies to get their flu shots. And all that is in digital form. We have now new and more accurate algorithms. Today, we're clearly at an exciting inflection point with pattern recognition, prediction, and natural language processing. There are new business models in healthcare, value-based care, that are centered around improving patient outcomes. And there are progressive regulatory and privacy frameworks such as HIPAA or GDPR that truly flip the data ownership model with patients' consent. All this provides a way for medicine to break out of its traditional constraints of time and place towards more patient-centered care. But also provides a way to scale specialist expertise that can reduce or even remove the burden on clinicians, such as performing tasks doctors can't, like recognizing patterns too subtle for any human to discern. Performing routine clinical screening. These are screening tests that you do 10,000 times before you can find something interesting, like a retina scan, macular degenerative disease, throat and neck scans, and more. And of course, the more accurate predictions with these algorithms. We hear the following set of challenges from our customers. Healthcare data is messy, inconsistent, and complex. Physician burnout, owing in part to a lot of manual processes. The high cost of care, chronic conditions management with Asian population, where expensive patients will cost you more no matter what you do. Increasing prevalence of cyber attacks, and what we saw during COVID, how it disrupted the healthcare industry. From sharp increase in telemedicine to overwhelmed hospitals, the industry has faced continued change and challenges in response to the pandemic. These challenges have forced this industry to quickly adapt and to rely on technology to innovate and find new ways to understand and treat the disease. From deriving insights from unstructured data, such as voice, text, or images, to eliminating manual processes, machine learning is assisting in a number of ways. Improving individual care and population health with more personalized experiences through advanced analytics and chatbots. Reducing waste in the system by optimizing clinical utilization, such as reducing readmissions, or automating claims processing, which can be a very manual process. Reducing clinician fatigue that is associated with clerical data entry, which is helping healthcare organizations save hundreds of thousands of dollars in costs associated with clinician burnout. Improving and accelerating diagnoses, be it precision diagnosis using gene sequencing for early state cancer detection or for advanced cardiac visualizations. And understanding how a population overall changes over time and be able to identify the most appropriate interventions for a cohort of similar patients. And why choose AWS machine learning for healthcare? Because it's the best place to build your modern data strategy for a complete view of a patient's entire medical history. AWS offers purpose-built health AI services to make sense of this health data, can handle the requirements of precision medicine at scale with experts at the intersection of health and technology and regulation, has an industry-leading security, reliability, and privacy that you need to support your workloads. We are committed to developing fair and accurate AI and machine learning services and providing the tools and guidance needed to build AI and machine learning applications responsibly to ensure fairness and representativeness for marginalized populations, say because of their race. As health data grows and becomes increasingly diverse, a modern data strategy provides a blueprint to help you manage, access, analyze, and act on data, regardless where you are in your data journey. AWS makes it easy to migrate your data to the cloud, to understand and extract meaningful medical information from the raw health data with purpose-built AI capabilities, and derive insights in a well-governed data lake, so that way you can make better sense of the health data. Advanced analytics and machine learning services help you query and analyze the data and increase the pace of innovation, so that way you can better manage the health of a population, accelerate drug discovery, design better clinical trials, operate more efficiently, and quickly adapt to new challenges. Why is that modern data strategy so important? Because health data is highly contextual and heavily multimodal. A fundamental issue there is interoperability today, and doing that in a way that protects people's privacy, because health data is very personal. While there is all this digital data, it's really locked into thousands of different incompatible data formats, and it doesn't get exposed through modern APIs or microservices. Emerging interoperability standards, such as the Fast Healthcare Interoperability Resources, or FHIR, FHIR, aim to address this challenge by providing consistent format to describe and exchange structured data across health systems. However, the majority of this data is unstructured and therefore is not easy to use or analyze, with information trapped in clinical notes, documents like laboratory PDF reports, insurance claims forms, X-ray and MRI medical images, audio such as recorded conversations, time series data such as EKG or EEG traces, genomics, streaming data from wearables, and a lot more, which means this data needs to be extracted and transformed before it can be searched or analyzed. The process to extract this information is labor intensive and is error prone, and the cost of operation complexity is challenged for most healthcare organizations. Every healthcare provider, payer, and life sciences company is trying to solve the problem of structuring the data, because if you do, you can make better clinical decisions, design better clinical trials, operate more efficiently, and identify population health trends. For example, today the most widely used clinical models, like predicting one's heart or brain stroke risk, are built from commonly available features that are about 10 to 30 data points. However, a patient's medical record has at least 200 to 300,000 data points, including all their medical notes. None of this is used to manage patients or predict their outcomes today. You want all this data to come together in an organized way at a point of care to be able to build better and more accurate predictions and be able to intervene early. And so, we're making material investments in purpose-built databases, advanced analytics and visualizations, and HIPAA-eligible machine learning and AI services to help you bring data together in a way that creates a more complete view of a patient's entire medical history, so that you can quickly explore trends about your patients or population and personalize care at the individual level. You can build, train, and deploy machine learning models to make predictions earlier than would have previously been able to, so that way you can intervene more quickly to improve care and reduce cost, such as predicting someone's risk of heart failure or infection in a hospital, and optimize and improve patient flow. Healthcare providers and patients alike can easily share and access their data in a secure, compliant, and auditable way. These purpose-built machine learning capabilities and AI services help you add intelligence to your applications to make sense of your health data. Amazon Comprehend Medical, a natural language processing service that extracts information from unstructured medical text, like medical notes, accurately and quickly. Amazon Transcribe Medical, an automatic speech recognition service that makes it easy for you to add medical speech-to-text capabilities to your voice-enabled applications. And Amazon Health Lake, an analytics service to store, transform, query, and analyze health data in minutes. With these purpose-built machine learning services that understand medical context, you can now present the data in chronological view of medical events, where you get a holistic, kind of a 360-degree view of a patient. For example, with Amazon Health Lake and its specialized medical natural language processing that has been pre-trained to understand medical context, you can now automatically extract meaningful information from unstructured health data, like medical procedures or medications, retain relationships in the data, like a medication and its dosage, maintain context and traits, like a positive or negative test result at time of procedure, in addition to protected health information or PHI. Then you'll be automatically able to map to the appropriate medical codes or ontologies, such as ICD-10 for disease conditions or RxNorm for medications and more. Now that that data is indexed and structured in a chronological order in the cloud, it is immensely more useful to specifically know what's going on right now and predict what might go on over the next several years for a particular individual or a cohort of patients, and then be able to target wellness as well. Amazon Health Lake ensures the data is shared in a consistent and compatible format, where every dot in the sequence is stored in its respective healthcare interoperability standard, like the FHIR standard. For example, a hospital encounter, a lab test, or a procedure. Now, you can exchange information across multiple applications and organizations where everyone is communicating in the language of healthcare with standard-based APIs. Healthcare providers can easily share and access patients' data, and patients can have unfettered access to all their information or be able to share with third-party applications in a secure, compliant, and audible way. And with managed keys, GDPR compliance, and HIPAA eligibility, you can be confident that patients' data remain secure and their privacy is protected. Let's dive into some examples. Within patient exam rooms, Houston Methodist worked with AWS to create an ambient listening application that would capture dialogue between clinicians and patients in a secure and compliant way. During an exam and after receiving the patient's consent, the dynamic conversation between patient and provider is transcribed and indexed in real time for clinical relevance. The entire visit is auto-generated in the form of a structured data, the so-called SOAP note, or subjective, objective, assessment, and plan, then automatically inserted into the relevant medical record fields so that way it can be searched and analyzed. A patient also receives an electronic after-visit summary. Rush University Medical Center worked with AWS to create a cloud-based analytics hub using Amazon Health Lake. This hub allows them to securely analyze patient admissions, discharges, and hospital capacity in real time to be able to provide care to the most critically ill patients. They are now using predictive models around social determinants of health outcomes across the west side of Chicago to be able to help identify and fill care gaps before they can happen. Viva Systems is the global leader in cloud software for life sciences industry. They are working to incorporate AI into end-to-end drug safety lifecycle to accelerate and scale pharmacovigilance processes. That is the collection, detection, assessment, monitoring, and prevention of adverse effects with pharmaceutical products. With Amazon Comprehend Medical, they can use natural language processing to automate extraction of drug adverse events from unstructured sources like medical notes and more, and then be able to rapidly develop more powerful pharmacovigilance solutions in order to improve patient care and reduce the risk of negative side effects from these drugs. Predicting a patient's need and using those predictions to deliver the best care for them is the ultimate goal of precision medicine. Our life sciences customers want to accelerate drug discovery and development in order to create cures for patients. Our healthcare customers want to transform care by identifying the best treatment or prevention for their patients. AWS offers a broad set of machine learning capabilities for unlocking the potential of healthcare data in the cloud, where these customers have a great opportunity to target diseases with more precise therapy, modernizing care for generations to come, and operating more efficiently. These capabilities include Amazon SageMaker to quickly build, train, and deploy machine learning models at scale. Models that previously took customers months and extensive specialized expertise can now be built in weeks or even days. Amazon Kendra, a machine learning service to build highly accurate intelligent search. Amazon Lex, a service for building conversational interfaces into applications using voice and text, such as patient chatbots. Contact Lens for Amazon Connect enables you to better understand the sentiment and trends of customer conversation to identify crucial feedback. And Amazon Textract, a machine learning service that automatically extracts printed text, handwriting, and other data from scanned documents that goes beyond simple optical character recognition, or OCR, to be able to identify, understand, and extract data from forms and tables. Here are some examples. Health insurance companies spend millions of dollars to extract medical information like treatments or procedures from claims forms and accompanying attachments to perform their business operations. It took Anthem an average of 20 minutes per claim to manually extract the information from benefits claims. To reduce that manual labor, they wanted to automate the process. So they chose Amazon TextRack for its image processing capability. In turn, they were able to process thousands of claims every day by automating 80% of the workflow. Using machine learning, Talkspace worked with AWS to scale their solution to over 2 million patients. They are able to identify what's actionable in a behavioral therapy conversation between a patient and a therapist and be able to also analyze behavioral patterns. Then they were able to optimize the entire experience for both the patient and the proper therapist with better profile matching, therefore achieving 77% therapist satisfaction rate and reducing platform user attrition rate from 20 to 10%. They were able to use Amazon SageMaker to create machine learning models that developed a diagnostic profile for each patient and help match them with the proper therapist. They were able to use Amazon Transcribe to be able to automate the note-taking process for therapists and improve their experience, as well as SageMaker Ground Truth to streamline the data labeling process and A/B testing in order to improve and refine those machine learning models. Using machine learning built on AWS, Moderna developed its mRNA COVID-19 vaccine with unprecedented speed, 48 hours to predicting chemical structure, 45 days to clinical grade, and 65 days to start the trials, and within less than a year to get the FDA authorization of the same structure they identified early. Moderna was born in AWS. When it was founded, they recognized that if mRNA works for one application, it will work for countless more. They have moved the drug discovery field from a bespoke approach to a platform approach. We saw that with the mass vaccination with mRNA, and now into individualized treatments and prevention, using tertiary analysis aided by machine learning for interpreting gene sequencing of the results of someone's individual cancer, and then be able to match that with deep cell sequencing for targeted therapeutics, and be able to develop vaccines and even predicting which patients might relapse. AI algorithms are not only used to predict protein structure, they also enable rapid experimentation cycles with the design of mRNA and DNA sequences. They automate quality control data analysis, saving countless hours of manual review, and they also automate logistics decisions such as manufacturing. Disease understanding and drug discovery is based on scientific rigor, and while it's work that is potentially life-changing, it can also be tedious and time-consuming. AstraZeneca is a global biotech company focused on innovation and the delivery of life-changing medicines that contribute value to patients and society. When developing a new candidate drug, a team at AstraZeneca spent weeks hunched over microscopes, manually cataloging samples. One by one, they peer at tiny slices of kidney tissue taken from lab animals and categorize the condition of each to determine whether the candidate drug was both effective and safe. This process of labeling each sample is time-consuming, requiring years of expertise. For example, in a preclinical study testing the effectiveness of a new candidate drug, it may take up to 3 weeks to read all the tissue sections. It's not only time that could be better spent focusing on drug discovery, it also slows down the release of promising new drugs to patients who need them most. So the company started to use machine learning models to help them accomplish this and scale. They partnered with the Amazon Machine Learning Solutions Lab to build a data labeling annotation service using Amazon SageMaker Ground Truth to be able to automate the most tedious portion of this work. In turn, they reduced time experts spent cataloging samples by at least 50%. This allowed the company to develop techniques to accurately identify the key structures affected by diabetic injury with a 95% success rate and minimal false negatives. This also freed up scientists' time so they can focus on accelerating the drug discovery and the introduction of medicines to the market. They likely would expand to other disease models beyond diabetes, while simultaneously making the system available to others and outside experts. By building on AWS, you will have access to the broadest and deepest set of purpose-built AI and machine learning services on top of the most comprehensive cloud, including data storage, security, analytics, compute services, and more, to support your machine learning workloads with consistent data transparency and control to protect patient privacy, and be able to make sense of your vast troves of health data. We are committed to developing fair and accurate AI and machine learning services and provide you the tools and guidance needed to build AI and machine learning applications responsibly. We offer over 500 features and services, more than 120 HIPAA-eligible services and certifications for all relevant global IT industry standards, such as HITRUST, FedRAMP, and ISO, in addition to guidance for GXP compliance. Customers always manage access to their data and services. AWS does not access or use customer content for any purpose without the customer's consent. AWS also meets key regulation governance guidelines, including business associate agreements, such as BAA, so that way you can run sensitive workloads on the cloud. AWS appropriately safeguards protected health information and supports the FHIR specification mandate for data exchange for healthcare customers. AWS has a number of training and acceleration programs to help you get started with your machine learning journey. We offer in-person trainings for both technical and business stakeholders, and a full free online training and certification program for your developers. We can conduct workshops to help you identify the best use cases for your business and work hand in hand with your team to develop a proof of concept through the Amazon Machine Learning Solutions Lab. Through our Machine Learning Embark program, we do in-person training for both business decision makers and technical staff, ideation on use cases, and the development of a proof of concept. Lastly, we have the AWS Partner Network, an extensive partner network with hundreds of curated health solutions from AWS partners. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Tak Hout, for your in-depth lecture based on your experience in pioneering new technologies and cloud field as a doctor and bioinformatist.
While we prepare for the next session, for our online viewers, I'll make an announcement. On AWC homepage, some of you might have registered in advance. For those who have registered, we will give you these souvenirs. If you have not registered yet, please visit our homepage for registration. I'll continue with the special session. We will move on to a special session with Mr. Hwang Hee, CEO of Kakao Healthcare, who is playing a pivotal role in building a mobile-based digital healthcare ecosystem. Please take off your mask while you give the presentation. Please give him a big hand. It is a relief that I can breathe freely without a mask. I am Hwang Hee from Kakao Healthcare. Some of you may know, but I am planning to make my best effort to create the ecosystem of digital healthcare. Kakao Healthcare was established in December last year, and it became an independent corporation this March. Internally and externally, we are establishing our strategies and plans. Today, I am going to talk about our focus in building the ecosystem. As you all know, some of you may not know about this. President and Dr. Baek Nam-jung was my senior for about 20 years in pediatrician department at Seoul National University Bundang Hospital. I also managed ICUs, and last year in December, to pursue my another vision, I joined Kakao Healthcare. This is one of my favorite images because I treated patients until my last days at hospital. A kid, one of my patients, gave me this doll as a farewell gift. I am keeping this doll on my desk. If Kakao Health becomes a renowned company in this field, then this doll will become a masterpiece clay art. When I decided to join this company, I believe that this company can be different from other startups. From kid to old citizen, Kakao is beloved, and it has grown into this big company out of their love. We don't do just what we love. We try to do the things that people can enjoy. We put a lot of thoughts to do so. Most of these topics were already covered by the keynote speaker. As we go through the fourth industrial revolution, the importance of digital healthcare is increasing. The asymmetrical and unfair nature of medical care is now being changed into more patient-oriented care. And in that process, we have to use very personalized and tailor-made data to provide our patients with personalized care. And to do so, we have to use precision medicine and mobile-based platforms and solutions. Among them, clinical data, of course, will be collected, and it has been accumulated from our hospitals in Korea. And we also have abundant genomics data in hospitals. In particular, patients with major disorders and chronic disease, we have to consider their life-log data, which is required to improve their quality of life. But life-log data cannot be accumulated by hospitals because that type of data is accumulated at home. Clinical and genomics data have already been supported by the government. However, and it have been made available by the support and commitment of the hospitals. However, life-log data that has to be provided by patients themselves has not been established well yet. So that is one of our concerns. Precision medicine or future medicine was a concept that already existed in the 1960s and still. But this concept is drawing more attention these days because things that we just imagined in the past are now becoming a reality. From 2010, the technological hurdles are being addressed, and we are seeing the advancement of sequencing technology and hospital information system. We have digitalized hospital data. And based upon smartphone ecosystem, the feasibility of mobile health is being verified. In the technological perspective, we have Internet of Things, cloud, big data, and mobile as the four pillars. When I joined the private sector, I chose Kakao because whatever technology it is, in order to use that technology in the field, and mobile platform is very important as an endpoint platform. Mobile technology, in that sense, is the aggregation of all these solutions to be used by our end users. I thought Kakao is the most optimal and best provider of that mobile platform. At one hand, you don't have to worry about these numbers very much. Digital healthcare also shows similar distribution of shares. You see the big share of American region and European region, but you can barely see Korea here. The quality of our medical service is one of the best in the world. However, when it comes to digital healthcare, we have to also consider the strategy for global expansion. No matter how good, how high the quality is domestically, in the perspective of business and revenue, then we, of course, have to go abroad with our medical service and digital healthcare. We also have to think about if our medical service will be also effective in the global community. We have to attract government support to review whether our medical field and our medical service can go abroad successfully. This is one of the concerns of Kakao now. Our medical service is more focused on outpatients. That means that without being hospitalized, we can provide better care to our patients because our medical techniques have been improved. However, patients with chronic disease, if they visit hospital 4 times a year, every 3 months, they will see the doctor for about 3 minutes, and it may take about 3 hours to get to the hospital. So they cannot address all of their concerns during the doctor's meeting, so they have to Google necessary information. They can meet the doctor only about 12 minutes per year. Is it really the best care that we can provide to our hospitals? Then do you think hospitals think that is okay? No. The gap and this connection between the two is one of the problems that we have to address. However, Korea has universal health insurance. Hospitals can barely make profits, and hospitals cannot make infinite investment in IT technology. Hospitals are developing many plans to provide digitalized care, but it is too burdensome for Korean hospitals to be a B2C platform. To achieve our goal, there are important roles that can be provided by platform companies like Kakao. The same goes to other countries. Microsoft, Apple, Google, the big tech companies are saying that healthcare is their future. Tim Cook, the CEO of Apple, even said that as a successor of Steve Jobs, he said that he wants to change Apple into a healthcare company. That shows how much importance that these big techs are putting on healthcare field. And they are making immense investments as well. And that also shows how confident they are in the prospect of healthcare market. There are users that use this service every day, every month. If that continues, then big tech companies can penetrate into the market of healthcare. In that respect, in this morning, I think everyone here used some service of Kakao. Kakao Talk, Kakao Mobility, Kakao Taxi, or Kakao Map. The number of active users is about 50 million. Mobility, about 32 million, and BankPay also has a large number of active users now. Everyone would agree that Kakao is providing very good services. And what is hard here is that it is very difficult to expose that good service to a larger number of users. So big tech companies are at an advantageous position in that regard, because it also already has a huge pool of active users. DeepMind, Google AI, and Google Cloud are already established by Google. In the case of Amazon, it focuses on direct medical services, and by using these services, Amazon is adding value to its cloud, and it is expanding its cloud services. In the case of Apple, it has wearables, Apple Watch, which is creating an ecosystem for individual service. I am very much interested in Microsoft. In this afternoon, we'll talk about the Metaverse. Microsoft has HoloLens and MS Kinect, and it acquired Blizzard last year. No one thinks that MS acquired Blizzard to do game business. Motion capturing AI, HoloLens system, and game system, if they are all combined, then all components that we are imagining for the metaverse can be deployed. And it can be also applied to MetaHealth. I think that will become reality soon by Microsoft. The company called Nuance was purchased by Microsoft for contextual awareness that goes beyond voice recognition. Dialogue between doctor and patient can be charted by using medical terminology in the system. Data-wise, Microsoft is moving closer to the core of this ecosystem. So we have to keep a keen eye on these big tech movements. The company called Alphabet of Google has these many affiliated companies under its umbrella. There are investment arms, transport and logistics company, infrastructure company. If the same structure can be applied to Korean large companies, then there will be a problem if this structure is applied to conglomerates of Korea. So I think Kakao should be the one to have this type of structure in Korea. Blockchain, NFT, cloud, AI are required to implement digital healthcare. Large investments have been made by Kakao in that regard. Kakao Healthcare will first deliver good services to the citizens, and secondly, Kakao Health will think about how we can make the best use of the existing assets of the Kakao Group. As you may predict, KakaoTalk, Kakao Mobility, or Kakao Bank are not that special, because it all started from the simple idea, seeing people who wanted to send text for free and people who complained about having to spend too much time to catch a cab on street. That became Kakao Mobility, and people who complained about why they have to visit bank in person carrying all that many documents. That was the origin of Kakao Bank. the possibility of success of this type of solutions and services could not be guaranteed by anyone. But Kakao focused on inconveniences that people were experiencing, and it focused on how that inconveniences can be removed. And Kakao provided the right service that can address that inconvenience. In fact, KakaoTalk, when it was first launched, the developers planned to remove the service if it is not successful within 6 months, but it became a huge success. We have to consider unmet needs in healthcare. There will be patients and citizens, and medical institutions and medical staff. These people and organizations have to be our partners. Other existing startups and startups that will be established from now on should be able to pursue their growth hand in hand with Kakao Healthcare. Medicine is very difficult field, and even if patients have information and data, there can be too much data, and it will also be difficult for them to interpret such data. But medical institutions and medical staff at Seoul National University, Bundang Hospital, or Seoul Hospital, these huge hospitals spend about 10 to 20 billion won in IT technology. Hospitals are recruiting developers and infrastructures. However, they cannot do that infinitely. People want something fancy, and in order to have fancy AI, behind the curtain there should be a myriad of processes from development to verification. A decade ago, at Bundang Seoul National University Hospital, we decided to map all terminologies. However, we decided to do that, and that allowed many companies to have access to the terminology that has been mapped. If we can be partners and if we can collaborate with each other, we want to become facilitator or data enabler for the hospitals in Korea. What Kakao does the best is mobile platform, so that mobile platform will be used to provide digital health care service. Kakao is a platform service. Kakao should not be collecting or retaining data itself. The model of data cloud is frequently being mentioned. In financial sector, we are seeing many cases of federal learning, which is quite difficult to be deployed in the medical field. If we can provide technological support for federal learning, then we don't have to have that data cloud ourselves. Each hospital can have their own data cloud where data will be stored. Then we can be free of any issues related to data ownership. The hot topic of Kakao is beyond mobile and beyond Korea. Our goal is to launch beautifully perfected service. It can be a small service, but our vision is to launch a service next year. And we also want to launch the service in other countries such as the US. After a month after I joined Kakao, the Omicron variant became a problem. First in the US, and then the first case of Omicron patient was emerged in Korea a month later. We didn't expect that Korea will have that many number of confirmed cases of COVID, like 500,000 or hundreds of thousands of patients. With the surge in the confirmed cases of COVID, people had to stay at home and self-treat even after they were confirmed with COVID. So to help them, Kakao consulted with base hospitals to develop this self-diagnostic app within 3 days. Right after the launch, within 3 days, 100,000 users used this app. The power of platform can be huge and effective. However, if that power is misused, it can lead to social issue. So that is one of the parts that we have to be cautious about. And we also have to put a lot of thoughts in the right role of Kakao as a platform provider. We are going to make a healthcare version of a better world created by technology and humans. Thank you very much, Mr. Hwang Hee, the CEO of Kakao Healthcare. He shared about the future directions for digital healthcare that is being envisioned by Kakao Healthcare. 2 keynote speeches and a special session presentation have been delivered. Next, we'll move on to the AI healthcare session. The time is 11:30. We'll have a recess for 5 minutes, then we will move on to the next session. I'll see you in 5 minutes.
의료기술의 패러다임이 바뀝니다. 점점 복잡해지고 예측하기 힘들어지는 질병과의 싸움. 이제 인공지능 의료 솔루션이 예측 분석, 진단, 치료, 예후 관리까지 책임집니다. 우리는 지금 AI 기반 의료 서비스 닥터앤서 1.0 사업의 성공적인 성과를 발판으로 의료 서비스의 차원은 높이고 의료비는 절감시켜 국민 건강 및 삶의 질 개선에 기여할 인공지능 정밀 의료 서비스 닥터앤서 2.0 사업을 시작합니다. 닥터앤서 2.0은 보다 폭넓어집니다. 1차, 2차, 3차 의료기관을 포함한 실제 의료 현장에서 환자를 위해 사용할 수 있는 폐렴, 간질환 등 국민 건강에 밀접한 신규 12개 중점 질환으로 확대되었습니다. 닥터앤서 2.0은 보다 가까워집니다. 12개 질환의 진단 및 치료를 위한 24개 AI 기반 의료 소프트웨어는 인허가를 목표로 개발되며 이를 통해 곧바로 국민건강 의료에 활용될 것입니다. 닥터앤서 2.0은 보다 정교해집니다. 48개 기관, 280여 명의 의료 IT 전문가들이 참여해 축적된 데이터와 노하우를 기반으로 세계 최고 수준인 대한민국의 의료기술과 연계한 의료 AI 기술을 집대성해 나갈 것입니다.
It must be an honorable opportunity to lead this project, and I'm sure that you will be very successful and will make a great impact on healthcare industry, public health, patient care, and on many other areas in the future.
Having a long-term project with some key deliverables like this is exactly the way to do it. My only sadness is I'm not there with you to be part of it, because I'd like nothing better than to come and see exactly how you're doing this.
닥터 앤서 2.0을 통하여 의료 서비스에 대한 질이 개선되고 이를 통해 한층 더 국민에게 가까워지는 정밀 의료 서비스가 될 것을 기대합니다.
포스트 코로나 시대를 준비하면서 우리는 가장 어려운 일을 혁신으로 돌파하려고 합니다. 닥터 앤서 2.0 사업은 정밀 의료 소프트웨어와 데이터 구축으로 맞춤형 의료 서비스를 가능하게 만듭니다. 또한 의료 분야 AI 기업을 획기적으로 성장시킬 수 있습니다. 닥터 앤서 2.0 사업은 인간을 위해 최적화된 의료 기술을 선보이며 AI 의료 서비스 분야에서 데이터, 네트워크, AI와 ICT를 융합함으로써 미래 의료와 우리의 삶의 질을 완전히 바꿔놓을 것입니다.
보다 폭넓게, 보다 가깝게, 보다 정교하게.
예, 저희 이제 2분
미래
후에
의료 서비스가
다음 세션 이어가도록 하겠습니다.
In 2 minutes, we will begin the next section. So please be seated for the next session. And I would like to ask all the participants online and offline to stay with us until the very end of today's event.
Adopted cloud platform. Millions of customers trust AWS to power their infrastructure and applications. Organizations of every type and size are using AWS to lower costs, become more agile, and innovate faster. AWS provides on-demand delivery of technology services via the internet with pay-as-you-go pricing. You can use these services to build and run virtually any type of application without upfront costs or ongoing commitments. You only pay for what you use. AWS gives you more services and more features within those services than any other cloud provider. This makes it faster, easier, and more cost-effective to move your existing applications to the cloud and to build anything you can imagine. From infrastructure technologies like compute, storage, and databases, to emerging technologies such as machine learning and artificial intelligence, data lakes and analytics, and Internet of Things. Building on AWS means you can choose the right tool for the job. For example,
AWC 2022 in 서울 오늘 주옥 같은 강연과 대담 많이 준비했습니다.
In AWC 2022 in Seoul. So we will start the next session. Next, 3 speakers will give a lecture on the use of AI technology and vision in healthcare. First, Professor Ho Young-lee from Seoul National University Bundang Hospital will deliver a lecture on the topic of trend of healthcare AI. Among various fields of digital healthcare, many studies and field applications have been made in imaging and video. In this regard, this lecture will provide an opportunity to learn the trend in artificial intelligence development required in the healthcare field. So we will invite Dr. Lee Ho-young. Thank you. I'm Dr. Lee Ho-young from Seoul National University Bundang Hospital. So the Seoul National University Bundang Hospital is taking the lead of Dr. Answer 2.0 project. So I will give you a picture of the progress of this project and also the trend of the field and changes in business actually have been covered by other speakers. So in this session, I would like to touch upon how hospitals can cover this AI technology in the field, and the direction also will be covered. In 2016, as you remembered, you can remember the AlphaGo event. It has been a long time already. So at that time, there were a growing number of theses on AI, and majority of thesis were about imaging, medical imaging. And all the studies have gone through research phase. But looking back on the past, unfortunately, the use cases in hospitals were not that active because we needed to make the transition from study phase to the application phase. But in the middle of that two phases, there were many hurdles that we need to overcome. Actually, AI have been applied to many fields in healthcare sector, like data analysis, diagnosis, and all these sectors are researched by many scholars and physicians. And also there were a lot of effort to study about data utilization with the huge amount of data accumulated in the hospital. So in 2017, there were 10 times increase in healthcare application, and there were a lot of AI healthcare startups around the world. According to Gartner's had surveys to many healthcare providers, and many providers answered that they wanted to apply AI due to cost reductions and effective hospital operations. And the second highest answers was that key factor is AI in hospital operations. And then third and fourth answers were that patients wanted and patients required this AI technology. But there will be a growing demand from patients for AI technology. So for this, investment in AI is required. I would like to throw a question, give a question, why do we need to make an investment in AI? And the answer could be, we need to increase and secure the loyalty of patients, and also to keep the hospital competitiveness in the competition. So we need to apply and introduce AI technology to secure patients. Due to COVID-19, many digital healthcare technologies are being used actively in the field, and all the physicians and many physicians and healthcare providers now have experiences in using this AI technology. So I think the importance of this AI is growing than ever before. Based on the research and studies conducted in the field, hospitals are developing in collaboration with many companies, but only 51% of projects have been past the pilot phase. So the conversion rate from pilot phase to the next phase is not that high. That means the good cooperation between hospitals and companies are very important to increase this conversion rate. For this, as you know, hospitals and companies are holding the data of patients, but there are a few companies who can utilize this data in a meaningful way. And also there are few technicians or developers who can make this data more meaningful. So it requires a good ecosystem where hospitals can cooperate with specialized companies and technicians and developers and professionals. In this process, rather than the relationship between companies and hospital, more productive relationships are required to create a better ecosystem. In the past 6 years, there were a lot of changes. In the beginning phase, there were a lot of studies on medical imaging technologies. But now, many studies and many products are in making and are undergoing approval process for commercialization. And also, hospitals are aiming to use EMR data in a more productive way. To develop these systems, ethical aspect is also one of the important factors in developing these systems. And also, we need to consider all the regulations and systems and concerns from a national level. So now we are developing into more advanced phase from just identifying the subtle things in imaging into how we can get approval and how we can commercialize this product and services. So we need to consider how we can establish an ecosystem where we can get approval for commercialization. In the past, when we developed AI, we put data and treated the data, and also evaluate this data on the pre-designed setting. And also, we just compared and evaluate the data on the pre-existing setting. But even though physicians and professionals evaluate the data and AI technology very good with 90 grade, but ordinary people just think that it get just 90 scores. It is not that high. So we need to minimize the retreatment process to lower the burden of professionals and physicians. And also we need to make an environment where we can rapidly evaluate and develop the data and AI technology. With this AI technology or data, we are aiming to develop more efficient and convenient system that can be used in the hospitals. According to the past directions, we had many concerns, but nowadays we have a lot of ethical challenges. The Korean government has been considering the guidelines for the privacy problems, and all relevant people and institutions have been considering and have concerns on how we can use this data, preventing privacy issues. And another concern from the hospitals is about the ownership of the data. hospitals can consider that it is hospital who create and hold the data, but actually from a patient perspective, that data has been created from the patient, so the ownership can be an issue. One of the papers published in Nature covered key factors to develop more effective machine learning systems. First, we need to identify the real need from the field. So we need to organize these needs from the field, and then we need to identify data or treated data or ground truth for this development. And then to utilize this data, we need to check if there is any ethical problems or issues. And then we can go through validation and evaluation. For the successful project, we need to focus not only on the development of algorithm, but also the use case of patient, which means how patients can utilize this data more effectively and conveniently. So in the end, cost, effort are required to develop all this process. So we need to set a good scenario and process at the beginning level. In imaging sector, the focus was on just finding some lesion, but now many people are focusing on increasing the values through these systems. So on the bottom, we collect the data from the patient, and then on the next level, we just use this data to find a lesion. And then in the second level, we can name that lesion or name that symptom. So on the top of this pyramid, we can receive the specific treatment for that patient, which means personalized treatment plan for that patient. So in the last part should be using all the relevant data of the patient, and then we can draw comprehensive treatment plans and comprehensive meaningful data for that patient. From 2018 to 19, there were a lot of imaging services that has came out to the market. There were AI services where physicians can reorganize the image, or service that find a lesion automatically, and also provide a platform many physicians can collaborate and work together. So very comprehensive systems haven't been developed yet, but we are expecting that that kind of systems will come out to the market after many studies and development. And also steeper increase in this market is expected. And a lot of investments are being made in this AI and imaging sector. With this advanced technology and utilization data, not only imaging but also treatment plan for patient can utilize this advanced technology. And also physicians and hospitals can provide comprehensive treatment plans for that patient. So this is our ultimate goal with AI technology and data utilization. Through Dr. Answer project, Seoul National University Bundang Hospital is being involved in this Dr. Answer project in collaboration with many hospitals and companies. So we created a consortium, and now we have 3 years to go with this project. Actually, there was the first version of project Dr. Answer 1.0. So there were 8 major diseases selected for this project. And in this first project, many hospitals and companies cooperated all together, and also a collaborative platform was created. And now we are undergoing this Dr. Answer 2.0 project by selecting 12 major diseases, and we are working with many companies. As I told earlier, the market size of AI is growing, and also the approval rate is going up very fast. An increasing number of companies are getting approval from the Ministry of Food and Drug Safety now. Now, over more than 30 hospitals are collecting the data from patients, and more than 18 companies are involving in processing this data. For the next 3 years, not only for R&D, but also for real use in the field and hospitals. By developing these AI solutions, we are planning to make people experience these AI services in real world. This is the organization of our project consortium. So we have many hospitals in each region. And last year, we collected 100% of data. So this year, based on that data, we will learn and also develop that data. Also, we have these platforms where we can work together. Going forward, we will enhance this platform to the next level to be utilized well in this AI technology. So we have a total of 4 years for this project. Our ultimate goal is 9 software for predictions, 8 software for diagnosis, 3 software for treatment, and 4 software prognostic management. So a total of 24 software will be made through this project. With this software, we can utilize the data in a more effective way. And now we have secured about 400,000 data sets for this software development project. So we will spare no effort to develop these kind of software for better use of AI technology and data. Going forward, more than 30 hospitals will cross-check each other to make the service more accurate to the extent that we can apply to the hospital right away. We are considering how we can get approval from the Ministry of Food and Drug Safety. So we are considering many options for this. Also, many participating hospitals are using this software to validate and develop this software to the next level. So we will do our best to make this best. Also, we are planning to participate in the overseas international conference and many events to expand our horizon. I believe that this Dr. Answer project will lay the foundation for digital healthcare in Korea. Thank you for listening.
AI is increasingly being studied and applied to various fields, and one of the most attractive fields there is healthcare. In the medical field, AI technologies are being used, and examples have been shared by Professor Lee's lecture. Please give him a big hand. Our second speaker is Mr. Bart de Witt from Germany, which is a leading country in AI. He's a renowned expert in digital transformation of healthcare in Europe, and he's also a founder of Hippo AI Foundation, which aims to create a foundation for a sustainable and equitable society by making AI in healthcare a common asset. He'll give us a lecture on the topic of building an open AI ecosystem using crowdsourced data. Simultaneous interpreting is being provided. Channel 1 is Korean, channel 2 is for English.
안녕하세요. 저는 Hippo AI Foundation의 Bart Witte입니다. So today I'm going to talk about AI and open source and how we can make AI work for all of us, just like this artist, Roy Ikeda, perfectly demonstrates that when we digitize, we can also create more inequality. So it's up to us to decide what future we want to do. And I will start with an introduction by a German sociologist who wrote a book called Patterns. It's not available in English and South Korean, but as a social theorist, he looked at the digitalization from a very different perspective. And he said, the digitalization is nothing else as the duplication of the world through data. And when I wrote his book and his theories, I started to ask questions. What does that mean if we duplicate that world through data when today data accumulations follow capital concentrations? And mostly when we digitize, we try to solve a problem. For example, here Tesla tries to solve the problem from autonomous driving by duplicating a world through data where they create all sorts of unreal situations so they can train the AI for autonomous driving. In biology or in medicine, we have been simulating very small microorganisms, but now we can do this in a larger way because we have more compute power, and we can, the more we advance, create simulations or duplications of molecular systems, such as in this case, the SARS-CoV spike protein. Last year, the whole human genome, the protein, was duplicated and published as an open source database with nearly 24,000 protein structures, which was a duplication of nature through data. And this story you might know better than I do, but I found this example to be really mind-blowing because in this story, there was about a mother that had a daughter that died and diseased, and she wanted to replicate it in order to say goodbye. She never, at least from the information I got, had time to say goodbye to her daughter. So they duplicated her daughter through data in the virtual reality. So I'm going to let you listen to this.
Mom, where have you been? Did you think about me?
Every time I see that movie, being a family dad myself, I nearly have to cry. But it shows when we duplicate the world through data, as Armin Nasehi told in his book and his theories, we're starting to duplicate real human beings through data. We all know Mark Zuckerberg, who is now creating his metaverse, because there are different ways to look at the metaverse. And if you think facial recognition at Facebook was an issue, now I'll wait until you see the metaverse, because they're taking all sorts of biometrical data to create a virtual avatar of yourself. So they're kind of creating a duplication of the world, which is a new world with perhaps very different rules, which then leads to the question, when we duplicate the world through data, what kind of a duplication do you want? At least when we duplicate, I don't think we only duplicate this world through data, but we duplicate norms and we duplicate values. And these are in each single region of this planet a bit different. So there is no monopolistic view on what kind of duplication you want. And to demonstrate this, me being European, I watched this Netflix series called Altered Carbon, which is a futuristic scene where you are 250 years in the future. You have high skyscrapers, you have flying cars, you can plug out your consciousness, you can plug it into another body. And then there was this hospital scene that showed how the future could look like. So the main actor here lands with his flying car, and he brings his girlfriend to the emergency room. And he gets declined.
Has insufficient resources for specialized treatment. I'm sorry, but Ms. Ortega has insufficient resources for specialized treatment. She's gonna let her die? Of course not. We don't turn anyone away. We'll help her as we can. I just assumed that. Yeah. Please, right this way.
So this leads then to the question, what kind of future is that? We can fly around with cars, we have skyscrapers, you can plug out consciousness, but nobody has equal access to healthcare. As a European, that worries me, because that means that we duplicate the world with a different norm system as I grew up in. And coming from Europe and comparing the US healthcare systems, we are very different. We in Europe have a fundamental right to have access to healthcare. We have a fundamental right to privacy. And we have an economic system that is what we call a social market economy. So it guarantees that everybody kind of in society is doing kind of okay. And then we have a European Union which tries to stabilize economy by looking that each region within the European Union can flourish. So we try to create what we call polypolies and not monopolies or oligopolies, which create huge power asymmetries. And our healthcare system is based on the principle of solidarity, and it's not market-driven as the US. So when you look at that scene from Altered Carbon, the main question is, why did that happen? And I think it happened because we looked at data as a commodity. And as you felt with that video of that mother that looked at her diseased child, then data cannot be a commodity. And in healthcare, 20 years ago, we had the Human Genome Project, where we duplicated the human through data nearly in 4 different letters. And something remarkable happened during that project, because a company was trying to patent the human genome. And then Bill Clinton and Tony Blair, with the instructions of a researcher, which was an editor, John Stolten, we said, like, we would not or should not allow that the human genome can be patented. And then this happened.
We, all of us, share a duty to ensure that the common property of the human genome is used freely for the common good of the whole human race.
So I asked myself, what happened that we start to look at data as a commodity, because in 2000, beginning 2000, Tony Blair and Bill Clinton said that data is not a commodity, the human genome. It is a common good that can be used freely. Most probably because it's human life and we don't want to economize on human life. Then people tell me there is no economic opportunity when you open it up. Well, there is an economic opportunity because there is proof. The opening up the human genome led to a price of sequencing of $100 and led to $1 trillion market growth or value extraction out of that open science that was published. So when we look at data and we open it up, it will be there in abundance. But when we commodify it, we're going to try to make it scarce and use the model of artificial scarcity to create economical value so some can profit out of this. And I don't think this is a really smart idea, because all technologies that we see, genomic sequencing, compute power, genome editing, the price of training an AI, they all are going exponentially down and the performance goes up. But with data, the price is going up. And it's not direct selling sometimes, but it's through acquisitions. Big companies buying a wearable company or buying startups, and these data pools are getting consolidated. So data accumulations follow capital concentrations. They will create huge information asymmetries. And we need to ask ourselves the question when we do this, because when we have a brain, an AI model that is as much synapses as the human brain, and somebody has that power in an asymmetric relationship, we need to ask ourselves the question, who do we want to give that power? Do we want to get it democratized? Or should this be something that one single company and a monopoly can own? And I think there is a different road. I think we all should start collaborating in a digital way and be open, because there is so much promise when we are opening up things. And I will give you a proof point with a thought exercise. So imagine I tell you that you have to build an organization with over 70,000 people in 42 countries, and you have to develop for the personal protective equipment and deliver 1 million goods per week within 8 weeks from now. And well, there was this little detail, you have no budget. So you're going to probably call me, I am completely nuts. But yes, this is what actually happened. When I wrote on the 11th of March on my LinkedIn profile, together with friends from me in Berkeley, the US, we called out and said, like, COVID is happening. We need ventilators. We need stuff. We want to help. And within no time, we had a group of through a Facebook group that started collaborating digitally. And in 80 days after the group was founded, they produced 1 million pieces of goods out of things that were not available there. And after 1 year, that group nearly produced 50 million of pieces, worth nearly 300 million. And all sort of creativity came out. Even the FDA released these things for emergency use. So we could produce 60% of the goods while we were openly communicating and producing and sharing things to help, because we had shared purpose. And people started to produce things that I was surprised of, because I thought 3D printing was only for prototyping. But no, we could produce face shields much more cheaper by using these open source designs, by importing them, because these supply chains were all disrupted. And that was cheaper as what we would expect. And other projects were created, like oxygen concentrators, like this project Apollo, that then was forked by another group from India that created the Merit project. And the Merit project was then copied by a company that produced medical equipment out of it. And they were able to sell that cheaper than the imported goods. So out of the open source, companies used that to start producing something commercial that was medically certified as an oxygen concentrator. Innovation pure, very fast, accelerated. And even the main goal that we had at the beginning, to produce an open source ventilator, is still ongoing. And it will go there, because once it's out, Nobody can take that away because it's a common good. And everybody who followed the whole vaccine discussion and the production, not discussion, but creation knows that it was originated from an open source data, an open data set that the Chinese team published on virological.org. And only 3 weeks later, the first vaccine went into phase 1 clinical trial. That was amazing speed. Everything started to collaborate because we had a shared enemy that we wanted to conquer. So there is a huge advantage when we talk about openness. And I think when we talk about healthcare, what is the enemy? Enemy is disease, is that. Like, what do we want to accomplish together as society? And I think we need to collaborate more. We need to stop competing, thinking who is going to win the AI war in healthcare, because there is no war. The only war that we have is humanity versus disease and death. So we need to start collaborating, open up, and then competing on very different ways. And that's why I came with a different view on data, that we should look at data not only as something that creates economical value, but something that creates social value as well. And that is not so easy, but I think we can get there if we still can create economical value as we did with the Human Genome Project. Things will accelerate, and we start comparing and sharing data, and we're creating a layer of what I call digital commons. And these digital commons are like a bit like the alphabet that allows us to write books. Imagine the alphabet would have been patented and everybody should buy a license for each letter they have. We probably would not have so much books. We probably would have not so much publishing companies, but we open it up. So opening up AI and data is, I think, the smartest idea we as humanity can do. And if you think there is no value creation possible, then, well, look, there is the metaverse, not the one from Zuckerberg, but there is another metaverse being created called the Web 3.0. Even Italian brands are now selling Gucci dresses for $10,000. They don't even exist. There are NFTs out there that can be owned as a collector, but still can be used and copied and pasted by others. There are very different ways to look at things, and we should open our minds to change the way how it is, because there is proof out there. There is a company in the UK called Open Bionics. They use the open source designs out of the 100,000s of people that started to collaborating and using 3D printing to create prostheses. And they now have a commercial medical certified prosthesis, Open Bionics, that is way cheaper than the German company Ottobock here, who is leading that, because they sell everything in a proprietary mode and develop it. And they do this for 3 times the price as Open Bionics. So I don't know if that is the future. So what we see here is that this company, Open Bionics, is collaborating in an open way with these communities, and then creates what I call a commercial proprietary shell around the core, which is open source. So they have lower R&D costs, and they have a bigger market access through that and larger adoption. So they will, over time, probably disrupt Ottobock. And I think that's something that we all need to learn, that we have to change our mindset on, because there is enough to compete with. There's enough that we can start building, but we should stop competing on data and AI, because in healthcare, it doesn't make any sense. Share knowledge freely, create ecosystems, create open ecosystems, and start believing in that the pie is always getting bigger if we do that, and we accelerate innovation. So this is the reason why I founded the Hippo AI Foundation, which is named after Hippocrates. Why? Well, Hippocrates, in his original ode, he wrote that physicians need to share their knowledge for free with their peers. There was no economic interest on knowledge sharing. And I want to re-establish this when we talk about AI. We are a charitable data trust for data altruism. That there is a framework now in Europe, a legal framework for such a data trust for data altruism. So what we do is we collect data, we do the data engineering, and we publish that data with a new license. So we create communities, just like with the open source 3D printing. And what we're doing here is really trying to create an ecosystem that is based on the principle of solidarity, something that in Europe is very important when we think about healthcare. We only use 11% of our GDP for healthcare versus the US 20%. And we are actually doing better. Life expectancy goes up and costs are cheaper. And to build this data solidarity or digital solidarity, we need to ensure that the information flows. That means that we have created a new license on that data that mandates that if you use our data sets that we produce, that you always need to share. That means that all the derivatives out of the databases need to go on that same license, but as well the AI models that you train on the data sets, well, these need to be published as open source models. So we can open them up for peer reviewing, for expanding and doing that what we always have been doing in sciences. So we work on the European Data Governance Act. We collect data from different sources, get consent. We're still learning. We are a startup. And then we collect funds. And with these funds, we do the data engineering. So businesses and data and researchers can use it. And we can start collaborating in an open way. Because you know what's going to happen? We're going to be faster. Because if you stop competing, you do that exactly what I showed before. You're amazingly fast. You can tap into the crowds and you can create a layer of what I call shared R&D. So we are a charitable trust. Why? Because that's the only way how to build trust. If you want to build trust, you need to get trust out of that. So we work with physician associations. We work with the industry, with academia. We will, by the end of the year, publish our board of trustees. We are looking into creating certificates for those who share. So if others want to take things and don't want to share, they can buy certificates for compensating, a bit like the carbon certificate. And we're working with campaigns because working with patients is extremely important. One of my main goals was really to win a big pharma company to prove that they want to share data, that perhaps they want to open and be transparent, because I think pharma is a bit of an issue when it comes to trust. Well, AstraZeneca helped us and they gave us grants and they're giving us data for a project. We also worked with patient campaigns using social media to turn the breast into ASCII code, because the first project is really focusing on breast cancer data. It's called Victoria 10, named after the person here on the left, which is a young breast cancer survivor that said, like, I want every woman on this planet to get the same access of care that I got and save my life. And then she connected to doctors in Ethiopia. So we have now a community of physicians and people that start following a new principle of collaboration, because we want a different future. We do this with provocation, with my boobs are not for sale. We have shop merchandising to start the conversation going, because of a lot what you want to do when you start collaborate, and you want to create narratives, you want to create conversations, you want to create something that people can connect to. So our impact goals is really protecting our European values from my perspective, which are democratic, which is about sovereignty and a fundamental right for healthcare, but also other fundamental rights. We want to force or accelerate global collaboration to build common digital commons. And we force as well or enable local entrepreneurship, so because we are giving them the building blocks to build their own solutions without having to dock to an API of some big tech somewhere else. And we do this in a very human-centric way. So this is how we do it with the Hippo AI Foundation. You can follow us on hippoai.org. We have a blog, a newsletter. You can buy our merchandise. You can connect with us and have the conversation going. I want you all to know that there is a different future out there. You just have to build it. Thank you very much for your attention.
감사합니다. 예, 세 번째 순서 이어가도록 하겠습니다. 네덜란드 연사님 모셨는데요. 네덜란드는 생명과학과 건강 분야를 미래 산업 육성을 위한 9개 중전 사업의 하나로 선정하고 특히 디지털 헬스케어 분야에 집중하고 있는 나라입니다.
Netherlands is focusing on health digital healthcare. So we will invite Batu Kalihi, CEO of Zeus Visual Intelligence, for his lecture on the topic of how to improve medication adherence with AI. Now we will have Batu Kalihi on a video.
Welcome to my presentation, Zeus Medical from the Netherlands. My name is Bert Gallich, and I'm the CEO of a company called Zeus Visual Intelligence. We have been established in 2002. We are privately owned, have a headquarters in a beautiful city called Gorredijk, which is in the Netherlands in Europe. We employ 68 people, of which 32 in R&D, and we use visual intelligence technology to solve social relevant issues throughout the world, and we do that in 3 worldwide operating business lines. So first of all, it is Zeus Forensic. Zeus Forensic helps police organizations to fight child sexual abuse of children, and therefore we produce and develop products and services for analyzing huge amounts of child sexual abuse material. That's a cumbersome process to go through as a police officer. It takes a lot of time, and with our products and services we are able to automate a lot of that by using AI-based algorithms. We are the market leader and we're active in over 50 countries. Our main product there is called Physics, and for the in-home organizations we have developed ICCAM, and Aviator, which is also an AI-based product, is used to detect and analyze newly found material for CSAM on the internet, on the dark web, or wherever that material is found by police or being reported by the public. The second business line that we have deals with the hospital world and develops products, medical device grade products, for helping hospitals do the analysis of medical imaging material in an automated way. So officially termed computer-aided diagnose, and that focuses on niches that the big health tech companies do not currently target on. We are developing a few products, and they are currently in the development phases, and the technology readiness level of that is between, say, 2 and 6. So some is really innovative, based on pretty new investigations and scientific research going on, and some is more close to, say, a market introduction. So the first product that we're going to launch there is called Perfusix, based on LabFOS imaging, and that's going to be released next year, 2023. And that is a product that helps in visualizing the microvascular blood flow using a technology called laser speckle contrast imaging. Very promising technology, which we will also use for a few other products coming along in the years after. And then the third business line of my company deals with pharmacies. The rest of the presentation I will target on this specific business line and showing you how artificial intelligence can help pharmacies to do their jobs better. So at Zeus Medical and Zeus Pharmacy Automation, we use visual intelligence technology to automate the visual checking of medicine pouches. That's a form of medication adherence packaging, which I will describe later on. We are the market leader, have an installed base in 17 countries, and we do check 12 million pouches each day. And we have solutions for all pharmacy types, so be it retail, long-term care, hospitals, or even central fill solutions. So Zeus foresees a world in which pharmacies can be automated in a far better way than it is done today. And artificial intelligence will play a big role in that. And already today, and I will give you a few examples on what we foresee as the use of AI in pharmacies, particularly in pharmacies. So first of all, AI will help or can help students to become a pharmacist. So up till now, we train students to become pharmacists by giving them lots of schoolroom lessons and providing with them with a lot of information which is standardized and not targeted at the individual student, and the individual learning behavior of that student. And AI can do a pretty good thing there, and that is to help personalize the schooling of students to become a pharmacist. Example might be that based on the outcome of an exam, such an AI algorithm would be able to conclude from that exam outcome which lessons should be put forward to a particular student to make sure that he or she becomes better at these particular items in the exam, and therefore in the end becomes a better pharmacist. So training of people is a valuable option in the deployment of artificial intelligence for pharmacies. Second one would be helping to prevent medication errors. All medication information is stored in pharmacy management systems, pharmacy information systems, and there's a lot of information in there. Even there's too much information in there for any human being, even a trained pharmacist, to be able to keep track of all the information. And sometimes the information changes throughout time as well. So what an AI solution can do then is to keep track of that, and to make sure that, say, for instance, two pills that should not go together at the same moment in time during a day, a patient should not swallow them together, prevent those medications to be dispensed at the same time, or make sure that information is given to the patients at the moment when the medicines are being dispensed, so that the patient is very aware of that. And there are some, well, maybe some error-prone situations for him or her coming up. So prevention of medication errors is I think it's a very important step in which AI can help. Third one is helping to improve the overall lifestyle of patients. We know that, especially at older people, that the condition of a patient, so the lifestyle mainly of a patient, is of extreme importance to the health situation, and also the way medicines are effective, yes or no, in that patient. And what AI can do is analyze all the monitoring data that is out there. So that might be official data, which is in the database of a general practitioner or a hospital, or in the database of a pharmacy. But it can also analyze, of course, all the more informal information from trackers, fitness trackers, or fitness watches, or heart monitoring equipment, etc. And all of this data combined, and the analysis of all the data combined by an AI algorithm, can help to improve the lifestyle and suggest changes to that. In which a pharmacy can also help, because pharmacies might shift in future to become real health management systems, not only dispensing medicines and advising patients, but even managing the health situation of their patients. And then lastly, an example would be AI helping to improve the medication adherence at pharmacies and with patients. So doing the quality control of pouch medication. And I will come back to that in the next slides. But first a remark on this slide, and this is also my personal opinion. Every bullet that I put here, every example that I mentioned, starts with helping. And the word helping, I think, is very important. A lot of stories about artificial intelligence will replace certain jobs within this world in the long term. I personally don't believe in that, especially not in the pharmacies and with pharmacists. I think artificial intelligence will really help them to become a better version of themselves and not replacing them. So then let's move over to the last example I gave you. So AI helping to improve the medication adherence, especially in pouch medication. So medication adherence. So let's first have a look at that. So back in the old days, this was the way to do medication adherence, actually, to have a box in which a patient needed to sort the pills he or she should take throughout the day into these boxes. And that was cumbersome because it took some time. It was also error prone, especially older people or people that suffer from dementia make a lot of mistakes in doing this. So already many years ago, that more or less there was an alternative for this called the blister card. The blister card provided us a way that already at the pharmacy, prescriptions will filled into this blister card, into these pockets. And each pocket contains the pills that had to be swallowed at that particular moment in time, as was put and printed on the blister card. But it's a bulky product. It's not very easy to take with you on a trip for holiday or business. Several years ago, the industry came up with this solution, being pouch medication. So every medication for a particular moment in time that had to be swallowed is put into a pouch, and all these pouches together on a patient roll being given by the pharmacist to the patient. It's very easy. On one side are the pills, and on the other side is printed, of course, some information about the patient, but also what is inside that pouch. And then it's very simple. You just tear off the pouch that you need to swallow at that particular time, being at lunch, be it dinner, or the next day at breakfast, and you simply take the pills which are in that pouch. Simple as that, and it really improves the medication adherence of a patient. A lot of machines out there on the market today by a lot of brands. So there's a lot of competition, which helps you to find the optimal solution for your own pharmacy in producing these kind of pouch packaging. Some Japanese firms, some South Korean, and also a few European firms provide these kind of solutions. And these machines should be quality controlled because they produce roughly between, say, 500 and 3,000 pouches an hour. That's the effective production speed. But like every other machine, they are not flawless. So they have an error rate of roughly, say, 0.5%. And that means that 1 in the 200 pouches that they produce might be something wrong with that. Might be a wrong pill, might be a pill too many, or a pill too less, or a broken pill. And that has to do with the nature of how these pill packaging, these pouch packaging machines work, using gravity to more or less do the trick. Although the gravity is stable, of course, throughout the world, some pills do jump in the machines or break down in the machine. So that should be quality controlled and checked. With over 50 million pouches nowadays worldwide, of course, this quality control cannot be done anymore by hand or by the eye, but should be done in an automated way. And that is highly automatable using AI. So yes, let's indeed bring in the AI to solve this. So with Science Medical, we have developed products for this. First of all, the Iris machine, which has a small footprint and it's very cost effective for retail and hospital pharmacies. It does automatically checking up to 5,000 pouches an hour. And it has the best in class and the best market performance on difficult medicines, using a patented lighting and camera system. And the pouches can be fed in by hand or by putting them and producing them on a reel, which most of the packaging robots do. And then for the high volume market, we have the so-called Apollos machine. And that is a machine running at 12,000 pouches an hour, particularly aimed at the long-term care facilities and central filling pouch centers. It also has the same patented lighting and camera solution. And optional, it has a patient rolling module for cutting and winding the individual patient rolls. The machines and the software on it, what I said, is controlled by AI using the visual intelligence algorithm to do these checks. And in that, they use 13 automatic subjects to do the quality control on the medication, which is in the pouch. A combination of, say, of course, looking at the color, looking at the shape, the length and the width, but for instance, also looking at if there is anything in the pouch that should be there, like, for instance, crumbs, small particles of pills that have broken and which are still in the pouch and should not go to a patient. Well, that's the major part of a pouch checking machine, using AI to do the visual inspection of such pills in pouches. But AI can do more than that. So we can also use the AI to do the big data analysis on these kind of pouch material. So monitoring all the relevant KPIs at your pouch packaging facility, be it in small or being large facilities, and alerting the pharmacists on abnormalities in the production process. So the pharmacist doesn't have to be at the site every day or looking at these machines throughout the day. Only being there and needing attention when the AI algorithm finds any abnormalities in them. And also, of course, based on that, doing suggestions for process improvements. So with 50 million pouches running throughout these kind of machines every day, of course, there's a learning curve which can be used to improve the production process. And of course, with that, getting the maximum out of the pouch packaging facility. And optionally, AI can also help in benchmarking your own performance against that of your peers or a best-in-class pharmacy. So all in all, I would say AI is there indeed to help pharmacies do the jobs, because AI sometimes is even better at that, can take a lot of cumbersome work out of the hands of a pharmacy, and that means that pharmacies can return to the work that they are the most important work, and also the work that they are best in, and that is interacting with patients and to give them advice, answer their questions, etc. That is something that a human being will always be better in than an AI algorithm or any other machine and any other automation which you can think of. So thank you for paying attention to my presentation. If you have any questions regarding all that I told you, regarding the use of AI within pharmacies in general, or in pouch medication checking specific, then feel free to get in touch with me by email or visiting our website or giving me a ring. You're more than welcome to do so. Once again, thank you for paying attention, and good luck with the rest of the day. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The first session is coming to an end. AWC 2022, the first session has ended. We'll now have a break for lunch. For those who pre-registered on our website, gifts will be given out to you after the end of this event. If you have not registered yet, please do in the homepage. For participants who are joining us online, we'd like to ask you to take a break and join us again for the rest of the conference. From 1:30 in the afternoon, we will continue with the second part of the conference under the theme of METAHEALTH, the future of the medical industry. Also, a live Q&A session is scheduled during the live talk. I'd like to ask for your active participation. We'll cast lots to give a gift to those who ask interesting questions. We'll see you again at 1:30.
의료기술의 패러다임이 바뀝니다. 점점 복잡해지고 예측하기 힘들어지는 질병과의 싸움. 이제 인공지능 의료 솔루션이 예측 분석, 진단, 치료, 예후 관리까지 책임집니다. 우리는 지금 AI 기반 의료 서비스 닥터앤서 1.0 사업의 성공적인 성과를 발판으로 의료 서비스의 차원은 높이고 의료비는 절감시켜 국민 건강 및 삶의 질 개선에 기여할 인공지능 정밀 의료 서비스 닥터앤서 2.0 사업을 시작합니다. 닥터앤서 2.0은 보다 폭넓어집니다. 1차, 2차, 3차 의료기관을 포함한 실제 의료 현장에서 환자를 위해 사용할 수 있는 폐렴, 간질환 등 국민 건강에 밀접한 신규 12개 중점 질환으로 확대되었습니다. 닥터앤서 2.0은 보다 가까워집니다. 12개 질환의 진단 및 치료를 위한 24개 AI 기반 의료 소프트웨어는 인허가를 목표로 개발되며 이를 통해 곧바로 국민건강의료에 활용될 것입니다. 닥터앤서 2.0은 보다 정교해집니다. 48개 기관, 280여 명의 의료 IT 전문가들이 참여해 축적된 데이터와 노하우를 기반으로 세계 최고 수준인 대한민국의 의료기술과 연계한 의료 AI 기술을 집대성해 나갈 것입니다.
It must be an honorable opportunity to lead this project, and I'm sure that you will be very successful and will make a great impact on healthcare industry, public health, patient care, and on many other areas in the future.
Having a long-term project with some key deliverables like this is exactly the way to do it. My only sadness is I'm not there with you to be part of it. Because I'd like nothing better than to come and see exactly how you're doing this.
닥터앤서 2.0을 통하여 의료 서비스에 대한 질이 개선되고 이를 통해 한층 더 국민에게 가까워지는 정밀 의료 서비스가 될 것을 기대합니다.
포스트 코로나 시대를 준비하면서 우리는 가장 어려운 일을 혁신으로 돌파하려고 합니다. 닥터앤서 2.0 사업은 정밀 의료 소프트웨어와 데이터 구축으로 맞춤형 의료 서비스를 가능하게 만듭니다. 또한 의료 분야 AI 기업을 획기적으로 성장시킬 수 있습니다. 닥터앤서 2.0 사업은 인간을 위해 최적화된 의료 기술을 선보이며 AI 의료 서비스 분야에서 데이터, 네트워크, AI와 ICT를 융합함으로써 미래 의료와 우리의 삶의 질을 완전히 바꿔놓을 것입니다.
보다 폭넓게, 보다 가깝게, 보다 정교하게 미래 의료 서비스가 우리의 일상 속으로 성큼 다가옵니다. AI 기반 정밀 의료 서비스 닥터앤서 2.0.
연세대학교 의과대학 부속 용인 세브란스 병원은 디지털 혁신, 안전과 공감, 하나의 세브란스 실행 전략을 통해 아시아 중심 병원으로 거듭나고자 합니다. 국내 병원 최초로 원내에 구축한 5G 통신망, 다양한 디지털 솔루션과 연세대학교 의료원의 의수를 접목해 환자의 안전은 물론 의료진의 업무 효율을 극대화합니다. 입원 의학과 신설, 전병동 입원 전담 전문의 도입, 진료과 간 유기적 혁진, 개인별 맞춤 시스템 등 환자에게 더 안전하고 체계적인 진료 서비스를 제공합니다. 환자가 신체적 치유감뿐만 아니라 심리적 안정감을 느낄 수 있도록 쾌적한 환경과 최적화된 동선으로 설계됐습니다. 세브란스의 명성과 전문성을 이어 환자의 안전과 편의를 최우선으로 생각하는 병원. 사람을 위한 디지털 혁신병원 용인 세브란스 병원이 국내 의료계의 새로운 패러다임을 이끕니다. 연세대학교 의과대학 용인 세브란스 병원.
빠르게 변화하는 의료 산업의 혁신. 이제 군 의료 분야도 새로운 기준을 요구하는 시대. 4차 산업혁명의 주력 기술들을 활용하여 군 환경에 특화된 의료 환경 구축이 필요한 시기입니다. 빅데이터를 활용한 AI 기술은 이미 스마트 헬스케어 분야에서 점차 영역을 넓혀가고 있습니다. 지난 2020년 과학기술정보통신부와 국방부는 군장병 건강관리와 군 전력 강화에 기여하기 위해 인공지능 기술을 활용한 혁신 서비스, 인공지능 융합 서비스 AI 플러스 X 사업을 착수하였습니다. 군 다빈도 질환인 폐렴, 기흉, 결핵의 흉부 질환과 척추, 무릎 등의 골절 질환을 중심으로 인공지능 융합 솔루션을 개발하여 군 장병의 건강을 꼼꼼히 챙기고자 합니다. 인공지능이 융합된 AI 솔루션을 통해 인공지능을 활용해 보다 효과적인 의료 영상 판독으로 의료 전문가가 환자에게 보다 신속 정확하고 효율적인 진단을 통해 질병의 조기 진단과 치료, 의료 서비스의 품질을 높일 수 있습니다. 인공지능이 융합된 AI 솔루션은 장병과 의사 모두에게 효율적인 진료 지원 도구로서 활용될 수 있습니다.
안녕하십니까. 국군의무사령관 최병섭 준장입니다. 군 장병들은 임무 수행 중에 부상의 위험이 높고 의료기관에 대한 접근성이 떨어지기 때문에 특히나 군 의료에서는 이러한 AI 기술을 도입해서 신속하게 진단하고 빠른 치료가 이루어질 수 있도록 하는 것이 꼭 필요하다고 생각합니다. 연간 약 26억여 원이라는 국방비를 절감하는 효과도 있을 것으로 기대합니다.
AI 융합을 통한 군 의료 시스템은 장병들의 군복무 환경과 군 의료 업무의 효율성 제고와 전투력 향상에 기여할 것입니다. 첨단 빅데이터 시스템을 통해 더 빠르고 정확하게 의료적 의사결정을 할 수 있으며 국내 AI 의료기업의 기술 고도화와 글로벌 경쟁력 제고에도 도움이 될 것으로 기대합니다. 국민과 국군 장병들의 눈높이에 맞는 복지 및 병역문화 구현을 위해 국방개혁 2.0 중심의 군 의료 시스템 개편을 시행하고 있습니다. 인공지능 융합 의료 영상 진료 판독 시스템 도입으로 군 의료의 수준을 한 단계 격상시키는 선진화된 군 의료 환경을 구축해 나갈 것입니다. 언제 어디서나 신뢰받는 군 의료 인공지능 융합 서비스. 더 강하고 더 건강한 대한민국을 만들어 가겠습니다.
Not just the command center, it's an entirely different approach to managing day-to-day operations.
A terrific collaboration between the Johns Hopkins Hospital and GE.
The real power of this is this machine learning piece that we have to it.
To create a high reliability environment where care is being provided most appropriately and in the safest manner possible.
We have taken $10 million of inefficiency out of the organization in less than a year.
But also support an environment for high-quality, individualized patient care.
Our command center, if you think of it like an air traffic control system.
We're already coordinating our cardiologists, our nursing teams.
And begin to offer solutions to what they can now see clearly as the problem.
Patient manager has had a really positive impact on performance
for everybody.
Every patient that comes through an acute hospital has value added to their stay.
We will look back and wonder how we ever managed to deliver healthcare without the support of something like a command centre.
Before we had OHSU mission control, we declined
over 500 patients.
Now in Mission Control, we have the very best nurses and doctors helping support and make those decisions in real time.
We've seen a great deal of improvement in all of our operational metrics since we've opened the command center. It's what saved my life.
If you told me we were at Kennedy Space Center in there, I mean, I probably would have believed you.
코로나19가 발생한 지 1년 6개월 만에 최다 기록입니다.
이제는 감염병 예후 예측 시스템을 이용한 신속하고 효율적인 대응이 필요한 때입니다. 인공지능이 주도하는 4차 산업혁명 시대. AI 융합 신규 감염병 대응 시스템은 의료기관, 기업, 대학교, 학회 등 총 19개 기관이 사업에 참여하여 코로나19를 포함한 약 6만 건의 감염병 환자 데이터를 수집하고 의료 AI 기업들은 수집된 데이터를 활용하여 감염병 환자의 중증도 예후 예측 모델을 개발하고 있습니다.
코로나 감염 후 질병이 악화될 때 치료 방침을 결정하기 위해서 이 환자에서 회복 가능성이 얼마나 되는지에 대한 예측이 매우 중요합니다. 현재까지는 다른 감염증 환자나 폐 질환 환자의 자료, 길지 않은 임상 경험 등을 토대로 예후를 예측하고 판단해 왔습니다. 하지만 코로나 대유행으로 축적된 자료를 토대로 보다 정확하게 예후를 예측할 수 있으면 중증 전담병원에서도 치료 방향 결정에 큰 도움이 될 것이라고 생각됩니다.
AI 기반 예후 예측 솔루션은 감염병 AI 실증랩에 구축된 코로나19를 포함한 신종 호흡기계 감염병 환자의 전방위 데이터를 분석하여 감염병 예후 예측을 수행하는 시스템입니다. 환자의 엑스레이, CT 의료 영상 데이터와 임상 데이터를 분석하여 호흡기 감염병으로 인한 폐질환 병변의 종류, 위치, 부피 정보를 제시할 뿐만 아니라 보다 정확한 진단으로 조기에 호흡기계 환자의 중증도 분류 및 예후 예측을 수행할 수 있습니다. 선생님은 PCR 진단 결과 양성으로 코로나 확진입니다. 몸 상태는 어떠신가요? 숨이 차거나 미각 상실 같은 이상 증세는 없습니다. 그러시면 생활치료센터에서 며칠 경과를 보는 것이... 김 간호사, 솔루션 결과값은 어때요?
예후 예측 솔루션에서는 중증으로 진행될 가능성이 높다고 나왔습니다. 정밀 검사가 필요해 보입니다.
선생님께서는 중증 의심 의견이 있어서 입원 치료를 하셔야 합니다.
그런가요?
조기 진단을 통해 신속하게 치료를 했기 때문에 다행히 중증으로 발전하진 않았습니다. 걱정하지 않으셔도 됩니다.
감사합니다. 감염병 예후 예측 솔루션 덕분에 정말 다행이네요.
앞으로는 코로나 이후의 세상이 아니라 코로나와 함께 사는 세상이 오지 않겠나 생각하게 됩니다. 저희 참여기관들이 데이터를 정말 정성껏 잘 모으고 있습니다. 잘 정제된 데이터에서 좋은 예후 예측 솔루션이 개발되는 법입니다. 이렇게 만들어질 인공지능 기반 신규 감염병 예후 예측 솔루션이 코로나19 그리고 또 이후로도 언제 나올지 모르는 신규 감염병의 효율적인 관리와 적절한 환자 치료에 대한 지원 시스템으로서 역할을 해줄 것이라고 믿습니다. 감사합니다.
감염병 예후 예측을 위한 인공지능 솔루션을 활용하여 의료진의 경험에만 의존하던 중증도 예측의 어려움에서 벗어나 신속하고 정확한 중증도 예측과 분류를 통해 감염병 환자의 후유증 및 사망 발생을 줄이고 의료 자원의
효율화를 이룰 수 있습니다.
의료기술의 패러다임이 바뀝니다. 점점 복잡해지고 예측하기 힘들어지는 질병과의 싸움. 이제 인공지능 의료 솔루션이 예측 분석, 진단, 치료, 예후 관리까지 책임집니다. 우리는 지금 AI 기반 의료 서비스 닥터앤서 1.0 사업의 성공적인 성과를 발판으로 의료 서비스의 차원은 높이고 의료비는 절감시켜 국민 건강 및 삶의 질 개선에 기여할 인공지능 정밀 의료 서비스 닥터앤서 2.0 사업을 시작합니다. 닥터앤서 2.0은 보다 폭넓어집니다. 1차, 2차, 3차 의료기관을 포함한 실제 의료 현장에서 환자를 위해 사용할 수 있는 폐렴, 간질환 등 국민 건강에 밀접한 신규 12개 중점 질환으로 확대되었습니다. 닥터앤서 2.0은 보다 가까워집니다. 12개 질환의 진단 및 치료를 위한 24개 AI 기반 의료 소프트웨어는 인허가를 목표로 개발되며 이를 통해 곧바로 국민건강의료에 활용될 것입니다. 닥터앤서 2.0은 보다 정교해집니다. 48개 기관, 280여 명의 의료 IT 전문가들이 참여해 축적된 데이터와 노하우를 기반으로 세계 최고 수준인 대한민국의 의료기술과 연계한 의료 AI 기술을 집대성해 나갈 것입니다.
It must be an honorable opportunity to lead this project, and I'm sure that you will be very successful and will make a great impact on healthcare industry, public health, patient care, and on many other areas in the future.
Having a long-term project with some key deliverables like this is exactly the way to do it. My only sadness is I'm not there with you to be part of it. Because I'd like nothing better than to come and see exactly how you're doing this.
닥터앤서 2.0을 통하여 의료 서비스에 대한 질이 개선되고 이를 통해 한층 더 국민에게 가까워지는 정밀 의료 서비스가 될 것을 기대합니다.
포스트 코로나 시대를 준비하면서 우리는 가장 어려운 일을 혁신으로 돌파하려고 합니다. 닥터앤서 2.0 사업은 정밀 의료 소프트웨어와 데이터 구축으로 맞춤형 의료 서비스를 가능하게 만듭니다. 또한 의료 분야 AI 기업을 획기적으로 성장시킬 수 있습니다. 닥터앤서 2.0 사업은 인간을 위해 최적화된 의료 기술을 선보이며 AI 의료 서비스 분야에서 데이터, 네트워크, AI와 ICT를 융합함으로써 미래 의료와 우리의 삶의 질을 완전히 바꿔놓을 것입니다.
보다 폭넓게 보다 가깝게, 보다 정교하게 미래 의료 서비스가 우리의 일상 속으로 성큼 다가옵니다. AI 기반 정밀 의료 서비스 닥터앤서 2.0.
AWS is the world's most comprehensive and broadly adopted cloud platform. Millions of customers trust AWS to power their infrastructure and applications. Organizations of every type and size are using AWS to lower costs, become more agile, and innovate faster. AWS provides on-demand delivery of technology services via the internet with pay-as-you-go pricing. You can use these services to build and run virtually any type of application without upfront costs or ongoing commitments. You only pay for what you use. AWS gives you more services and more features within those services than any other cloud provider. This makes it faster, easier, and more cost-effective to move your existing applications to the cloud and to build anything you can imagine. From infrastructure technologies like compute, storage, and databases, to emerging technologies such as machine learning and artificial intelligence, data lakes and analytics, and Internet of Things. Building on AWS means you can choose the right tool for the job. For example, AWS offers the widest variety of databases that are purpose-built for different types of applications. With AWS, you can leverage the latest technologies to experiment and innovate more quickly. We are continually accelerating our pace of innovation to invent entirely new technologies you can use to transform your business. Like pioneering the serverless computing space with the launch of AWS Lambda, which lets developers run their code without provisioning or managing servers. And AWS built Amazon SageMaker, a fully managed machine learning service that empowers everyday developers and scientists to use machine learning without any previous experience. We are constantly expanding our global network of AWS regions, so you can access AWS services to build and run your applications from anywhere in the world. Each of these regions has multiple availability zones that are physically separated from each other and connected by low latency, high throughput, and highly redundant networking. This makes it easy to design and operate applications that are scalable, fault-tolerant, and highly available. Our infrastructure is built to satisfy the security standards of the most risk-sensitive organizations. You also have access to the AWS Partner Network, which has thousands of systems integrators who specialize in AWS services, and tens of thousands of independent software vendors who adapt their technology to work on AWS. With the largest community of customers across every industry, AWS has unmatched experience and operational expertise you can depend upon for your most important applications in every imaginable use case.
On a daily basis, specialists in pharmacies and hospitals all over the world work around the clock to provide patients with the medical care they need. Dispensing millions of medicine bags per day in an industry where people sometimes rely with their lives on the right medication, there is no room for error. Nothing can be left to chance. To ensure quality and safety of medicine dispensers, Zeus developed Photon and Iris. With advanced visual intelligence technology, they analyze the contents of medicine bags, identifying any errors immediately using 13 parameters, including color, size, shape, and number. Each medicine bag is photographed, front and back. Saved in central storage, these photos provide detailed evidence of the packaging, taking the transparency of the medicine dispensing process to new heights. The Photon and Iris are extremely accurate, and as confirmed in a scientific study, practically eliminate any chance of mistakes, saving valuable time, as only those bags identified as erroneous need checking. Photon and Iris provide insight and clarity, increasing quality and giving a better sense of insurance for pharmacies, hospitals, and their patients. They are fully customizable to any production level, whether it is an inpatient or outpatient hospital pharmacy, a long-term care facility, or a central filling blister center. There is always a setup that fits your organization's specific demands. At Zeus, we're determined to make medication dispensing safer with you.
Health Catalyst is a data and analytics company that enables healthcare organizations to use data and analytics to measurably improve
There are three components to our solution. The first is a data platform that helps customers integrate data from across all of their software systems into a single repository so it can be served up for self-service analytics and to support the second component of our solution, which are analytics applications. These analytics applications help identify insights in the data, where our customers can be improving. And then the third component of our solution, which are analytics and improvement services, help customers take an insight and turn it into a measurable improvement.
One of the timeless challenges every healthcare provider organization faces today relates to the value equation, the outcomes you achieve for the dollar you spend. Health Catalyst has a unique solution in each area of clinical, financial, and operational excellence to achieve improved outcomes while helping you to maintain and improve the cost that you're spending to achieve those outcomes.
So healthcare is a constantly changing industry with all sorts of new regulations and even pandemics, as we've learned, being thrown at us. And it's so important to be adaptable, flexible, and nimble in this type of environment. And Health Catalyst enables exactly that.
A typical customer of ours integrates data from dozens of unique data sources. That supports analytics that can help them across clinical, quality, revenue, cost, and population health use cases.
We have a fantastic team of people who have expertise in healthcare, people who understand operations, people who have done patient flow before, people who have done clinical improvement. And when we put those three things together, that is the magic in helping our clients do their work.
찬란한 당신의 시간, 그 찬란함이 지속될 수 있도록 코어라인이 당신의 건강한 시간을 지키겠습니다. 코어라인은 정량적 의료 영상 AI 기술을 통해 아주 작은 병변도 놓치지 않고 조기에 찾아내어 의료진과 환자에게 건강한 시간을 제공합니다. 흉부 CT 영상으로 폐암을 진단하는 코어라인의 AI 솔루션은 심질환, COPD, ILD와 같은 흉부 질환도 함께 진단할 수 있으며 폐암 검진 사업인 대한민국 K-루카스와 독일 한셀을 포함하여 전 세계 100여 개의 병원에서 사용되고 있습니다. 흉부를 넘어 전신으로 진단에서 치료까지 솔루션을 확장하며 한 번의 스캔을 통해 모든 질병을 찾아낼 수 있도록 기술 혁신에 앞장서겠습니다. 빠르게 성장하는 의료 AI 시장을 리드하며 글로벌 의료 AI 기업으로 도약하는 코어라인. 더 나은 의료 AI 기술로 새로운 미래를 만들어갑니다. 당신의 건강한 시간을 지킵니다. Prosper with better health. 코어라인.
한 걸음, 더 한 걸음. 한순간도 중심을 잃지 않고 건강보험제도의 지속 가능한 발전을 이끌어갈 국민의료 심사평가기관. 건강하고 행복한 대한민국을 향해 국민과 함께 나아갑니다. 건강보험 심사평가원.
Disease diagnosis is closely related to the quality of human life. And we have continuously endeavored to introduce a new paradigm in this field. JOK Inspection has world-class technology, as an artificial intelligence medical diagnostic support solution provider. And through numerous studies, we have developed our all-in-one medical platform, AI Hub. AI Hub applies artificial intelligence and big data technology from various medical imaging devices to contribute to diagnosing and predicting different kinds of diseases. Using 7 modalities to analyze 14 body parts and diagnose 37 diseases. AI Hub is the world's best all-in-one medical diagnosis platform. With AI Hub, we will continuously strive to become a leader in the medical diagnosis service.
(20년) 전 인터넷은 세상을 바꿨고 10년 전 스마트폰은 새로운 모바일 환경을 만들었습니다. 이렇게 세상은 PC 통신에서 인터넷 그리고 모바일로 빠르게 진화해 왔고 이제는 5G 네트워크와 3D 기술의 발전으로 차세대 IT 패러다임 메타버스를 주목하고 있습니다. 단순히 보는 것이 아닌 체험할 수 있는 플랫폼, 그 안에서 또 다른 삶을 살 수 있는 그 세상을 우리는 메타버스라고 부릅니다. 기술적으로는 AR, VR, MR이 혼합되어 있고 블록체인 기술로 인증된 화폐를 이용하며 사용자는 다양한 사회활동과 경제활동을 할 수 있습니다. 이렇게 세계 속에서 급부상하는 산업 메타버스. 글로벌 기업은 메타버스 시장 선점을 위한 경쟁에 이미 뛰어들었습니다. 페이스북은 사명을 메타로 변경했고 엔비디아와 마이크로소프트도 플랫폼과 비전을 빠르게 발표했습니다. 새로운 혁신 플랫폼으로 떠오르는 메타버스 산업 활성화와 발전을 위해 한국모바일산업연합회와 한국가상증강현실산업협회가 통합해 한국 메타버스 산업협회로 정식 출범하게 되었습니다. 한국 메타버스 산업협회는 고진, 신수정 공동회장, 송동석 감사를 선출했고 KT, SKT, LGU+ 등 이동통신 3사, 삼성전자, 네이버, 카카오게임즈 등 국내 주요 IT 콘텐츠 기업이 회원사로 대거 참여하였습니다. 한국 메타버스 산업협회는 새로운 비전을 가지고 메타버스의 확산과 산업 발전을 위해 앞장서겠습니다. 새로운 메타버스 세상, K-메타가 만듭니다. 다음과 같은 비전을 가지고 있습니다. 첫째, 민간 주도로 모든 산업 분야의 메타버스 확산 선도 및 민관 협력 구심점 역할 수행. 둘째, 메타버스 협업 생태계를 조성하고 업종과 기술 간 융합을 통해 산업 발전 기반 마련. 셋째, 메타버스 관련
의료기술의 패러다임이 바뀝니다. 점점 복잡해지고 예측하기 힘들어지는 질병과의 싸움. 이제 인공지능 의료 솔루션이 예측 분석, 진단, 치료, 예후 관리까지 책임집니다. 우리는 지금 AI 기반 의료 서비스 닥터앤서 1.0 사업의 성공적인 성과를 발판으로 의료 서비스의 차원은 높이고 의료비는 절감시켜 국민 건강 및 삶의 질 개선에 기여할 인공지능 정밀 의료 서비스 닥터앤서 2.0 사업을 시작합니다. 닥터앤서 2.0은 보다 폭넓어집니다. 1차, 2차, 3차 의료기관을 포함한 실제 의료 현장에서 환자를 위해 사용할 수 있는 폐렴, 간질환 등 국민 건강에 밀접한 신규 12개 중점 질환으로 확대되었습니다. 닥터앤서 2.0은 보다 가까워집니다. 12개 질환의 진단 및 치료를 위한 24개 AI 기반 의료 소프트웨어는 인허가를 목표로 개발되며 이를 통해 곧바로 국민건강 의료에 활용될 것입니다. 닥터앤서 2.0은 보다 정교해집니다. 48개 기관, 280여 명의 의료 IT 전문가들이 참여해 축적된 데이터와 노하우를 기반으로 세계 최고 수준인 대한민국의 의료기술과 연계한 의료 AI 기술을 집대성해 나갈 것입니다.
It must be an honorable opportunity to lead this project, and I'm sure that you will be very successful and will make a great impact on healthcare industry, public health, patient care, and on many other areas in the future.
Having a long-term project with some key deliverables like this is exactly the way to do it. My only sadness is I'm not there with you to be part of it, because I'd like nothing better than to come and see exactly how you're doing this.
닥터앤서 2.0을 통하여 의료 서비스에 대한 질이 개선되고 이를 통해 한층 더 국민에게 가까워지는 정밀 의료 서비스가 될 것을 기대합니다.
포스트 코로나 시대를 준비하면서 우리는 가장 어려운 일을 혁신으로 돌파하려고 합니다. 닥터앤서 2.0 사업은 정밀 의료 소프트웨어와 데이터 구축으로 맞춤형 의료 서비스를 가능하게 만듭니다. 또한 의료 분야 AI 기업을 획기적으로 성장시킬 수 있습니다. 닥터앤서 2.0 사업은 인간을 위해 최적화된 의료 기술을 선보이며 AI 의료 서비스 분야에서 데이터, 네트워크, AI와 ICT를 융합함으로써 미래 의료와 우리의 삶의 질을 완전히 바꿔놓을 것입니다.
보다 폭넓게, 보다 가깝게, 보다 정교하게 미래 의료 서비스가 우리의 일상 속으로 성큼 다가옵니다. AI 기반 정밀 의료 서비스 닥터앤서 2.0.
연세대학교 의과대학 부속 용인 세브란스 병원은 디지털 혁신, 안전과 공감, 하나의 세브란스 실행 전략을 통해 아시아 중심 병원으로 거듭나고자 합니다. 국내 병원 최초로 원내에 구축한 5G 통신망, 다양한 디지털 솔루션과 연세대학교 의료원의 의수를 접목해 환자의 안전은 물론 의료진의 업무 효율을 극대화합니다. 입원 의학과 신설, 전병동 입원 전담 전문의 도입, 진료과 간 유기적 협진, 개인별 맞춤 시스템.
네, 안내 말씀드리겠습니다. 이제 5분 후에 오후 1시 30분부터 2부 오후 세션 이어가도록 하겠습니다. 모두 들어오셔서 자리에 앉아주시고요. 휴대폰은 진동이나 무음으로 바꿔주시기 바랍니다. 잠시 후
Soon, from 1:30, we will begin
the second part.
환자가 신체적 치유감뿐만 아니라 심리적 안정감을 느낄 수 있도록 쾌적한 환경과 최적화된 동선으로 설계됐습니다. 세브란스의 명성과 전문성을 이어 환자의 안전과 편의를 최우선으로 생각하는 병원. 사람을 위한 디지털 혁신병원 용인 세브란스 병원이 국내 의료계의 새로운 패러다임을 이끕니다. 연세대학교 의과대학 용인 세브란스 병원.
빠르게 변화하는 의료 산업의 혁신. 이제 군 의료 분야도 새로운 기준을 요구하는 시대. 4차 산업혁명의 주력 기술들을 활용하여 군 환경에 특화된 의료 환경 구축이 필요한 시기입니다. 빅데이터를 활용한 AI 기술은 이미 스마트 헬스케어 분야에서 점차 영역을 넓혀가고 있습니다. 지난 2020년 과학기술정보통신부와 국방부는 군장병 건강관리와 군 전력 강화에 기여하기 위해 인공지능 기술을 활용한 혁신 서비스, 인공지능 융합 서비스 AI 플러스 X 사업을 착수하였습니다. 군 다빈도 질환인 폐렴, 기흉, 결핵의 흉부 질환과 척추, 무릎 등의 골절 질환을 중심으로 인공지능 융합 솔루션을 개발하여 군 장병의 건강을 꼼꼼히 챙기고자 합니다. 인공지능이 융합된 AI 솔루션을 통해 인공지능을 활용해 보다 효과적인 의료 영상 판독으로 의료 전문가가 환자에게 보다 신속 정확하고 효율적인 진단을 통해 질병의 조기 진단과 치료, 의료 서비스의 품질을 높일 수 있습니다. 인공지능이 융합된 AI 솔루션은 장병과 의사 모두에게 효율적인 진료 지원 도구로서 활용될 수 있습니다.
안녕하십니까. 국군 의무사령관 최병섭 준장입니다. 군 장병들은 임무 수행 중에 부상의 위험이 높고 의료기관에 대한 접근성이 떨어지기 때문에 특히나 군 의료에서는 이러한 AI 기술을 도입해서 신속하게 진단하고 빠른 치료가 이루어질 수 있도록 하는 것이 꼭 필요하다고 생각합니다. 연간 약 26억여 원이라는 국방비를 절감하는 효과도 있을 것으로 기대합니다.
AI 융합을 통한 군 의료 시스템은 장병들의 군복무 환경과 군 의료 업무의 효율성 제고와 전투력 향상에 기여할 것입니다. 첨단 빅데이터 시스템을 통해 더 빠르고 정확하게 의료적 의사결정을 할 수 있으며 국내 AI 의료기업의 기술 고도화와 글로벌 경쟁력 제고에도 도움이 될 것으로 기대합니다. 국민과 국군 장병들의 눈높이에 맞는 복지 및 병역문화 구현을 위해 국방개혁 2.0 중심의 군 의료 시스템 개편을 시행하고 있습니다.
네, 식사 맛있게들 하셨나요?
Did you enjoy lunch? From now on,
We will start the second part of AWC 2022 in Seoul. We will have lectures and then panel discussions. In this panel discussion session, we will have live Q&A session. So we would like to ask for your active participation in making questions. Now we will take time to learn about METAHEALTH, which is said to be the future of the medical industry. Professor Lee Junyoung of Borame Hospital and CEO of Imokok, who is developing a digital treatment for mild cognitive impairment, will give a lecture on the subject of digital therapy. Before the lecture, let me check the connection first. Could you hear me? Can you hear me well? Yes, I can hear you well. Now, Professor Lee will take the floor. Please give him a big hand. Thank you for inviting me to this great event. So digital healthcare is a hot topic in this sector. Many devices are being developed now, and also digital therapy is being developed very actively. So among them, I will touch upon digital therapy for mild cognitive impairment. Dementia is kind of common disease. According to the statistics, about 55.2 million people have dementia. So by 2050, 139 million people will have dementia. But the burden due to dementia is more severe than expected. So dementia is 7th leading cause of death, and 65% of dementia-related deaths are in women. And also, $1.3 trillion estimated global cost of dementia. So about 10 million to 20 million won incurred per one patient, dementia patient. So this is success rate when we succeed to develop this aided drug development. Success rate is very low. So far, 146 drugs were tried, but out of that, only 4 drugs were approved. In this situation, without enough drug options, we need to approach with a change of lifestyles. If we correct all the dementia-related factors, then we can improve the symptom of dementia. So if we correct only memory and cognitive thing, then we can improve very much. This is a paper that I wrote when I was in PhD process. I wrote this paper when I was a PhD candidate, and what surprised me was that many elder people were suffering from dementia. And second surprising thing is that the dementia was 3 times higher than literate older adult. So I found that literacy can help mitigate the symptom of dementia or delay the onset of dementia. So you can see the differences between the prevalence of dementia between literate people or non-literate people. And we call this difference as cognitive reserve. So the therapy that I am mentioning is that about improving cognitive reserve to reduce the onset of dementia. Actually, dementia is occurring at a very slower pace. Some people can get dementia faster than other people, but other people also can get dementia at a very slower pace compared to other people. Other parts of the world are experiencing the same issues. So the red-colored line showed the global number of people's dementia, and you can see the dashed line for decrease with cognitive training. So we call it this difference as cognitive reserve. In order to improve this cognitive reserve, we developed meta-memory training in 2005, and we are conducting this meta-memory training for elder people. You can see elephant in this slide. So we are conducting this meta-memory training for elder people to secure this kind of elephant size of cognitive reserve for them. We can set up personalized meta-memory strategy for each elder person. So the strategy is to improve the memory of elderly people. There were a lot of papers about this meta-memory training. So when we compare the result of meta-memory training, so we found that this meta-memory training can improve the cognitive reserve, and also this can delay the onset of dementia. People who had this MMT showed the better result when we diagnose the dementia. And also, this is more effective, and this is show better result equally in mild cognitive impairment cases as well. And with this, meta-memory training can improve the memory capability of the brain. In this slide, we conducted a group of meta-memory training with a patient cohort. But for this offline training, patient needed to come to the hospital with their caregivers. So the offline training had some hurdles for patient to get this memory. So that's why we came up with this digital type of training so that patient can get this training more conveniently. We conducted a project with SK Telecom with smart speaker-based memory training. This is the world's first smart speaker-based memory training. Last year, we published a paper about this smart speaker-based meta-memory training, It's like you can see the photo in this slide. We conducted this training for older patients. Our goal was that we just ran this training without human intervention for elder people. So this is the first meta-memory training without human intervention. So we could get 75 people for this training project. So we had 29 people for case and 31 people for control. So you can see the left part for people without this training, and on the right side you can see the result of people who had this training. We executed 8-week-long training for people, 3 a day, and from Mondays to Fridays. So we conducted 10-minute training per day. And patient said that it is very easy to use, and this training speaker talked like a person, and the speaker praised me differently to my family, and I feel the speaker like my family or my friend. Actually, we couldn't adjust the level of difficulty of this training, or we could not make it personalized. So that's why we came to develop this Coursera. I will show you briefly this Coursera. This is Coursera to improve mild cognitive impairment. Good morning. I'm Laura. For the next 12 weeks, I will help you your memory training. Today, we will repeat the word. I will show you some words. Then you can read loudly this word. Then we will start. Please read this word for 10 seconds with your eyes. Good job. Then now we will start today's training program. So this was it. I could show you briefly because we have approval related issues. So please, I would like to ask for your understanding for this. So patients can get 30-minute training per day. So we are ready, we are preparing for the clinical trials now. With this kind of training, we got this result. By 2040, the number of people with dementia will going up like this graph. But we found that we can decrease the number of people with dementia, like dashed line. So we can help many people who are suffering from this cognitive impairment with this kind of training. Dementia is occurring for 10 years, for about 10 years. When this disease is getting severe, then people with dementia cannot know their family and cannot do their basic thing like going bathroom. So that patient and also patient family can suffer from many difficulties due to that dementia symptoms. So if we can prevent this severe cognitive impairment, then we can reduce the burden of patients with dementia and patient family. So if we can help people with dementia prevent the severe symptom from dementia, then we can improve the quality of life of patients and their families as well. I believe that the expansion of this digital technology can help us overcome many difficulties and hurdles that we are having now. Our concerns were that elderly people are not used to using smartphones. So when we developed this training and speakers, we made focus on making this training program much easier for elderly people for easy use. And we hope that this training program can help and improve their quality of life.
Please give him a big hand once again. Next, we have a speaker from the UK, which is a leading country in this field. Professor Han Nam-sik, director of the Milner Institute at University of Cambridge, will deliver a lecture on the topic of data-driven computational approach to identify new therapeutics and drug repositioning. Ladies and gentlemen, I am Han Nam-sik at University of Cambridge. It is my honor to share my research in this meaningful conference. At Milner Therapeutics Institute of University of Cambridge, I am leading a research group. I am also teaching students at Cambridge Center for AI in Medicine. Today, I want to talk about AI-based drug development using data-driven computational approach and how we can seek opportunities for drug repositioning in this approach. Let me first briefly introduce our institute. University of Cambridge has a long history of more than 800 years. Compared to that, our institute has been established quite recently. The institute is affiliated to the College of Medicine, and it is undertaking various projects in partnership with industry to develop new drugs. Under the slogan of new innovation, we are striving to actually use groundbreaking scientific discoveries to benefit patients based on close partnership between academia and industry. To achieve this goal, a new consortium called a Global Therapeutics Alliance has been formed by the academia. More than 8 multinational enterprises and research organizations have joined the alliance. Centered around our university, as you can see on the upper left side, 11 multinational companies are partnering with the alliance. It is not that huge, but biotech companies, startups, and venture companies are also joining us. We also have our academic partners, not only from Europe, but also from the US and Korea. Here you can see KAIST, ETRI, Yonsei University College of Medicine, Samsung Medical Center. Particularly among Korean partners, JW Pharmaceutical of Korea joined the alliance a few years back to provide funding and carry out joint research. Korea Pharmaceutical and Biopharma Manufacturers Association also signed an MOU and connected us with many other companies. This year, 4 companies including Daeung Pharmaceutical Yuhan Kapu Science have joined the consortium. The topic of my presentation is AI-driven drug repurposing and repositioning. As an example, I'll share my research on COVID-19, which I think we have almost overcome and which has tormented all of us for quite a long time. As you all know, COVID-19 virus originated from an RNA virus called SARS-CoV-2. Now it is much weaker, but from March 2020, when the outbreak started, until early last year, many people died from the COVID virus. This graph shows the number of deaths from COVID-19 by continent. In the early days, about 400 people died per day. Around this time last year, nearly 10,000 people died every day. Deaths from COVID-19 still continues. Now we have the vaccine and therapeutic product developed to some extent. However, when the pandemic started, there were grave fear and challenge. We started this research in March 2020. Computational AI research was completed in only 3 months. For the next 2 months, in collaboration with our 2 partner biological labs, verified our computed results through experiments. So the research took place for 5 months in total. It took almost a year, 10 months, to actually publish the research. There were pandemic-related difficulties, but we could learn that joint research can be facilitated very quickly. We had done joint research with companies and professors prior to the pandemic, but in only 5 months, it was a cell line research, but the research was completed and verified within only 5 months. It was something we had never done before. The pandemic was a chance to get used to different ways of doing things and save time. For example, Zoom meetings. I hope that this type of joint research will increase. Going back to the main topic, this project was jointly initiated by myself, Dr. Hwang Woo-chang, who is a Korean, and Matt Mahon, an Irish. So 3 of us started this project. SARS-CoV-2, when it infiltrates our body, then the infection process starts. The problem here is that this virus directly interacts with proteins in our body, and that causes the real problem. In March 2020, a group in US used a mass analysis method to identify directly interacting proteins. This research was later published in the prestigious journal Nature. But at the time, it was in a pre-printing server before being peer-reviewed. A group in Germany also used the same method to find from hour zero, when the infection first starts, for 24 hours with 5 different time points to reveal changes in the volume of protein expression. This method was also in the pre-printing server and later published in the same journal, Nature, at the same time with the study of the US team. In March 2020, when we found these two sets of data in the server, we validated the quality of these data sets by various means and encountered many interesting findings. So we established a hypothesis that this DIP protein, DIP protein, is the cause, while DEP protein, DAP, is consequence. We became curious about how DIP, after contacting SARS-CoV-2, affect the volume of DAP expression. We were curious about the mechanism. So we assumed that we cannot see it, but there must be a hidden layer between DIP and DAP. We decided to use our computational methodology to identify the mechanism of the hidden layer. That was our first goal. This is, in fact, protein-protein interaction. So it is protein-protein interaction network, PPI network for short. When such network is formed, more than 10,000 interactions exist. So it is impossible to analyze them with human eye. That is why we used algorithms to systematically identify key proteins and key pathways. What was more important is to find drugs that can effectively control or inhibit these key proteins and key pathways. To do that, we used drug simulation technique. It was largely divided into 3 phases. As a result, some 200 drugs were found. This research was published in a journal called Science Advances in 2021. If you want to get more information, you can refer to the journal. The protein-protein interaction network is shown in this slide. It is very complicated, very huge. Inside in the network is a variety of interactions taking place. The yellow and blue represent key interactions. It is really complicated, and these are key pathways. The slide also shows 4 network algorithms used to find these pathways. Let me briefly explain network analysis with an example. This sample PPI network has a total of 164 proteins. We analyzed more than 10,000 networks, but to give you an example, I chose this network of 164 proteins. It looks also very complicated. This is one of the network algorithms that were used in our project. It is not only used for biological studies. By using this, each protein, a node of the network, is scored after training. These scores can be easily incorporated into Excel spreadsheet to easily identify more important and less important proteins. This method is not dedicated to biology, but also content platforms such as Netflix uses this type of network. They make this network and arrange their content by category and by genre, and recommend you with new movies or dramas. Social media and LinkedIn also recommend you with new friends through network analysis. These platforms recommend people by making this network. Amazon or Coupang e-commerce platforms also use your purchase history for network analysis. To recommend you with new purchase. Protein and genomes were the elements that we used. Here, there is the same network. All topologies and shape are the same with the sample above. After network analysis, we marked key pathways with blue and red. Red was for cancer. Overexpression in certain cancer was colored red. Underexpression was marked blue. This is how we can make use of network analysis. We used 4 types of network algorithms. Random walk helped in identifying more interactive proteins. Degree of centrality helped us in finding connections in subnetwork that serve as hub. Between this centrality, found proteins that bridged different biological pathways, the subnetworks. These algorithms were used to find proteins with certain properties. As you can see here, this type of result did not provide us with very informative outcome. So we decided to improve graphic representation and visualization of the result. So we put it in a circle. Deep protein, depth protein, and hidden layer in between have been classified like this, and within them were subcategories of structural proteins, non-structural proteins, and open reading proteins. In consideration of the genomic structure of SARS-CoV-2. Subnetworks, subgenomic structures of SARS-CoV-2 are defined like this in our research. Hidden layer is subdivided by function into metabolism of RNA, cell cycle, immune system, and others. Then what was important was subcellular localization to identify the location of protein expression within the cells. We looked at if they were expressed deep in the nucleus or in cell membrane or in extracellular region and put different colors. It looks complicated, but anyways, this is what we came up with after the analysis. Next is interaction. Lines were drawn to represent protein-protein interaction. Colors represent the starting point of the interaction. If it starts from deep protein, the color is orange. If it started from depth side, green. This is how interactions were visualized. It will help you understand better if I show both networks together. The left one is from 6 hours period. The right side one is for 24 hours. The proteins were measured at 5 different time points from the start of the infection for 24 hours. The most significant changes were observed at hours 6 and 24.
뭐
The most important part here are NSP number 8 and metabolism of RNA here between hour 6 and hour 24. You can see huge changes. This is how the changes were graphically represented. NSP number 8 was already known in SARS-CoV-1. It greatly affected viral replication, so this result makes sense biologically. To also verify the results statistically, biological function enrichment was conducted to compare hour 6 and hour 24. On the left, at hour 24, you can see much more enrichment. The graph lists enhanced or increased biological functions related to virus replication. It was used to support our graphic representation. After such biological analysis, we simulated FDA-approved drugs one by one to find compounds that can inhibit the key pathways. We strategically chose drug repurposing to quickly respond to COVID-19 as it requires much less time than developing new drugs. At the end, 200 drugs were found. Among them, 40 drugs were already in clinical trials for COVID-19. 30 of them were already reported in COVID-19 research. So total of 70 drugs were actually used to cope with COVID-19. It means that our research was going in the right direction.
그리고 저희가 한 가지 더 하고 싶었던 거는 이 FDA에서 승인받은 이 약물들은 결국에는
Also,
그 승인받은 그 질병
FDA-approved drugs must have been verified for their mechanism of action specific to the disease of their application. To learn if these drugs will have the same mechanism of action to COVID-19, we simulated the 200 drugs on the network that we had to identify drug pathway associations and put them in a matrix. Then they were trained in an artificial neural network. In the lower left are data points from drug pathway associations. In upper right are initialized artificial neurons. They went through about 2,000 trainings. As the training was repeated, artificial neurons here understood the data space. You can see artificial neurons concentrating on the two clusters of data points. Neurons that are heading toward upper right are going there because there are data points, but they do not go to the lower section since there is few data points. Artificial neurons understood the data space very well. Based upon this, we visualized 148 key pathways for these 200 drugs. 148 pathways were classified into 9 pathway clusters. Here, the 9 clusters are listed. Based on these 9 clusters, we mapped their mechanism of action to COVID-19. There were inhibition of virus replication and inhibition of immune response. If virus replication is blocked upon infection, COVID-19 does not lead to serious illness. If the timing is missed, cytokine storms and others can be followed, and the patient's condition can become serious. In that case, drugs that inhibit immune response should be used. Another merit of artificial neural network is that it can classify 200 drugs by mechanism of action. These are the number of drugs classified into each cluster. Our paper not only includes these numbers, but also shows mapped locations. These results were verified by the two biology labs. They conducted biological experiments on our results. We tested 5 drugs that can inhibit virus replication and whose toxicity has been proven. In the first experiment, 2 drugs, namely proguanil and sulfasalazine, were found to be effective to treat COVID-19. Cell viability was also okay. To reconfirm, we requested another independent laboratory to test them. Proguanil and sulfasalazine in cell lines called Fero E6 and Carlo 3 showed good dose response. Back then, a team in the US found COVID-related biomarkers. 6 or 7 biomarkers were identified by them. All the biomarkers were tested, and these drugs continued to show good dose response to COVID-19. So we could have a good level of confidence when the research was published. In summary, the research involved 1,917 FDA-approved drugs and identified 200 drugs through network analysis. Using a neural network, 126 drugs were found to inhibit virus replication. 5 drugs were shortlisted after extra analysis. Using MATLAB, 2 drugs were validated. Thank you very much for listening. And I would like to thank my lab colleagues and all of our joint researchers. Our lab is now hiring PhD students and postdocs. Please share it with others who may be interested. If you have any question or if you want to be our research partner, please contact us at any time. Thank you very much.
Please give him a big round of applause for his great presentation, AWC 2022 in Seoul. Next, we will invite speaker from Canada, Kim Han-do, a co-founder and CEO of Variational AI, for his lecture on the topic of redefining the economic feasibility of developing new drugs through generative AI.
Hello, my name is Handel Kim. This is for AWC 2022. Today, I'll introduce variational AI. The agenda is who we are, an overview of generative machine learning, what we've done in variational AI, what we're doing with our ENG drug discovery platform, and what we hope to do in the future. Variational AI was founded in September 2019. We are based in Vancouver, Canada. The leadership team has proven track records in both machine learning and drug discovery. We have true machine learning scientists who've graduated from institutions such as MIT, Caltech, Sharif University of Technology, and the University of British Columbia, and who come from companies such as Microsoft Research, Google Research, and D-Wave Systems. Our drug discovery veterans have extensive drug discovery success. 124 patents, 11 drugs that have moved into late-stage clinical trials, and multiple drugs licensed to pharma. Variational AI is funded by leading investors. We've raised $3.5 million US from investors in Seattle and Silicon Valley, as well as in Vancouver. And we've also attracted non-dilutive funding from Canadian government organizations. The team is composed of myself, my co-founder and CTO, Jason Rolfe, as well as Dr. Ali Sabarali, Mehran Hodabande, and Zachary Alperstein. Our acting chief science officer is Dr. Artem Cherkasov, who's head of therapeutic design. at the University of British Columbia at the Vancouver Prostate Center. Dr. Peter Guzzo is our Vice President and Head of Drug Discovery, and he has extensive experience in running medicinal chemistry at AMRI, one of the largest contract research organizations in the world. On our SAB and advisors, we have Dr. Robert Young. Bob Young is an ACS Hero of Chemistry, as well as a two-time Prix Galien winner. In his 30-year career at Merck, he led discovery in multiple drugs that have generated over $80 billion for Merck. Dr. Alexander Tropsha is an SAB member, and he is Associate Dean of Pharmacoinformatics at UNC Chapel Hill. And Nancy Harrison is one of the most prolific and experienced life sciences venture capitalists in Canada. At Variational, we see the problem of drug discovery as a problem of efficiently searching chemical space. Chemical space is a concept well known to cheminformaticians and chemists. It is a universe of molecules that is estimated to be 10 to the 60. These are molecules that could be human therapeutics. Chemical space is massive. It is truly a universe in the sense that there are more molecules in chemical space than stars in the known universe, times a billion, times a billion, times a billion, times a billion. Yet, of this massive space, we have explored effectively 0% of it. It is so massive that it is impossible to search using brute force methods. And it's extremely difficult to predict property from structure. As if we want to understand what a molecule does by its structure, we must synthesize and then test it. And we have synthesized and understand the structure activity relationship of less than 1 billion molecules. Our question is, how many life-saving blockbuster drugs lie in chemical space, just waiting to be discovered? We all know that drug discovery is hard and very expensive. In fact, by some estimates in a study from Tufts University, it currently costs over $2.6 billion, that is on a capitalized basis, and maybe about $1 billion in actual out-of-pocket costs to bring a new drug to market. The scary thing about this is that the cost to discover and develop and bring to market a drug has doubled every 9 years since 1949. We call this Eroom's law, which is the inverse of Moore's law. Unfortunately, current computational methods, such as virtual screening, and most AI for drug discovery rely on brute force and discriminative machine learning models, respectively. And given the massiveness of chemical space, these are not fruitful strategies to find novel chemicals that could become life-saving drugs. What we at Variational are trying to do is collapse the discovery phase of drug development to take the 3 first stages of discovery, target to hit, hit to lead, and lead optimization, and reduce the cycle time from about 4.5 years to around 6 months. And also to reduce the out-of-pocket costs from $256 million to less than $1 million. It is an extremely ambitious goal. However, we are making concrete progress towards reaching this goal. The way we do this is by using generative AI. And the reason why we do this is because generative machine learning has the ability to efficiently access unexplored regions of chemical space beyond the billions or tens of billions that can be searched in virtual screening. We're able to truly find novel chemistry and search unexplored areas of chemical space and do so efficiently. On the other side, we're able to employ multi-parameter optimization. The practice of drug discovery is, at its heart, an optimization or a constrained optimization problem. We are able to efficiently search through chemical space and output only the molecules that satisfy the constraints that we define. We are able to simultaneously optimize for all the desired properties of a drug, including selectivity and synthesizability, pharmacokinetics, such as ADME, toxicity, etc., for a given drug target. And the way we do this is, you may think of this as a problem where chemical space is accessed by molecular structures. And we can move across chemical space by moving across structures in a relatively ordered manner. And structural similarity will lie close to molecules that are similar. This, however, is like searching for an address in a phone book where you only have names that are arranged in alphabetical order, but where you don't know where the geographic location is. That is akin to a structure of a molecule. In order for a molecule to be a drug, however, we need to understand what the properties are. And this is similar to understanding where the location of an entry in a phone book is, just by the name. Generative machine learning is like searching for an address on a map, where the names don't matter so much, but the locations and the addresses are the most important thing. And we are able to directly search by location instead of searching by name. This type of search is spatially based, it is intuitive, and it is efficient. The status quo in chemistry is to search by structure. But as we mentioned, chemical space is enormous. It's also very chaotic. It is chaotic in the sense that a molecule that structurally is extremely similar to another molecule may have completely different properties, and that a small change in chemical space by structure can induce very large property changes. For example, activity cliffs are a well-known phenomenon by medicinal chemists. As a result, if you search chemical space by structure, it is impossible to navigate the full space efficiently to find the properties that you're looking for. And as I mentioned, brute force methods such as virtual high throughput screening are insufficient. By contrast, at Variational, what we do is we search directly by properties. If a drug property such as potency and ADME, toxicity, synthesizability, physicochemical properties such as solubility or hydrophobicity, etc. If these properties are what we care about, why do we search by structure when it is such an imperfect understanding of what the properties of interest are? What we do is we employ generative machine learning, and we use molecular structures as inputs to train our algorithm. The algorithm then receives these inputs as these structures. It learns the underlying probability distribution of molecules that are active or inactive, and it projects these structures into a structured search space of a lower dimension known as a latent space. Very importantly, this latent space is arranged in a continuous manner, which then allows efficient gradient descent and optimization, as opposed to directly applying a discriminative machine learning method, which does not work efficiently and effectively when you're trying to generate molecules because molecules are discrete and not continuous. We employ an algorithm known as a variational autoencoder, and that is the reason why we call our company Variational AI. It projects into a continuous representation into a latent space where gradient descent is efficient. And once we have performed the optimization, we map back into the space of structures. And we find that molecules with similar properties, when mapped back into chemical space by structure, will represent different areas of chemical space, and very often novel areas of chemical space that have escaped chemistry and computational methods and in silico methods. And this is the key to how we perform our drug discovery. And we validated this academically. From 2019, in our inception, we have had state-of-the-art machine learning results on two well-known machine learning benchmarks measuring molecular property prediction and optimization. On the left, you can see our results from the original All Smiles paper to have much superior performance on a synthetic measure known as hydrophobicity penalized by synthetic accessibility, where our model outperformed leading models from the University of Toronto, MIT, Stanford, as well as from Benevolent AI. More importantly, as you can see, we needed to only test a very small number of molecules to obtain the state-of-the-art result, whereas some of the other methods used extremely large amounts, which in actual drug discovery is very infeasible. On a second benchmark for toxicity prediction, using the TOX21 dataset from the NIH, which is an empirical dataset, we were again able to achieve state-of-the-art results, where we outperformed competitors such as Valence, Genesis, and Alkin. On the strength of these initial research results, we were able to go and apply it in actual drug discovery programs, partnered with a number of companies in disease areas such as oncology, CNS, infectious disease, in this case, the SARS-CoV-2 main protease, and also moving forward in oncology. What we are doing at Variational is to build a discovery engine capable of generating potent, selective, synthesizable, and novel compounds for virtually any target. We call our discovery engine ENG, and we are starting with kinases. And why kinases? Kinases is a class of target that is involved in the phosphorylation process, which is integral into the signaling within cells. Kinases are involved in a multitude of indications. We choose kinases because the biology is relatively de-risked. There are today 71 FDA-approved kinase inhibitors targeting multiple targets, as you can see on the right in this phylogenetic tree. More importantly, for a machine learning company such as us, there's a lot of data. Thousands of kinase crystal structures in the protein data bank, thousands of unique ligands and trials with kinase inhibitors, and much more. Because we are machine learning, the more data we have, the better it is. And there is a tremendous amount of data that is available in the public domain that we can use. In addition, we use commercial data sets. Another important thing is that selectivity amongst kinase receptors is extremely important. Many drugs fail for what are known as off-target effects, whereas others benefit from hitting multiple synergistic targets. What we at Variational can do with ENG is to control selectivity to ensure that activity is optimized against a defined target and minimized against any other target and minimized against multiple off targets. And this can be done very efficiently, and we've demonstrated the ability to do so. We also look at the landscape of existing kinase inhibitors, and if we look at the scaffolds, we see a clustering. And many existing kinase drugs are structurally similar to one another. But extremely importantly for us, the ATP binding site is conserved across the class, which ensures that we are able to generate a unified kinase model that can rapidly generate multiple leads and hits against multiple kinase targets, all from one trained model, which allows us in parallel to run multiple programs against multiple kinases related to very large unmet medical needs. In addition, there is a lot of data on kinases. Many kinases have more data. We are able to select kinases that are structurally similar to one another and use the training data for these kinases in one unified model and rely on transfer learning to even further supercharge the impact and the efficacy of our predictions. Today, we are training our generative AI-based drug discovery platform to rapidly discover novel kinase inhibitors. The simple value proposition is that we can develop small molecule therapeutics that are able to penetrate solid tumors, but have the selectivity profile of biologics such as antibodies. And so we are going after solid tumor indications as a first step. As we move forward and expand in our journey, we will select new targets in human therapeutics and ultimately apply this approach beyond drugs to disrupt chemistry in the areas of materials, clean tech, electronic, fragrances and scents, and many other areas. Eventually, ENG has the capability of revolutionizing the discovery of novel molecules based on target properties, and we are excited about the future. Thank you very much for your time.
고맙습니다.
Thank you for your great presentation. Lastly, Verna Nakuda, SVP in Asia Pacific, who has been leading IBM's medical and life science solution business for 18 years, will deliver a lecture with the topic of the promise of using analytics and AI on achieving improved healthcare outcomes. We will have Verna Nakuda on the screen.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Verna Nakuda, and I lead the Health Catalyst business for Asia Pacific. It's a pleasure for me to be here today and share with you the promise of using analytics and AI on achieving improved health outcomes. So just very quickly, I wanted to start off by sharing a little bit about Health Catalyst as a company. So Health Catalyst is a data-driven outcome improvement company. Our mission is to be the catalyst for massive, measurable, data-informed healthcare improvement. Our company started in 2008. Our founders came from Intermountain Healthcare in the US, which is a very large health system, very focused on clinical quality improvement. And since then, in 2019, we IPO'd and we're a publicly listed company on NASDAQ. And we have over 100 plus healthcare clients, about 500 plus hospitals, 5,000 clinics. And this is now we've become more of a global company where we actually have healthcare clients. You can see some very large health systems in the US like Mass General Brigham, Stanford, UPMC. We also have smaller clients, But we also have customers that we're working with in Singapore, we're in the Middle East, as well as the UK, and as well as we're starting to get some work as well in Australia. So what I wanted to share with you specifically on this slide is about our improvement case studies. So one of the most important things for us as a data and analytics company is that really looking at the outcomes our clients achieve as a result of implementing data and analytics and AI. And we have published over 200 of our case studies on our website, and I would encourage you to go and read them. And this is really across clinical, financial, and operational domains, which is for us the most important part of the projects that we embark upon. Moving along, I just wanted to share a little bit about us as a company being very mission driven. And I mentioned earlier that we're a data-driven outcome improvement company, but to us, the most important thing is the outcome. And we measure our success in patients' lives saved or improved and millions of dollars saved by our clients. And we really believe that in our company because ultimately, when you're using data and analytics in a healthcare environment, you want to ultimately have an impact on cost, quality, revenue, or access, and ultimately want to be able to save lives and measure that as well. And so for all of the projects that we embark upon, we actually quantify the results that we have achieved. And in fact, our company-wide bonus is also tied to the outcomes that our clients achieve as well. So I wanted to share a little bit about some of the issues that we see in healthcare and where analytics and AI can play a significant role. So this is a bit of a shocking number you can see here. And it's really about that healthcare waste that exists in today globally. And so clinical variation causes waste. And we believe, and this is a published study, that 30 to 50% of all healthcare resource expenditures are quality associated waste. And this is, as I said, a bit of a shocking number, but it's ultimately from things such as recovering from preventable foul-ups, building unusable products, providing unnecessary treatments, and simple inefficiency that exists in healthcare. And so being able to identify where is this waste, where is the clinical variation, where is the cost variation is all critical in order to basically identify and remove the waste out of the healthcare system. And this is really where analytics and AI can play a huge role. And I'll talk more about this as we go forward. What we've also learned over time is, having done this across hundreds of health systems, is that there's a very clear methodology that we've identified to really scale improvement in healthcare with a data-driven approach. And we call this the 3 systems approach. So I mentioned before that analytics is very much a core part of our business, but analytics really tells an organization how are they doing. But what's equally important is what should they be doing. And so once you know how an organization's doing and what they should be doing, next is then what do we need to do to change to improve our outcome. And so if I give you a simple example, if you take the average length of stay for a total knee replacement for a risk-adjusted population, so perhaps you're taking people between 60 to 65 years old that are getting a knee replacement, and they have similar comorbidities, so they're risk-adjusted, and you find that this particular hospital average length of stay is 3 days. But what you find out is that best practice for the same kinds of populations is 1 day, then why are you 3 days, your particular hospital, versus best practice? So this is where it's important to now use analytics to identify, well, how do we change our processes in our orthopedic department? Is there something that could be changed in the process? So for example, are you not ambulating the patients quick enough, right? Is it something to do with the pain medication they're taking that's not getting them up and moving quickly enough? So you can actually use analytics to actually start to understand what is the root cause analysis. And this is where you look at process metrics, outcome metrics, using data to do that root cause analysis. So this is when you get the full cycle. So now you've identified your 3 days length of stay, you want to be 1 day, and you've identified that perhaps it's actually related to ambulation of the patients. And this is something that can be changed. And then what you do is you make that change in the process, and then you measure this again in, say, 3 months to see have we now achieved that outcome. And that's where you see the reduction in length of stay, and that's where you see the quantitative results of this as well. So we find this a very good methodology to use to scale improvement in healthcare, and we've replicated this many times across the health systems we work with. Now, with this approach, which is really analytics best practice and adoption, you can provide value in a number of different areas. And so this is an example of, some of the areas we've seen across many of the health systems we've worked with. You could be helping from a data perspective to improve revenue. It can be cutting costs and improving quality. And this is really a private hospital view. But if you took a public healthcare perspective and look at government health, instead of revenue, you would most likely be looking at increasing access, cutting costs, and improving quality. And so these are all areas where analytics and AI can be used to actually improve these areas. So if we took reducing cost, I mentioned about all the healthcare waste and cutting costs. Well, some of the areas could be around supply chain and identifying clinical variation, say across total knee replacement, and identifying are some clinicians using more expensive devices versus others, right? And are there better outcomes as a result of using those devices or not? And so this is where you can optimize and gain quite a bit of efficiency by looking across the entire spectrum of clinicians and looking at their costs associated with supply chain. Similarly, you could be looking at improving quality, looking at patient safety, and wanting to say, look at hospital-associated infections, hospital-acquired infections, things such as pressure injuries. Is there right now too much voluntary reporting for pressure injuries, and you want to automate some of this? You could be also looking at population health as well, and looking at those that are high risk, that are going to become frequent flyers in your health system, and how do you basically help prevent them from getting sick? So again, this is just giving you an idea of the kinds of benefits that healthcare AI and analytics can bring. And when you quantify those kinds of projects, it's very exciting to see the outcomes. And so these are some of the big health systems we've worked with across the US, and some of the outcomes and quantitative outcomes we've achieved working with them. Allina Healthcare was one of our first clients that we worked with in 2008, and they're still our clients, and we're across the board looking at operational, financial, clinical outcome improvement using data, and we're getting results of 125 million cost savings in a given year for them. And this is, as I said, across the board. And you can see a number of other areas, clients we're working with, Texas Children's Hospital, UPMC. So again, this just shares with you the kinds of outcomes that you can quantify. And so it makes it very easy to justify why you would want to embark upon using data and analytics to improve outcomes. The other thing we found is that you can start small. You can basically pick a particular area like patient safety and focus on that and say, try and reduce the number of pressure injuries that you have. And then what we found is we get this flywheel effect where you start with one particular project, you learn more about the health system, you look at their data, you understand their processes better, and then you identify more and more projects. And as a result, it becomes faster and faster, and you get to actually see huge achievable results over time, such as these you see on the screen. So what I'm going to do now is just take you through a number of different stories, just to share with you hospital systems that have used analytics and AI and have seen significant improvement in outcomes and really seen the promise of these technologies. So Allina Health, I mentioned before, one of our first clients, was very focused on improving patient safety. And so what their pain point was they wanted to improve reduce the number of patients that had severe sepsis and septic shock and improve their mortality rate. They also wanted to reduce the number of opioids that were prescribed to patients, which is, obviously a big issue globally. They also wanted to reduce the number of surgical site infections for those that have elective colorectal surgery. And finally, they wanted to actually identify and focus on pressure injuries, because they had been doing a lot of voluntary reporting of pressure injuries, and they wanted to actually have automated triggers so that they could identify and improve that area. And so as a result of using analytics and AI, we actually were able to see the results you can see on the chart. From a clinical and financial perspective, they received over $1 million in sepsis cost savings. They got a 30% reduction in severe sepsis and septic shock mortality rate. They had approximately 2 million fewer opioids prescribed, and they almost got an 80% relative reduction in elective colorectal surgery, surgical site infections. So those were the objectives. And again, this is where the promise of analytics and AI comes in. From an operational perspective, they received 18% reduction in length of stay for patients with severe sepsis and septic shock. They also had 19% reduction in system-wide length of stay. And they, as a result, I mentioned before that they were doing a lot of voluntary reporting for pressure injuries. And as a result of putting in automated triggers, they found 216 more cases of pressure injuries, which is not a great thing, but what it does do then is then you know where the problem is, and you can start to zoom in and look at root cause analysis as to why are they having so many pressure injuries? Is it a particular ward? Do the nurses need to be trained in a particular area, et cetera? And so you can see the benefits of just looking at one particular area like patient safety. And as I mentioned, you know, we're working with Allina, we're saving them over 125 million in a given year. This next example is a project we've done with UPMC, which is a very large health system, about 30 hospitals in Pittsburgh in the US. And their issue was really trying to identify how to cut costs. And we all know that healthcare costs are rising, but what they had been doing is using traditional financial analytics in their hospital, and they were doing traditional ways of looking at finance. For example, using relative value units and averages as well from a finance perspective. So what they did is they actually developed a tool around activity-based costing, and we co-developed it with them. And this tool actually is quite exciting because what it does is it starts to look at pulling your electronic medical record data as well as your general ledger data to get a lot more granular in terms of actual costs within your healthcare system. And so as a result of that, they were actually able to move away from RVUs and averages and start looking at clinical variation and cost variation across their clinical community. And with that, you can see some of the main results that they achieved. For example, they had a $3 million cost savings over 2 years through the implementation of an ERAS program. So ERAS is Enhanced Recovery After Surgery. So by looking at clinical variation across their ERAS environment, across their hospitals, they were able to identify what is best practice for ERAS and where were they. As I said, that 3 systems approach to do analytics, best practice, and make changes so that they could actually have a standardized ERAS program across the health system that basically looks at evidence-based best practice and gets consistently better outcomes. They also had better increased visibility into cost variation and drivers of inefficiency in the operating room as well. And then they also found that as a result of all this, they had improved patient outcomes and qualities. They reduced readmissions, complications, they had patient-reported outcomes and better patient satisfaction as well. So this is very financially driven, cost-driven, but again, this is the power of analytics and data in improving health outcomes. Now, I wanted to switch gears a little bit and share with you this chart, which is a typical healthcare chart that, say, a senior executive in a healthcare system would be looking at. And the difficulty in reading a line chart like this in healthcare is that, what does it actually mean? So this is acute myocardial infarction, mortality observed versus expected. So you can see there's variation in AMI over time, but how does this compare with before? Which points are the outliers? And is there a decrease in performance recently? It's very difficult to tell this. But what AI can do with one click, it gives you access to a lot more insight. And so this is what we call healthcare.ai. And when we run this across this data set and we look at this particular chart, you can now see that this gives you a lot more insight. As an executive, I can look at this and I know what is the actual dots, right? Those black dots, that's actual. We also know what's expected, which is the mean, which is the purple line. We know what the control limits are, which is the gray area. But you can see that, that vertical line, which you can see there, which is July 2020. Well, you can clearly see an increase in observed to expected mortality in July. Interestingly, that was associated with the third COVID wave. And what this does is it starts to quickly, as an executive, you can look at this chart and see what is actionable and what is not actionable, right? And the previous chart I showed you makes it very difficult. And so I just wanted to highlight this because interestingly, most people look at AI as something very, very sophisticated and complicated, but this is a basic area that actually is extremely applicable to every health system, which is just making charts like this so much more easy to read and understand and actionable as well. So I wanted to quickly jump to this next example, which is at Christiana Healthcare, where they were very focused on establishing health equity as a strategic priority. And I think we all know around the world that there is a disparity in access to healthcare. And so as a result of using AI, Christiana Care was actually able to develop predictive tools to identify and algorithms to start to understand, disparity and healthcare across different areas, right? And so one of them that they actually looked at was in COVID testing, right? They actually were able to overcome disparities in COVID testing in populations that were being underserved. And they actually changed some processes, increased access to care through innovative clinics that combine virtual primary care. So it's exciting because now by looking at things such as race, ethnicity, language, zip codes, social determinants, they're actually able to look at providing better health equity to everyone as well. So this is just another quick example of the benefits of analytics and AI. And one more quick example that I wanted to share is actually focusing on identifying patients that are high risk for dying from COVID-19. Now, we all know what the impact of COVID-19 was, but Agilon Health looked at its members and basically wanted to identify those that were at highest risk for dying from COVID-19 and being able to reach out to them and kind of intervene early to support those particular patients early. And so they actually came up with a predictive mortality risk model based on 100, looking at assigning risk scores to over 125,000 members so that they could reach out to them and prevent them from potentially getting sick. Getting COVID as well, because they were very high risk of dying if they got COVID. So again, here's another benefit and the promise of analytics and AI. I'd like to end off by talking just a little bit about patient engagement and the importance of this. So, digital patient engagement platforms are something that are relatively new. And it's really, when you look at this chart, you can see that we're all used to going from the world of maps to GPS, right? But when you think of patient engagement is a very manual process. You call the doctor, you get prepped for a surgery online, they give you paper. It's very, very manual, very paper-based. There's a lot of interaction and it takes a lot of time for nurses and administrators in hospitals. So what we did is we actually acquired a company called Twistle, which has a patient engagement platform that really is looking at providing navigation for patients as they go through the healthcare clinical pathways. So it's really about going from handouts to personalized engagement. Now, when you think about personalized engagement, this is really how do you get patients to engage in their entire healthcare journey? So if I'm going for a total knee replacement, and I'm getting now automated messages on my phone, and how am I going to respond? This is a patient behavior thing. So what we did is, and Twistle did, is looked at things called smart pathways. Using AI and data, we've started to understand when do patients best respond to messages on their phone. What kind of messages work well? What kind of videos work well? What time of the day is it best to get responses? So for example, working mothers, is it better to send them messages on weekdays? Probably on the weekends because they're working. And as a result of this, we've been able to, it's a learning system on engaging patients as well. And so we've actually optimized this. So very quickly, just to end off with, there's a quick example of the total knee replacement where we've used Twistle for patient engagement, pre and post procedure to provide education. And rather than having them call in, and also patients doing same-day cancellations for total knee replacement, that's very painful. This was a platform where on the mobile phone, they get pre and post education, they get videos, we're able to gather wound information, and even get some patient-reported outcomes. And you can see the results in the chart, a lot of decrease in practice call volume, decrease in same-day cancellations, decrease in length of stay, and basically decrease in ED visits and more inpatient discharges within 24 hours of surgery, which is a huge benefit. And my very last chart is just to basically, again, show you the value of this kind of platform in healthcare today, where you're now collecting social determinant data, you're engaging with the inpatient through the entire journey before and after the procedure. And you can see there's massive benefits that you can achieve as a result of that, not to mention the data that you're collecting that you can analyze to provide more personalized care for them as well. So with that, I'd like to thank you for your time. It's been a pleasure presenting to you, and I look forward to seeing you in the future. Thanks very much.
네, 감사합니다.
Thank you. We are already coming to the halfway point of part 2 of AWC 2022. Now we will have a panel discussion on the topic of better diagnostics equals better treatment. We will have a 10-minute break and then start the discussion.
당신의 시간, 그 찬란함이 지속될 수 있도록 코어라인이 당신의 건강한 시간을 지키겠습니다. 코어라인은 정량적 의료 영상 AI 기술을 통해 아주 작은 병변도 놓치지 않고 조기에 찾아내어 의료진과 환자에게 건강한 시간을 제공합니다. 흉부 CT 영상으로 폐암을 진단하는 코어라인의 AI 솔루션은 심질환, COPD, ILD와 같은 흉부 질환도 함께 진단할 수 있으며 폐암 검진 사업인 대한민국 K-루카스와 독일 한셀을 포함하여 전 세계 100여 개의 병원에서 사용되고 있습니다. 흉부를 넘어 전신으로 진단에서 치료까지 솔루션을 확장하며 한 번의 스캔을 통해 모든 질병을 찾아낼 수 있도록 기술 혁신에 앞장서겠습니다. 빠르게 성장하는 의료 AI 시장을 리드하며 글로벌 의료 AI 기업으로 도약하는 코어라인. 더 나은 의료 AI 기술로 새로운 미래를 만들어갑니다. 당신의 건강한 시간을 지킵니다. Prosper with better health. 코어라인.
한 걸음, 더 한 걸음. 한순간도 중심을 잃지 않고 건강보험제도의 지속 가능한 발전을 이끌어갈 국민의료 심사평가기관. 건강하고 행복한 대한민국을 향해 국민과 함께 나아갑니다. 건강보험 심사평가원.
Disease diagnosis is closely related to the quality of human life. And we have continuously endeavored to introduce a new paradigm in this field. JLK Inspection has world-class technology, as an artificial intelligence medical diagnostic support solution provider. And through numerous studies, we have developed our all-in-one medical platform, AI Hub. AI Hub applies artificial intelligence and big data technology from various medical imaging devices to contribute to diagnosing and predicting different kinds of diseases. Using 7 modalities to analyze 14 body parts and diagnose 37 diseases. AI Hub is the world's best all-in-one medical diagnosis platform. With AI Hub, we will continuously strive to become a leader in the medical diagnosis service.
Not just the command center, it's an entirely different approach to managing day-to-day operations.
A terrific collaboration between the Johns Hopkins Hospital and GE.
The real power of this is this machine learning piece that we have to it.
To create a high reliability environment where care is being provided most appropriately and in the safest manner possible.
We have taken $10 million of inefficiency out of the organization in less than a year.
But also support an environment for high-quality, individualized patient care.
Our command center, if you think of it like an air traffic control system.
We're already coordinating our cardiologists, our nursing teams,
and begin to offer solutions to what they can now see clearly as the problem.
Patient manager has had a really positive.
네, 더 나은 진단, 더 나은
For better diagnostics and better treatment, we'll have this panel discussion. There are cloud, artificial intelligence, wearables, 5G metaverse. These are the essential elements not only in IT but also in healthcare. In this session, we would like to review the impact of the development of IT and diagnostic technology using IT on medical care and discuss how to create borderless healthcare. We will invite the chairperson, Professor Kwang-Jun Kim of Severance Hospital, who will host a panel of 4 people. Mr. Dong-min Kim, CEO of JLK, Mr. Jun-gil Bin, CEO of Neurofit, Sang-woo Kang, General Manager of Core Lines of Strategic Marketing, and Il-ok Cho, Head of the Health Insurance Review and Assessment Service. Please take a seat. There will be a live Q&A during this panel discussion session. Online participants, you will have a time to ask questions, so prepare for that. Those who asked interesting questions will be receiving gifts. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm the chair of this session, Professor Kim Kwang-jun from Severance Hospital. I would like to thank everyone who are joining us at this conference and the organizer. There are a few topics that we've prepared for this discussion. Now, various solutions for digital healthcare are being developed, and they are also being used in clinical fields for patient care and diagnostics. And it involves various challenges. In that regard, we would like to listen to the opinions of relevant businesses, and we also have an official from Health Insurance Authority. So we'll have a fruitful discussion. Those who are attending here in person and those who are watching online, you can ask questions without hesitation anytime to us. Before we start, it is better for us to interact freely rather than having a classroom lecture format. But first, it'll be better for each panel to introduce themselves. I'll give the floor to each of our panel for their brief introduction for about a minute. I'll start with Mr. Kim Dong-min. Ladies and gentlemen, I am Kim Dong-min, the CEO of JLK. JLK focuses on cancer and brain disease, modality CT, MRI, and imaging are being analyzed by JLK to enable medical staff and institutions to get their hands on related solutions. In 2019, in December, we were listed on Kosdaq market as the first one to go public among our competitors. Stroke and dementia and other brain disorders are our target areas. Next, Mr. Bin-jun. Gil of Neurofit. I'm a co-founder and CEO of Neurofit. Our company was established in 2016. We are developing medical softwares and AI solutions. We have 3 product categories. First is imaging analytics and diagnosis softwares, and precision treatment designing software, and treatment devices. From diagnosis to improvement of conditions, we are trying to provide a comprehensive package of solutions. Our company received approval for Korea's first and the second solution in this field, and we are trying to bring them to the commercial market. Next, Mr. Kang Sang-woo from Coreline Soft. I am the general manager of Coreline Soft's strategic marketing department. Coreline Soft analyzes CT image based upon AI to provide support for diagnosis. We are focused on cardiovascular diseases. And for the past 5 years, we have been carrying out projects in cancer, lung cancer diagnosis. Next, Mr. Irok Cho, the head of Health Insurance Review and Assessment Service. My name is Irok Cho, Big Data Department, the head of Big Data Department of Health Insurance Review and Assessment Service. Some of you might be familiar with our institution, or some of you may not. Our institute was organized by Korea House Insurance Authority. We review the appropriateness of care allowance. Our big data project develops strategies on how we should utilize Korea's national public health and medical data. We are now also providing various support for this area. As you've just heard from their introductions, to help you better understand the 3 business owners, if they can share the motivation of starting up their business and the challenges they have faced in operating their business and difficulties that they experienced in running a business in the digital health and medical field. When you own a business, there are some companies that go public, and that there are also companies that continue to receive funding and make more and more investments in R&D or development initiatives. So I want to hear about their story of their business development. JLK went public, so I would like to ask CEO Kim about your experience with JLK. JLK was established in 2014. At that time, medical AI was not known very well in Korea. To create AI, we needed data. It was difficult from the beginning because we needed big data, and it was hard to source them at that time. However, we were able to procure remarkable data set on stroke from Korean Brain MRI Imaging Center. For over 7 years, we've collected the data sets, and we marked each area of the disorder and lesion, and we consulted with doctors, brain doctors, to have accurate mapping. Some of you will think that that process was part of our annotation, but back then the concept of annotation itself was not really familiar. Our solution was established very quickly, and thanks to that, our solution received grade 3 medical device approval from Korean FDA. These accomplishments helped us a lot. In December 2019, we went public for the first time in our market among our competitors. Back then, there were no peer group because we were the first one to do that type of business. So it was also difficult for us to explain about our valuation. However, we succeeded in IPO, and recently another company in this field like us is preparing for their IPO. We were the first one to achieve that, and it felt really rewarding. I think you must have had many concerns back then. We are today talking about better diagnostics and better treatment. If we don't have well-defined values, we cannot be sure how much benefit that we can provide to our patients and how much economic values that the treatment or certain decisions will result in. Fundamentally, we have to talk about early diagnosis or AI-based tools for them to be used in the medical field. Their business value have to be should be verified. JLK did not have any reference back then because it was the first one among its competitors. The changes in our medical system and the future changes in our medical system, I think these are the ones that the company can predict the best in Korea. As for diagnosis, we were able to be successful because back then, medical AI's performance was not proven until that point. By using clinical trial models, we acquired patents. AI with the same capacity as medical doctors was brought to clinical trial. We involved doctors from Dongguk University Hospital in Busan and other hospital in Korea to prove that our AI solution has the similar level of expertise in diagnosis, same as doctors. So the performance was proved like that. However, we had to also prove the efficacy of the solution, the real benefit that the patients will enjoy. Stroke patients, cerebral infarction patients, their conditions cannot be magically improved by a single solution. In the process of accumulating evidences, we are still gathering more proofs and evidences. After clinical trials and after the solution development, from brain bleeding to infarction, we've developed 11 solutions. In the medical field, medical staff use very comprehensive sets of data to make a diagnosis on stroke or brain infarction. By commercializing the products that is required in that process, we were able to prove that our solution will give real benefit to patients.
It will be more interesting if you know the story. Actually, JLK is specialized in imaging, but imaging is very critical in diagnosis field. So the next speaker, NeuroFit. So I would like to ask about what services and what products are being provided from NeuroFit, so that you can compare two companies' services and products. From a NeuroFit perspective, how you're going to lead the business, which is your vision for your business. So from a entrepreneur's perspective, please explain about your business and attractiveness of this field. In postgraduate school, I studied on the analysis on the effect of cure for brain-related diseases. So there are a limited number of options to treat that brain diseases, like medication and surgery. So I think this can be an alternative for the treatment of brain diseases. Back then, electric treatment can be an alternative, but the problem is that we need to analyze each patient for more personalized electrostimulation treatment for these brain diseases. So I took very engineering approach for this business without any clear understanding of this big picture, a big structure of this field. But as I have been proceeding with this business, I could reach the commercialization stage with all the prepared technology and products. But electrostimulation itself needs to get approval. But if we fail to get approval, then we cannot commercialize our product, and also which means that patients cannot get this electrostimulation treatment. But all over the world, as far as I know, many clinical trials are undergoing to overcome these difficulties that electrostimulation treatment has. But anyway, actually, in Korea, we are facing very limited hurdles now, but globally, there are some moves to overcome this hurdle to commercialize this electrostimulation treatment. So actually, we made 2 contract deals in China and Europe, respectively. But due to COVID-19, that project and contract were suspended for some time. But now with better situation, I think we can resume this project again, but we had difficult times due to COVID-19. So actually, we need to change our initial plan due to this kind of situations. With this opportunity to resume and reconsider about this project, I was told that it would be better to readjust the project with a clearer picture of this project. So I visited my grandma and showed my product in person. But my grandma was surprised because our product makes it take very short time, like 3 minutes. Traditionally, it has taken about 30 minutes, but our product shortened the diagnostic time. So my grandma was surprised with this speed. So this is the benefit that our product has. So we are studying what we can do going forward with more advanced technologies, not the current one. So we could came up with many diagnostic software. But the problem is about the cost. The cost that we can maintain this business. And one of the main causes of this cost problem is medical care benefit and charge for the medical care. So we visited many hospitals and explained about the benefit of our product and how convenient of our product. So now we started to supply our product to more than 50 medical providers. But before that, actually, we have supplied our product for free for their trial. But, we need to run our business. So to run our business, actually, we're attracting more investment to maintain our business now. But the important thing is that after the launch of our product, then we need to make revenue to maintain our business. So we are considering the charge for medical care now. Then at the beginning stage of your business, what data did you learn and what data did you have for your business? Modeling technology or physics interpretation technology, these are what we had at that time. But for treatment care, we need to make better brain image file. But this process took a very long time because it is very complex and complicated process. So in this process, we started to apply AI technology. In the US, Human Connect project or other projects are proceeding now. And we can get the data set, meaningful data set from the US. But actually, these are what we covered for our R&D purposes. So this is what I have been doing for a very long time from when I was in postgraduate school. So from the start of the business, we just showed our plan for the product, and we explained about our concrete plan for the enhancement of the product. But fortunately, actually, our business was selected as a kind of government-led support project by one of the ministries in Korea. So now we can cover many projects.
We are talking about medical, but it all started from bioscience, but it is turning into data science. As the two company CEOs mentioned, medical solutions using AI comes from data. We are seeing this paradigm shift in the medical field, as the two company CEOs have shared. I think CoralineSoft will have a different point of view. Better treatment and better diagnostics are quite distant from the current concept of our medicine, because we run diagnostics first and then treatment. But our goal now is to have early intervention and after early diagnosis. We are shifting towards home care and telemedicine. We are actually feeling these changes in the medical field. I think CoralineSoft is already preparing for that change. When I saw the topic better diagnostics and better treatment for the first time, so far when a person gets sick, then the person goes to the doctor and gets diagnosis and then get treatment. We accumulate data by these series of diagnoses. But now we are aspiring to have a system where early diagnosis can be made to preemptively prevent diseases. The system is being established, and we are partnering with National Cancer Center for the past 5 years in lung cancer area. I think this type of initiative has to be expanded because it is cheaper to have checkups to prevent diseases in advance. Already about 1.6 trillion won is being saved by early diagnosis. In the US and in Europe, we all think that these countries are leading medical countries, but they don't have enough systems or infrastructure for early diagnosis. So I think we can penetrate into that advanced market. And these countries are also recognizing the need for that kind of early diagnosis. In Hanse, in Germany, they run mobile lung cancer diagnosis and checkup center in bus running around the city. That type of program was really unfamiliar to Europeans at the beginning. So the authority is trying to advertise the mobile checkup bus to change the mindset and concept of health management among their citizens. If this system can be successful in advanced economies like Europe and the US, then we will also be able to enter the markets in other countries in Asia. And of course, we will start from the domestic market in Korea. There are vulnerable groups of our society, so we will start to provide these checkup opportunities for the vulnerables so that more people can realize that regular checkups are a must. Then, at the end, to develop a solution, the source data and its confidence must be very important. And secondly, how we will use that result and how confident we can be in the the data and results is also important. And we also have to think about if that type of data can be applied in other markets such as US or Europe as they are. Coreline is developing solutions that face difficulties in quantification or standardization. What do you think about that matter? Many people think that medicine is very advanced field, and surgeries that we receive are results of very advanced technology. However, I think medicine is the field where IT technology has been applied at the lowest level so far. Nowadays, doctors and related businesses or organizations are studying IT's application in medical field. However, the pace has been slow because if we don't test ourselves with our own data, we have this mindset that that type of result cannot be trusted. If there is an academic association, that association will be wanting to use their own data with their own experiment. The US is also starting this process all over again. The same goes to Germany. In that process, we continuously provide our tools to medical doctors. We also share and we also create new study results and share them with doctors.
So in the end, to achieve the goals of each company, data is very essential and critical. Actually, it is difficult to get data from the hospital because it is difficult to manage the data in quantitative and qualitative perspective. We now have a Mr. Cho from Health Insurance Review and Assessment Service. These three speakers before you emphasized the importance of data. So in this regard, from the perspective of Health Insurance Review and Assessment Service, can you explain how we can utilize the data and how we can secure the data for the development of healthcare field? I think all three speakers explained very well, and I'm from Health Insurance Review and Assessment Service. As I told earlier, public health data could be a starting point for the whole picture. First, I will explain about the data that Health Insurance Review and Assessment Service is holding now. As you know, all the people in Korea go to hospitals, and there are a lot of data from hospitals about the treatment and about the procedures that patients get at that hospital. So our service agency, of course, holds all that data. And that data have been used for many analysis at a national level. And hospital, actually, we can actually collect all the data from the hospital, like the population, the number of patients, and the number of equipment, and the other factors as well. So we just open this data that we got from large hospital, but among data that we got from small and medium scale clinics, then we just select some data to open to the public. And also many pharmaceutical companies and clinical equipment companies, they need to submit their data about the cost of their products and services for the hospitals. So we collect that kind of data. And also we hold the data about the medication as well. So we are checking the latest information on drugs. For example, drug A and drug B cannot be consumed at the same time for the safety of the patient. So we are checking that latest information in real time. So we are accumulating that kind of data in real time for people's safety. So our important task is that how we can process this data and deliver meaningful data to Korean people. This is what we have been considering for a long time, because due to the sensitivity of the data, actually data is basically personal and very sensitive. So we have to take a very conservative approach to this data. Well, last year, the Act on Data has passed. So we are considering how we can accommodate all the needs and all the demands on the data. So like all the speakers explained, businesses can utilize this kind of data that we are delivering, we open. So from a business perspective, we are also considering how we can deliver meaningful data to businesses. And also at the national level, we have a governmental task with this data, because we need to process this data and use this data to make Korea advanced nation in data utilization in the world. Now, 4 ministries in Korea are working for the national integrated bio data. So genetic data, lifelog data. So these 4 ministries started to establish a platform where we can manage all this data of Korean people. And also the National Cancer Center is building a platform for the cancer-related data. And also our service is cooperating with the National Cancer Center for this establishment. So at this conference, we want to hear various and many opinions and feedback from businesses.
Eurofit and JLK are using imaging data. On the other hand, the House Insurance Review and Assessment Service have limited level and volume of imaging data. Medical imaging information that we have is not abundant in that sense. If when it comes to professional review, then we also need the data of medical imaging. But many data of the medical imaging has been thrown out so far. From 2017, we started to apply AI to medical imaging data. We were quite early because we started this in 2017 in collaboration with Yonsei University. It was the first ever attempt in that area. So there were trials and errors. From 2017, we developed some algorithms and published the algorithms only to medical staff. We did so as the first phase of our project that continued until 2020. From 2021, AIX project was initiated to converge data and AI as part of the 7 tasks of the Korean government. NIPA is partnering with us in that initiative. JLK here is also collaborating with us in AIX in shoulder joint learning data. It is challenging to go around here and there to find necessary data, so we've developed a lab to provide data to startups and imaging labs when they need the data. We have to provide this data, but surprisingly, the annotation of learning data required quite a long time and quite a money. The original data that is being thrown out should be refined in partnership with Samsung Medical Center or Seoul National University Hospital for us to develop a logic, and that logic can sometimes does not match the needs of other hospitals. Depending on the model or depending on the manufacturer, there are some gaps. That is why we have to sort and classify original data that has been thrown away. Then that type of data will also be used by the industry in the future. I think core line is when it uses the data of the health insurance review and assessment service. Do you have any questions to the official from the service? To businesses like us, the service is not an easy counterpart because we always want the service to ease regulations imposed upon us. I agree that the environment for AI development in Korea is really ideal. So we are developing various AI solutions, and we are also conducting clinical trials, and many products have been approved to the level of commercialization. However, there are more difficulties in bringing them to the market. The user of this solution is hospitals and doctors, and they all move within the system of Korea's healthcare and insurance system. Companies like us have difficulties in marketing our solution. If a person feels heart pain and gets CT, if our solution is applied, not only that person's heart, but also nearby organs such as lung can be shown in the image. That is much more effective, so I think the current regulation in Korea should be refined and changed. What can we do to accelerate the process of changing that type of regulation? In fact, I'm working in a totally different department that deals with other type of tasks. Medical practitioners or medical staff will know this very well. But our universal health insurance system and medical bills are part of the scope of the services work, but decisions are made by the Ministry of Health and Welfare. Telemedicine or digital healthcare that have been the hot topic in Korea these days. The Health Insurance Corporation of Korea and our service and the Ministry of Welfare are having regular meetings to improve our regulations. It is fact that these three authorities are discussing that, but it'll take time.
We are talking now about the charge for medical care. When we talk about the digital health care, regardless of the physical space for the health care, because even though telemedicine or distance healthcare, it is possible to diagnose or it is possible to deliver the treatment. So non-face-to-face care. About this topic, could you talk about this topic? Yes, we have delivered this kind of services. About the diagnosis, patient go to hospital and see a doctor and then get diagnosis, and that concludes the diagnosis process. So that's why we started to deliver this diagnosis services by using AI to patient. So this is how we can expand this diagnosis sector with AI. And we can also deliver the meaningful information to patients in this diagnosis process. And I think this can be related to the charge for medical care, so that's why we are expanding our services. Yes, I fully agree with you. So from your perspective, actually AI-related solutions need to provide value, right? So what kind of value the solution can provide to patients, and how can this value be evaluated? First of all, we continuously mention the charge for medical care. But from my perspective and our business perspective, our company are focusing on what we can do now. Actually, it is insufficient to be helpful. Actually, by using our products and services, it can save more time in diagnosis and analysis of brain imaging. But we think we need to go beyond that. But about that charge for the medical care thing, we actually, of course, we are hoping there could be a more improvement in the charge for medical care problem. But sometimes I just think this is a big dream for healthcare businesses. So now we are focusing on what we can do currently to enhance our services and products So we are considering how we can develop our products and services more. And in that regard, we think that AI technology can be used in new drug development process, not only for the diagnosis and treatment between patients and physicians. And in this analysis process, it is important to select meaningful patient candidate to get meaningful result. So in this clinical trial process, it is very important to select very selected patient group for great result. So we are now expanding our plans and our schemes for the business. So how can this software be used in the field by patient or medical staff?
Is there any comment from Coraline? In medical field, AI should do something doctors can also do. It should not replace the role of doctor. That is one of our focuses. What is interesting here is that among doctors, there are disagreements in terms of AI application in the field. As a company that develops AI solutions, we sometimes are curious about to whom we have to listen to. Quantification and standardization of AI solutions will take place as we move on. Then based upon the standardized and quantified data, we will be able to advance further. I didn't expect that the time will fly like this. I think we have to start to wrap up. There were questions about the roles of the service and medical fees of Korea. If we start discussing that, then we will need to have much more time. When I first became the chair of this session, I was concerned about if this topic, better diagnostics and better treatment, can really resonate among our audience. Because we have to first think about not how we will make that diagnostic tools, but how we have to think about how we can collect the necessary data at the beginning from the relevant hospitals or authorities like Health Insurance Assessment Service. We also have to think about and talk about how these solutions will benefit whom. In the third step, we have to allow people to actually use those solutions. And that process involves the issues of medical fees. This is a paradigm. Our conventional paradigm is that medicine is dedicated to doctors. Hospital-centric healthcare is now turning into patient-centric healthcare. Digital healthcare, in the end, is about changing the owner of medicine. If we don't establish that paradigm, no matter how good solution we have, and no matter what type of diagnostic technique we develop, we first have to establish our future directions, and we also have to listen to the business pioneers like these three CEOs here. The service also provided very important comments today, and based upon those comments, we will have to evolve further into the next stages. Thank you for not being on schedule. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Professor Kim Kwang-jun, and all the panels. Thank you again. Please be seated. It was a valuable discussion. So my appreciation also goes to all the participants online and offline for joining us for a long time. In order to refresh, we'll take a 5-minute recess, and then there will be a lecture by Professor Jang Hyun-jung from the National Cancer Center.
Entirely different approach to managing day-to-day operations.
A terrific collaboration between the Johns Hopkins Hospital and GE.
The real power of this is this machine learning piece that we have to it.
To create a high reliability environment where care is being provided most appropriately and in the safest manner possible.
We have taken $10 million of inefficiency out of the organization in less than a year.
But also support an environment for high quality individualized patient care.
Our command center, if you think of it like an air traffic control system.
We're already coordinating our cardiologists, our nursing teams,
and begin to offer solutions to what they can now see clearly as the problem.
Patient Manager has had a really positive impact on performance at Kissimmee. You can see everything you need to see about all the patients in the hospital in one quick place.
Probably the biggest impact that Patient Manager has had is it has brought our entire team together of healthcare providers.
There was no single system that brought all those elements together and packaged it in a way that made it useful for everybody.
Every patient that comes through an acute hospital has value added to their stay.
We will look back and wonder how we ever managed to deliver healthcare without the support of something like a command centre.
Before we had OHSU Mission Control, we declined over 500 patients.
Now in Mission Control, we have the very best nurses and doctors helping support and make those decisions in real time.
We've seen a great deal of improvement in all of our operational metrics since we've opened the command center.
It's what saved my life.
If you told me we were at Kennedy Space Center in there, I mean, I probably would have believed you.
현재 시각 오후 3시 57분입니다. 오후 4시부터 강연 이어가도록 하겠습니다.
From 4 p.m. we'll continue with the next lecture.
Our view together with yours, we can all see things differently. Do you see gravity? Or do you defy it?
And the flying leap from May.
Do you see a party or proud diversity? Do you see a place as old as time or a breakthrough that could save your life? We see power in the weather. We see how entertainment can change the world.
It's wonderful.
We see love and embrace it. We see a challenge and face it. We see the chance to go further together. To connect, collaborate, educate, celebrate, and make anything happen. So let's open our minds, invite the unexpected in, and answer the big questions together. Join us and see things differently.
연세대학교 의과대학 부속 용인 세브란스 병원은 디지털 혁신, 안전과 공감, 하나의 세브란스 실행 전략을 통해 아시아 중심 병원으로 거듭나고자 합니다. 국내 병원 최초로 원내에 구축한 5G 통신망, 다양한 디지털 솔루션과 연세대학교 의료원의 의수를 접목해 환자의 안전은 물론 의료진의 업무 효율을 극대화합니다. 입원 의학과 신설, 전병동 입원 전담 전문의 도입, 진료과 간 유기적 혁진,
네.
AWC 2022 in Seoul is taking place under the theme of METAHEALTH, inviting various experts in this field. Next, we'll invite Professor Chang Yun-jung of the National Cancer Center for a lecture on the topic of Dr. Meta, a cancer metaverse platform for XR health. Please welcome her with a big hand. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I think I am the first speaker today to deliver on-site lecture. I have been focusing on policy research. I am a doctor of family medicine. I have joined the research group on metaverse establishment. Last year, I worked at the project team, so I wanted to share my experience from the Dr. Meta project. When we first heard the term metaverse, it was really not familiar to all of us. But the word metaverse was first coined in a science fiction written by Neil Stephenson in 1992. The book describes metaverse as a virtual reality created by slightly different images. After 30 years, metaverse is now coming to a reality. When we developed Dr. Meta, the metaverse that I knew of before the project was all about avatars moving in 2D screen. If we ask ourselves if that type of solution is appropriate for medicine, I don't think so. However, based on augmented reality, we can apply metaverse to medicine. And if we are dealing with patients, if that patients are in the form of avatar, we cannot truly see the condition of the patients because their facial expressions will be different from the in-person patient. Using the features of metaverse, we've made various attempts. We tested virtual reality, live logging, external world, and internal world in the project. As part of government project, the Korean government set 110 objectives, and there are many more. The Ministry of Labor, the Ministry of Education also set their own initiatives for the metaverse. Among those many tasks, I've selected these 4. It is divided into media solution development and job training, digital content development, and economic application of the metaverse. These are all part of the government's plan. When we heard about AI from our speakers in the previous sessions, we've learned that when we use digitalized solutions, EMR is the most common solution that we are already using in the medical field. We have to think about if that type of solution is medical device or an independent tool. Within the environment called the metaverse, its functions can be confined to improving wellness or can be extended to as therapeutics. In virtual world, when we have to interact with others, then we will need to have meta-human, virtual humans, because we have to be standing by 24/7 in the metaverse. That is why we really need meta-human to run metaverse in the medical field. When we embark on this process, we need to aim at receiving proper approvals, not just be complacent about being approved, being developed. Regardless of this classification, many stakeholders at the moment are just focused on challenging themselves with new attempts. To date, these efforts have been focused on research, education, and wellness in the field of non-medical devices and solutions. Metaverse in healthcare, if you search that term on Google, there are many results that comes up on the search engine. Many surgical doctors use these type of solutions to simulate their surgery beforehand. And in imaging medicine, doctors also use 3D simulation. And this type of technique is quite well established already. Metaverse can also be used for treatment. We can put sensors on patients to measure the level of movement of the patient's joints or muscles. Metaverse can also be used to educate medical staff. Not only short-term training or education, but also other types of education can be facilitated in Metaverse. I also graduated from the College of Medicine, but doctors like us should be continuously retrained and re-educated. But there are few opportunities for medical professionals to receive retraining. In the Metaverse, we recently launched the session for enterostomy care training program. The importance of medical staff training has been overlooked by the relevant ministry. Medical staff should be first familiarize themselves with the use of this enterostomy before they tell their patients how to use it. In psychiatry, Metaverse is also being used. For exercise, Metaverse is used. Dr. Meta was one of the projects that took place under the leadership of NIPA. We, the National Cancer Center, developed contents as a stakeholder and a participant of the project. 6 national hospitals joined the project. Development is not the end. We will continue to develop establish a system to really use that developed solution. Devices were supplied, and if medical institutions want to use those tools, then we have to be able to modify those tools in line with the needs of each institution, considering their unique environment. In the booth outside, we were playing these videos. Some of you might have seen it. The mandatory medical record and vital signs. For example, people's blood pressure level and glucose level can be incorporated into the Metaverse platform in high resolution and high quality data. And when we receive that data, we have to make the data blind, erasing any personal information in it. To deploy this platform, we've adopted this type of structure using AR. We deployed in the solution the location of human organs. Management of enterostomy involves various problems. For cancer, we are collaborating with the Health Insurance Review Service. From last year, we have been consulting with the National Health Insurance Corporation to provide better training and information to the patients with enterostomy. Only a few hospitals in Korea, nurses dedicated to training of enterostomy care. So in many hospitals, the manufacturer come to the hospital to train patients with how to manage their enterostomy. Patients have to attach various elements to their enterostomy, and there are various requirements for its care. Due to the pandemic, families' visit to inpatients became very difficult. So we tried to develop this platform to facilitate the communication between virtual communication between the hospitalized patient and their family. Not only enterostomy, but also hospice training and disinfection of medical devices, and platforms for educational solutions were developed. Medical staff can receive training only during the weekends. So we wanted to provide them with chances to get training during weekday through this Metaverse solution. Here in this platform, people can do lecture and people can also engage in discussion. Throughout last year, the Ministry of Science's project has been completed, but we are taking part in a project commissioned by the Ministry of Welfare now. Multidisciplinary conferences and their functions will be further improved, and the scope will be further expanded to include the medical staff training. Diagnostic businesses will be also included in this solution. There are 6 existing solutions, and we will add on to those 6 this year. There are 7 core elements of Metaverse. When we talk about the features of the Metaverse, we have to be wondering if these properties correspond to the needs of the medical field. During the past 1 year, we've identified the things that can be improved and the things that should be considered by the authority or by companies in this field. Medical service and system should first be connected in order for us to use this solution. Someone has to be there to respond to the requests of the users, patients in the metaverse. So we have to think about who will be on standby in the metaverse for that kind of inquiry from patients in the metaverse. If a patient asks a question in the metaverse, maybe we have to designate a staff in the metaverse to react to the kind of request. Next is synchronicity. Korea have advanced imaging technique, and probably it will be able to export its solution to foreign countries. However, there are huge differences in the way how medicine works depending on country. If it is multidisciplinary platform, then there won't be any problem. But if it is single discipline platform, then we have to consider synchronicity. Next, accessibility. This is about how we will be able to narrow the digital divide. About 70 to 80% of people older than 60 years of age have smartphones. So there is this limited rate of distribution of smart devices among older citizens. This year, we've developed multi-screen solution that can be accessed on your tablet or your mobile phones to improve accessibility of our solution. Next, economic function. The panels talked about medical charges during the panel discussion session. We have to think about how these economic values can be compensated. And in that process, we have to consider the quality of medical service. And we have to prove that people's health condition can be improved by this solution. When a person gets checked up, then in the solution, a voucher is issued to the person to encourage the person to have regular checkup in the future too. We have to clearly define the purpose, where it can be wellness or it can be medical service. Next is scope of the metaverse. When we use the solution in reality, we have to make decisions on the scope of data disclosure, and we also have to think about intellectual property rights, because intellectual property rights are not defined in the metaverse. Medicine involves medical staff like doctors and nurses, and it cannot be entirely free from this group of the main subjects of the field. For the past year, we developed this solution in quite a short time, so we made a lot of effort. There also had been various concerns in our side, so I wanted to share them with all of you.
Thank you for your valuable lecture. It was an opportunity for us to understand Dr. Mehta to overcome regional inequality in digital healthcare. Next, Jeff Terry, CEO of G Healthcare, who established Clinical Command Center and now is leading the Command Center group, will give a lecture on the topic, The Future of the Sustainable Health Start with Retaining Caregiver Staff. We will invite him on the screen.
Hello and welcome. I'm Jeff Terry from GE Healthcare. Very happy to be here at AI World Congress to talk about some of the work that we're doing at GE to help shape a sustainable health future for caregivers, for an efficient system, for the environment, for patients, and importantly, how we're using AI to do that. Huge topic, where to start? I'll start by what I think is top of mind for many of the health system executives that we serve, certainly around the world, and that is the staffing crisis. Using some US numbers here, in 2021, more nurses left the workforce than in any prior year that these things have been tracked. And they think that the number of nurses that left was the total number of departures that we expected by 2030. So this huge acceleration. You have physicians reporting huge amounts of stress through a variety of surveys and things. All in all, we think there will continue to be a nursing shortage for the next several years, up to and including 2030. There's also a feeling in the nursing workforce that may contribute to some of those numbers that, hey, through COVID, we've spent trillions of dollars on COVID. But if you were a nurse in an ICU who worked, most weeks throughout all of this, did you see any financial benefit from that, even as others around you might have who weren't contributing in the same way? And that's led to a lot of stress. Of course, we've seen this big increase in travelers, right, where we're competing for nurses between site A and site B. And some of that's healthy, a healthy method to get nurses where they're most needed. But the net effect of this is that a typical hospital may open the day 10, 20, 30 nurses short and be spending money to bring in travelers to cover shifts that they just are unsustainable financially. So this is a huge problem, and it's something that we've got to address. We can also know that problem links to the sustainability agenda. Clearly, if we're going to reduce the stress on caregivers, we've got to be more efficient so we can do more with less in the simplest form. That same efficiency also benefits the environment. And to put that in context, a single hospital bed and all the activity around it consumes about 250 metric tons of carbon per year. Generates about 250 metric tons of carbon a year. About 900,000 hospital beds in the US, so you get about 220 million tons of carbon generated by the inpatient care activity in the US. Well, now we apply efficiency to that, and length of stay being often our best efficiency metric. If we reduce length of stay by half a day, it's like taking 3.5 million cars off the road in terms of the carbon reduction from fewer beds in use and equating that to cars on the road. So we want to be more efficient, and we also know that efficiency is vital for sustainability at an environmental level as well. And before we get into what's being done at that, I also want to address this point that I sometimes hear: there's so much waste in healthcare. I think that's sort of rubbish. And to put that in perspective, if we look back over the last 40 years, look at the amazing improvements in efficiency that healthcare has achieved. Length of stay in the US down by 50%. And when you use that same math to carbon that I mentioned earlier, you say, well, gosh, that reduction of 5 days of length of stay is like taking 21 million cars, or there being 21 million fewer cars on the road today than there would be without these improvements. And that's the result of moving to DRGs and all the Lean and Six Sigma programs and digitization with EMR, all this great work that's been done. But what's the limit of that? And what's the next level of, how do we get to a next level of efficiency? Because we know we have to, and to come back to this issue of clinician burnout, which shows up first as exhaustion, and some of this work, by the way, that I'm showing here is from Vanderbilt University, Dr. Paul Deschamps and his group, but lots of people studying this important topic. But we see this whole cycle of caregivers become exhausted. They lose the joy of their work. They become cynical. They become less productive, or they leave the workforce. It's a tough problem. And it shows up in efficiency. It's bad enough for people, of course, but it shows up for efficiency. The data's still coming in, right? Our big length of stay measures at country levels run a year, 18, 24 months in arrears. But certainly at a hospital health system by health system level, we see the evidence that length of stay is going back up. And we certainly have seen length of stay evidence going back up. We haven't seen the quality evidence, meaning declining quality, but you can bet that we're seeing some declination of quality performance as well, because short staff, stressed staff, all of that shows up in our performance, and we begin to see that already. And so disrupting routine operations has a cost. And I emphasize the word routine there because health systems are such big operations. They're, it's different than a Starbucks. It's more like an aircraft battleship group, a carrier strike force. It's more like Navy SEAL teams where you have these huge operations going on all the time with all these different caregivers. And those organizations at that scale perform well when they do things well routinely. And I love this picture of a nurse there, this cartoon that reminds us of what is the typical nurse today, right? There's an earpiece, there's a voice thing, there's a badge with a button on it that's got an RFID tag, there's a phone where they're doing all sorts of things. These are very sophisticated operations. Massive disruption has a cost. And what we need to do instead of disruption, of course, is make it easy for our caregivers to be efficient, to reduce their workload, to reduce their cognitive load. And there are ways to do that. So what can we do? Well, a couple of things. There's this incentives angle, which I won't get on, but there's policy topics around here clearly. A more close to home one is for health systems to implement internal traveler programs. So that's this idea of instead of allowing some of our young single nurses to go travel to make a bunch of money or in a way to compete with that. Of course, they can do that if they want. But what if we offer them instead, hey, we'll pay you that same traveler differential, have you work in a different nursing unit in our own health system, but we'll require that you cover some of the tough shifts. So that nurse gets the same money she would have gotten by being a traveler. The hospital gets their tough shifts covered, but you get this huge benefit because you have a nurse that's already part of your team, knows your systems, knows your processes, knows your culture, that stays in your organization. So one example of many where health systems are reacting to this in innovative ways. In the bottom left, clearly there's things happening with supply, health systems investing in nursing schools, buying nursing schools, trying to increase the pipeline of nurses and trying to increase the likelihood that they can attract those nurses into their health system. And then on the right is this efficiency agenda. And that's where where GE makes a big difference. And I'll unpack a few case studies of that. The first big bucket is this idea of level 2 software. And what we mean by that is level 1 software is my imaging workflow system, my EMR workflow systems, lab, pharmacy, surgery, ED, ADT, all these systems that together people call the electronic medical record. Level 2, and then there's devices generating data. There's all this data being generated at level 1. Level 2 systems sit on top of that, ingest the data in real time, and then do new things with it. And the key there is we're trying to make it easy for care teams to simplify, to automate, to connect the dots in the data, to apply the algorithms, to use all the potential that's there. So that's level 2 software, is put all the data to work, reduce cognitive load, get the value from it, make it easy. And then there's design, which are sort of two pieces to that. The first is when we're designing any product, right? Everything has a software layer to it now. When we're designing a product, how do we make sure that caregiver constraints are in the design? When we say utilization, for example, we don't just mean utilization of the OR, operating room, or of the imaging device and so forth. We also mean utilization of the caregiver. What are realistic expectations of patients per day, patients per week, patients per minute, wherever that caregiver is in the continuum? And part of that is using fewer clicks per day as a KPI, making sure that wherever we design, we remember that the caregiver's role is to spend time holding hands with the patient, not holding the mouse. That's what we want. And then the last piece on the design is this idea of designing an efficient health system, which I'll talk more about with a case study. For the GE front, you'll hear us mention this thing called the Edison platform. This is the idea of a data infrastructure that makes it easy to do all these things wherever GE is touching health systems, and that turns out to be a lot of places. So Edison is about making it easy to put data to work. A couple case studies I'll unpack, and the first is from the command center business. This is the group that I lead. And this is some work that we did in Tampa General. This is one of a couple hundred hospitals that we're serving with this technology, one of about 20 physical command centers that we've created. But the net effect for Tampa General of several years of work has been to reduce length of stay, save millions of dollars, make life easy for caregivers. Well, how do we do that? Did it with three big pieces of this program. The first was to create a new command center-like department that they call CareCom. You see a picture of it there, where we've co-located a bunch of access functions that already existed, like bed management and transport and dispatch, and then equipped them with new tools that help them optimize and see around corners. And that software in the middle there, that's the tools that are deployed in the command center. They're also deployed all over the hospital. So this idea of command center software is in a place like CareCom and on everybody's iPhone and all over the place in different ways. But it's this idea of, let's take all the data from the level 1 systems and then weave together the optimal look for case management, for nursing, for imaging, for surgery, for lab, and on down the chain so that we're prioritizing, we're planning predictively, we're signaling to each other with all the information and context. Just a remarkable impact when we put the power of a command center at caregivers' fingertips. And then on the right, the third piece of this is this idea of using a simulation model to design an efficient health system by testing alternatives. You see a little larger picture of that CareCom department I mentioned. We've co-located access functions there, created new expediter roles, not new headcount, by the way, but using headcount that were already there in more productive ways by using machine learning to predict constraints and then empowering someone to prevent a problem. And there's so many examples of that. Redesigning the surgical schedule so that we have more time for growing practices, the right amount of time for each practice, and we get higher surgical utilization, and it's easier to get patients onto the schedule. And that's a lot of work. The net effect of all that, though, is that we were able to reduce length of stay by about a half a day. Again, in a 1,000-bed hospital, that's a lot of patient days saved. And that enabled them to care for about 2,900 more patients with the same staff, with the same physical infrastructure, which is about like creating 64 hospital beds, but without actually having to do it, without actually having to staff it, which has the effect of taking those 4,000 cars off the road in the example of Tampa, and that scales up to that 3.5 million number that I mentioned earlier. So many examples in this program. But what I sort of love about it more than anything is what it looks like for the caregivers. So, hey, save millions of dollars, reduce length of stay, easier time, all these benefits. But what it also means is these same 3 great caregivers you see pictured on the left, and they're in an ICU reacting to a code black when there's no ICU. We've got to figure out who can we downgrade so we can get the next patient who needs an ICU right now. And they've got about 100 ICU beds at Tampa General. And that team who deals with that decision, you can see them here, an APP, a case manager, and a physician, able to have that discussion for the entire ICU in about 5 minutes instead of 15. So giving them back 10 minutes to do any number of things with. And then the same on the right, where we're doing in multidisciplinary rounds, instead of spending 2 minutes per patient because we're clicking and looking for information and having to think things through, all that's been done for us, and we're able to go through every patient at about 30 seconds with all the information, all about discharge planning, about barriers, about observation, all these smarts layered in so that we're not chasing information and we're giving time back into the day of these great caregivers. That's a command center example. Another example from GE is this idea of Air Recon DL. And what this is it saves a lot of time in the setup and conduct of an MRI scan. The DL there stands for deep learning. And if you think about an MRI scan, it's important that the patient be positioned correctly, that the protocol be set up correctly. And if you're going to scan, say, an elbow now and after a procedure, it's got to be positioned just right to be, to make it easy to see the muscles in the same way and so forth. And that's where Air Recon DL comes in. It uses the deep learning to look at the path scans, to look at the protocol, and to help the technologist set up the scan in the optimal way for better image quality in half or a third of the time. So truly a use of AI where everybody wins. And this is really expanding its scale around, wherever the GE has an MR installed base. I mentioned efficient design earlier. An example of that would be here, where we've used this patient flow simulation model, discrete event simulation, where every patient has a set of needs that have to be served as they progress. And in a 1,000-bed hospital, there'll be about 8,000 different pathways that a patient follows through the course of a year, consuming resources. The simulation model allows us to test all those and say, in this example, if we organize our 4 different facilities in different ways, meaning what level of cares are on what floor, and where's the step-down unit, and where does neurology flow, and where does oncology flow, and where do units overflow, and therefore how do we staff and equip the units? Being able to test that in the simulation model helps us design the efficient for consistent utilization across the enterprise, instead of what often happens, because it's frankly just so hard to figure that out, we end up with, there's a couple units that are always hot and a couple units that are always cold, and it's inefficient as a whole. So this allows us to design efficiency into the system. Mural is a GE product that's very clinical in nature. So if I'm making a diagnosis decision with the treatment team and I want the waveform data and the EMR data and the labs and the vitals, and I want to be able to trend that, I want to be able to look at the pathway and almost do scenario planning on possible protocol decisions that I might make, that's what Mural makes it easy to do. And that's better for faster diagnosis, better diagnosis, spotting problems. But importantly, it reduces the cognitive load of the care team because it connects all those diagnostic dots and puts them on one piece of glass. And a final example I'll show, which is focused on anesthesia, and it really has an impact on the better for the patient, better for the environment, and more efficient as well. In this case, the AI monitors the distribution of not just the gas that we intend for the patient to receive, but the gas that's actually being distributed and consumed. And that enables the anesthesiologist to more precisely titrate the gas that's being administered. The net effect is anesthesiologists more confident, less stressed, less gas for the patient, and we get the gas that we intended, which of course is the goal. So those are just some of the examples of the things that GE is doing. But I think what connects them all, sort of back to where we started, is, health systems have achieved so much in efficiency and sustainability. They're also under such stress with staff right now, and all the long-term problems of how do we get to that next level of efficiency that they're all working so hard to do. And what GE works to do, what motivates us, is to serve those caregivers, to serve patients in the moments that matter, increasingly by putting all that data to work, harnessing the potential of it for better quality, for better outcomes, and importantly, to make life easier for caregivers. That's it for me. Thanks very much for having me to AI World Congress.
네, 감사합니다.
Thank you very much for your insightful presentation. Now we only have one session left, the last session of AWC 2022 in Seoul. The last session is a panel discussion on the current status and future of Metaverse medical service. As it'll be a long discussion, we'll first have a 10-minute break and resume at 4:50 p.m. I'll see you at 4:50.
의료기술의 패러다임이 바뀝니다. 점점 복잡해지고 예측하기 힘들어지는 질병과의 싸움. 이제 인공지능 의료 솔루션이 예측 분석, 진단, 치료, 예후 관리까지 책임집니다. 우리는 지금 AI 기반 의료 서비스 닥터앤서 1.0 사업의 성공적인 성과를 발판으로 의료 서비스의 차원은 높이고 의료비는 절감시켜 국민 건강 및 삶의 질 개선에 기여할 인공지능 정밀 의료 서비스 닥터앤서 2.0 사업을 시작합니다. 닥터앤서 2.0은 보다 폭넓어집니다. 1차, 2차, 3차 의료기관을 포함한 실제 의료 현장에서 환자를 위해 사용할 수 있는 폐렴, 간질환 등 국민 건강에 밀접한 신규 12개 중점 질환으로 확대되었습니다. 닥터앤서 2.0은 보다 가까워집니다. 12개 질환의 진단 및 치료를 위한 24개 AI 기반 의료 소프트웨어는 인허가를 목표로 개발되며 이를 통해 곧바로 국민건강의료에 활용될 것입니다. 닥터앤서 2.0은 보다 정교해집니다. 48개 기관, 280여 명의 의료 IT 전문가들이 참여해 축적된 데이터와 노하우를 기반으로 세계 최고 수준인 대한민국의 의료기술과 연계한 의료 AI 기술을 집대성해 나갈 것입니다.
It must be an honorable opportunity to lead this project, and I'm sure that you will be very successful and will make a great impact on healthcare industry, public health, patient care, and on many other areas in the future.
Having a long-term project with some key deliverables like this is exactly the way to do it. My only sadness is I'm not there with you to be part of it. Because I'd like nothing better than to come and see exactly how you're doing this.
닥터앤서 2.0을 통하여 의료 서비스에 대한 질이 개선되고 이를 통해 한층 더 국민에게 가까워지는 정밀 의료 서비스가 될 것을 기대합니다.
포스트 코로나 시대를 준비하면서 우리는 가장 어려운 일을 혁신으로 돌파하려고 합니다. 닥터앤서 2.0 사업은 정밀 의료 소프트웨어와 데이터 구축으로 맞춤형 의료 서비스를 가능하게 만듭니다. 또한 의료 분야 AI 기업을 획기적으로 성장시킬 수 있습니다. 닥터앤서 2.0 사업은 인간을 위해 최적화된 의료 기술을 선보이며 AI 의료 서비스 분야에서 데이터, 네트워크, AI와 ICT를 융합함으로써 미래 의료와 우리의 삶의 질을 완전히 바꿔놓을 것입니다.
보다 폭넓게, 보다 가깝게, 보다 정교하게 미래 의료 서비스가 우리의 일상 속으로 성큼 다가옵니다. AI 기반 정밀 의료 서비스 닥터앤서 2.0.
How do you see the world? The UK's unique melting pot of diverse minds always brings a fresh perspective. And when we combine our view together with yours, we can all see things differently. Do you see gravity? Or do you defy it?
And a flying leap from May.
Do you see a party or proud diversity? Do you see a place as old as time or a breakthrough that could save your life? We see power in the weather. We see how entertainment can change the world. It's wonderful. We see love and embrace it. We see a challenge and face it. We see the chance to go further together. To connect, collaborate, educate, celebrate, and make anything happen. So let's open our minds, invite the unexpected in, and answer the big questions together. Join us and see things differently.
20년 전 인터넷은 세상을 바꿨고 10년 전 스마트폰은 새로운 모바일 환경을 만들었습니다. 이렇게 세상은 PC 통신에서 인터넷 그리고 모바일로 빠르게 진화해 왔고 이제는 5G 네트워크와 3D 기술의 발전으로 차세대 IT 패러다임 메타버스를 주목하고 있습니다. 단순히 보는 것이 아닌 체험할 수 있는 플랫폼 그 안에서 또 다른 삶을 살 수 있는 그 세상을 우리는 메타버스라고 부릅니다. 기술적으로는 AR, VR, MR이 혼합되어 있고 거래는 블록체인 기술로 인증된 화폐를 이용하며 사용자는 다양한 사회활동과 경제활동을 할 수 있습니다. 이렇게 세계 속에서 급부상하는 산업 메타버스. 글로벌 기업은 메타버스 시장 선점을 위한 경쟁에 이미 뛰어들었습니다. 페이스북은 사명을 메타로 변경했고 엔비디아와 마이크로소프트도 플랫폼과 비전을 빠르게 발표했습니다. 새로운 혁신 플랫폼으로 떠오르는 메타버스 산업 활성화와 발전을 위해 한국모바일산업연합회와 한국가상증강현실산업협회가 통합해 한국 메타버스 산업협회로 정식 출범하게 되었습니다. 한국 메타버스 산업협회는 고진, 신수정 공동회장, 송동석 감사를 선출했고 KT, SKT, LGU+ 등 이동통신 3사, 삼성전자, 네이버, 카카오게임즈 등 국내 주요 IT 콘텐츠 기업이 회원사로 대거 참여하였습니다. 한국 메타버스 산업협회는 새로운 비전을 가지고 메타버스의 확산과 산업 발전을 위해 앞장서겠습니다. 새로운 메타버스 세상 K메타가 만듭니다. K메타는 다음과 같은 미션을 가지고 있습니다. 첫째, 민간 주도로 모든 산업 분야의 메타버스 확산 선도 및 민관 협력 구심점 역할 수행. 둘째, 메타버스 협업 생태계를 조성하고 업종과 기술 간 융합을 통해 산업 발전 기반 마련. 셋째, 메타버스 관련 기업들의
Next session is a panel discussion on the current state and future of Metaverse medical service. This is the last session. Please stay us until the end. I'll invite Sujong-shin, President of Korea Metaverse Industry Association, Sang-jun Park, CEO of Medical IP, Il-kim, CEO of Surgical Mind, Seon-young Park, CEO of New Base, to the stage. While you are on the stage, you can take off your face mask. Live Q&A we will have a live Q&A during the panel discussion. If you have any questions, you can ask them online. For those who ask interesting questions, we will give out gift. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I am Shin Sujong, President of Korea Metaverse Industry Association. I am also working for KT in Metaverse. It is an honor for me to be the chair of the panel discussion and the last session of AWC 2022. I would like to welcome everyone on site and online to the session. The topic of this session is how we are converging metaverse and medical services, and the current status and the future. Medical service, due to digital transformation, is experiencing various changes. The metaverse is also a huge topic these days. Combining metaverse with medical services and the values that can be created by doing so and businesses that can be developed in the process will be discussed during this session. Before we start, I would like to invite 3 panelists. Each panel will introduce themselves and their company's businesses. I'll start with Mr. Yoon. Ladies and gentlemen, I am the CEO of Medical IP with history of about 7 years. Medical IP for the past 7 years has been using digital twin to deploy patient data in the virtual world as a metaverse solution that can make decisions on the condition of the patient and monitor patient conditions. Recently, this type of solution is drawing much attention, also in the medical field. So our activities and projects are growing further. I am Kim Il from Surgical Mind. From 1999, I worked for game company. During my 20 years in the gaming industry, I've seen the development from VR into VR and MR. I think there is greater needs in the medical field for this technology. From 2017, our company has been more focused on the medical field. Digital therapeutics aim at using compensating system to put more focus on patients and to provide better treatment to our patients rather than simply using drugs. There are greater levels of convergence among different areas and different technologies, systems. Doctors and nurses require training to improve their skills. In the 90s and 80s, the medical staff had chance to train their skills directly with the patients while they treat the patients. However, things have changed. There are less and less chances for them to improve their skills. So far, medical field has been focused on on-site physical training and animal-based training. However, we can use the metaverse to provide them with more opportunities for training. Before surgery, recently the technology has been developed into the level that allows medical staff to have realistic simulation in the metaverse before surgery. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, I am Park Sun-young, CEO of NewBase. NewBase is focused on digital transition in medical training. Medical staff can interact with virtual human in the metaverse. They can have dialogue with them and they can talk to them as part of training.
Thank you. So now I will give you more detailed questions to you. My first question goes to CEO Park Sang-jun. You introduced your company briefly, and you said that through digital twin, patients' conditions can be reviewed and diagnosed through digital twin. So could you explain more detailed, and how did you start this business? And also, what value can you provide to patients with this technologies and your business? Before starting the medical IP, I was working as a professor at Seoul National University, and my team was working for. My team has been making metaverse, and many imaging technology. But actually, I was working at a radiology specialist. So in our company, many team members are trying to develop many imaging set and taking many images set. But the problem was that patients cannot get enough images because it was difficult to take different parts of images of one patient. So at that time, I thought that I want to overcome these difficulties with technologies. So with this background, from a lifelog perspective, I would like to handle patient data. There are many vendors, home and abroad, and their quality of imaging are very different according to their equipment situation or operational parameter. So that led to differences in quality of CT, MRI, any other imaging files. So I would like to standardize the quality of these images to secure the quality at some extent, at least. And the problem is that all this data and all this information just are hovering around many hospitals that I even don't know. So I would like to establish metaverse where I can manage all the data and organize the data and also analyze and review all this data all together. So that's the start of my business. So now with the current trend and big waves of metaverse nowadays. So my business has been gaining attraction in this field. So our business is focusing on this metaverse business. Actually, I take CT and MRI photo images as well, but that is white and black photo. So I think it is difficult to find out something different. So is it conversion from two-dimension to three-dimension photo with colors? Yes. Actually, I think this is very difficult concept to understand for ordinary people. So at that time, back then, it was difficult to make people understand about my business. So simply put, CT and MRI images are two-dimension photos with just white and black colors. So through our digital twin technology, we can convert that two-dimension white and black images into the three-dimensional multicolors images. So we can see all the organs separately, and we can manage that all the organs of a human separately with digital twins. People without any specialized knowledge in medical field can understand that images, and of course medical staffs or physicians and doctors can identify and understand that images more deeply. So you meant that two-dimensional flat image can be converted to three-dimensional image. But in that process, I think the information would be insufficient to convert two-dimensional into three-dimensional images. So in that process, do you need any other information or?
말씀하신 두 가지 다인데 그래도
Both of them.
두 가지 다이고요. 실제로 근데 두 가지 중에서
But in fact, what we are more focused on is the topic of this event, which is closely associated with artificial intelligence. By using deep learning, hundreds of thousands of organs, images have been learned in the deep learning system to enable AI to identify which organ it is, lung, kidney, and others. AI is trained with that data. What is regrettable is that for the past 7 to 8 years, I have been developing the digital twin technology. It has been really challenging for me to have people understanding the concept of digital twin. Because when I first started my business, the concept of digital twin did not even exist. But more and more people are actually experiencing AI and digital twin. And many people now understand that there is this technology of digital twin that can extract something by AI. I have another question. By using that dynamic data, we can give value to patient or to doctor. Who is the subject of that value? Doctor can use that data to better analyze patient conditions, and if patient uses that solution, then the patient will be able to better understand the condition, his or her condition. What was your focus? I can answer that easily. I also worked for hospital. One of my concerns during my hospital career was that medical staff should also benefit from technological development. And one of the benefits that can be given to medical staff is that they can provide better care to patients. And those benefits and values have to be provided within the framework of medical service regulations. As we develop this technology, AI and digital twin technologies are being used. And in that process, we realized that when we visit hospital, we consult with our doctors and we meet with doctors. Aside from that kind of encounter, medical staff can have orthogonal view of their patients from the side and from the top. It is 3D environment, our reality 3D, but we tend to use 2D view. When doctor meets patient, the orthogonal view, which is 3D in reality, activates when that encounter is made. To narrow the gap, we can use this digital twin AI technology. That was the first motivation I had when I first started to develop this technology. To narrow the gap in our reality between 2D and 3D. And the final values will be given to patient, I think. The black and white data, the 2D data, is now being upgraded into 3D data and 3D view based on AI technology. By doing so, doctors will be able to provide better care to patients, and more added value will be given to patients. Metaverse, AI, and their conversions can be of huge benefit to the medical field. Mr. Kim Il was once in the gaming industry, but now you are in the technology field. Was there many difficulties in gaming industry? You are using your experience from the gaming industry in the field of medical, digital medicine. Can you elaborate further on that? You don't have professional knowledge in the medical field. How are you dealing with that lack of expertise? And you also mentioned training of medical staff. Could you also further elaborate on that training part? I changed my career path from gaming to technology. One of my colleagues who was working with me in the gaming industry moved to medical industry. That was a chance for me to increase my interest in the medical field. Real-time simulation was frequently used in game industry, and for the past decade, film industry also used that technology widely. Now, the simulation technology is used across all industries there are. I became more interested in the medical field because I believed that medical field is the domain that can make the most meaningful use of this technology. at the beginning, I tried to use our solution for training for cataract surgery. About 80 million patients with cataract go blind because they fail to receive a surgery. These patients in advanced countries receive simple surgery and recover. However, those in vulnerable parts of the world cannot receive proper care and surgery, and they end up being blind. Starting from a decade ago, there are good products for cataract treatment, but that products and solutions are very expensive. So it is difficult for the medical staff in vulnerable countries to receive proper training for that product. When I was in the gaming industry, I accumulated experience in simulation technology. So I am making use of that experience in this medical field. When I meet doctors, I always say this: game development technology is the most hated technology of all by parents of kids. But now I am using that technology for your field, the medical field. For about 9 months, I learned about the structure of human eye and cataract surgery. And afterwards, we did study for about 5 months to facilitate training at a lower cost with the same quality. We've studied many academic papers day and night. By combining my IT experience into medical field, I am still learning in this new field. The benefit of improved skills of doctors will go directly to patients. As medical devices and technology advance, we are seeing more numbers of medical accidents. To address that, we are using our solution in that area.
Very good. Actually, my son was addicted to games, so I hate the game. But you applied the gaming technology to the healthcare sector, so it was great. And actually, cataract, this is first time for me to know that cataract has a lot of number of surgery. So in underdeveloped countries, that technology can be used to improve their clinical skills for surgery, including cataract surgery. Then, with AR or VR device, do doctors practice their skills just in the air, wearing AR or VR device, or is there any something real that doctors can practice their clinical skills? Actually, that can be divided into two different sectors. So the first one requires the real things that doctors can touch and feel to practice the certain skills. So in that case, we prepared dummies, the physical dummy, and then we copy that environment to the digital twin, so they can practice that clinical skills with that dummy in digital twin environment. So now we also provide the evaluation for that clinical skills. So the feedback is going more exact because many experts are involving in this feedback. Then in digital twin, actually cases are different depending on the situation. For cataract, we call it this microsurgery because it requires very micro skills with scope. But there, while wearing this device, they need to practice hand skills to do surgery. So in this case, in this kind of case, we provide digital twin. But when we look at the communication between doctors, then we found that there is no need to provide digital twin. So in that case, we provide dummies. And the second case is hologram. Actually, this can be used in live surgery. Doctors can communicate physically, or doctors can communicate in a very complicated situation.
That is very impressive. Real-time processing technology, VR, AR technology, virtual reality solution that you acquired from game industry are now being incorporated into medical field. The dummies are being developed by your company, right? At the beginning, we commissioned movie prop producers to produce that dummy, but now we are making them our own. By doing so, you are combining the metaverse with medical field to provide better environment for training medical staff. Single doctor skill, not only single doctor skills, but also monitoring and engagement of multiple doctors and medical staff are being considered in your solution. Healthcare plus metaverse plus social considerations are all encompassed in the company's solution. Now we will move on to Ms. Park Sun-young, CEO of NewBase. You briefly introduced your business for diagnosis of by medical staff in the metaverse. Your company is developing a solution. Could you further elaborate on your company's product? And could you share what type of value you are providing by doing so? I didn't specialize in medical field. I specialized in UX, and I wanted to use my experience from the UX area in improving medicine and medical services. I found it very difficult to understand the concepts in medicine. I didn't have experience of seeing patients and interacting with patients. I had to learn those myself. I tried to meet many medical students and nursing students who are going through similar difficulties as myself to help them learning and to better protect privacy of patients and to provide more ethical environment for training. We came up with this idea to build a hospital, virtual hospital in cloud, where medical staff can actually use medical devices and tools and think about what interventions should be made in certain situations. so that they can learn from these virtual experiences in the virtual hospital. Medical and nursing students have lots of study to do. For example, Glasma Scale was a game that we invented. That game was used to analyze the cognitive conditions of patients. Very rare case and very serious case of neurological patients were not easily accessible by nursing or medical students. But in the metaverse, we can provide unlimited number of that rare cases to train medical and nursing students in 3D and in the format of game. When it comes to IV injection, staff use sponge and they learn how to put the IV injection. When patients get MRI or CT and when they deal with muscular patients whose injection can be quite difficult, the students can learn know-how in the game, how to deal with patients with thick muscle and thick blood vessel, because there are tips that can be learned from the game. So they can be better prepared for their real job at hospital.
Then CEO Kim Il said that mainly doctors can practice their clinical surgery skills in Metaverse provided by your company. But for the CEO Sunyoung Park, your company provide the Metaverse where medical school student or nursing school student can practice the clinical skills. Yes, right. Actually, surgeon need to have very complicated skills, very sensitive skills for successful surgery. So for us, the coverage itself is very important factor, and access is also another important factors. So that's why we use VR, mobile, or PC to increase the coverage, to increase access of students. So we use different models.
Now I want to talk about a different topic, and we received one question from the floor. Our three panelists are converging the metaverse with medical field. Your work compared to the global market, your solutions that combine metaverse and medical field, and to further enhance your competitiveness, what improvements should be made in your opinion? I want to hear about that. Our company aims to have top-tier technology. Korea is one of the leading countries in the world in gaming industry. It also has excellent technology and skills for education and game content. We have the technology to create digital patient, and that virtual patient can be defined to have unlimited number of conditions. Medical data can be automatically mapped into the virtual patient once we input necessary data. Depending on what type of intervention is made to the patient's condition will be changed. If we make an error, the patient's condition will get worse. By having top-tier technology, we will continue to demonstrate the effect of our training solution. We have technological competitiveness, I think.
Next, CEO Kim Il. Yes, as you know, Korean people has very fast attitude, and fast result. Many Koreans want very fast result, and also high standard for the clinical skills. So Korean doctors and Korean IT companies can develop the systems at a very fast pace. And in the North America and Europe, compared to that countries, I think we can have competitive edge in terms of the speed. And compared to the North America and Europe, we have a competitive edge in speed and variety of systems. But one of our concerns is that we can test as many as possible, but due to regulations, we need to overcome these difficulties, the number of tests. But actually, the North America is leading this sector. But my first goal is that Asia market leads this medical market. So I hope that the government supports these regulations to make the Asia market more competitive. I think it is very important who will lead this market. So from that perspective, if we have a right environment, we can be a leader.
The competitiveness of Korea, I think, as a person who once worked for hospital and for company, Korea's healthcare technology and scientific technology are superior. In medical field, Korea excels, and in technological field, Korea also excels. So it is the combination of Korea's two strong suits. So I am confident that Korea's competitive edge will be excellent in the global stage too, as long as Korea achieves swift application of the newly developed solutions. The competitive technologies should be well guided to the global market, and I think that is one of the most important part here. Many emerging technologies that have been developed within the past decade have been enormous, and their numbers are very high. So it is sometimes confusing, and it is not easy to follow all of them. Blockchain, AI, and many other new technologies are there. However, rather than those new technologies, if we dive deeper, there are some other technologies that do not worry us that much. Stability-wise or regulation-wise. there are some technologies that we can be relieved that those technologies can be successful in the global market as well once their level of development meets certain degree. When we try to transcend human and transcend space to make a virtual world where someone should take the lead and someone should be responsible for, then we need to have a certain set of guidelines established.
Thank you for your answer. So that impatient temper of Koreans can be a competitive edge in North America and also in the gaming industry. So actually, Korea has a very good standard for safety regulations and the technology. But with all this benefit, all this strength, Korea can be a leader in this field. But to do that, we need more regulatory support and any other type of support. So I will ask question again, the last question to our three speakers first, and then we will receive the question. In Metaverse, there can be a case where doctor can do wrong in surgery or operations. Like CEO Kim Il said, in practice, doctors can make a mistake in cataract operations. Then in that case, what will happen in Metaverse? That hamper the safety of patients, right? So how can you answer to this question? Actually, my company has a guideline for student training and protocol. So all these protocols are different depending on hospitals with their resources situations. But like that, my company also has a guideline for students. So we are based on the basic thing.
We also understand that doctors and nurses have to verify the existing content and solutions, and that verification process should be repeated for multiple times before we apply them to actual persons and actual situation. When we try to apply this new technology to end user, the real patients, then we have to be as conservative as possible. Specialists, the doctors, are involved in decision-making process, and I think that is the right way. Is there any question from the floor? Is there any concern for illegality? The three companies, are your companies receiving honest feedback from your users? And my second question is your competitive edge compared to your competitors.
So could you please answer briefly to this question? For the first question, I think that question was for me, right? My data is specialized. Yes, this is general for the data, right? As you know, privacy issue is very important and very critical in this field. So that data privacy issue is very important between countries, but it is also important in medical sector. And this is very, very critical to protect the data privacy of patient. So medical IP has no problem at all because we don't take the data from hospital. Medical staff at hospital install this service and they can utilize that data.
Our company tries to replicate human cadaver for medical students, anatomy data for medical students reflects basic anatomy of human body. However, it is another story when we have to learn about the vessels that can be dangerous or that should be avoided when we make an injection. For example, vessels in Korean body are a bit different from the bodies of other races. We can provide and develop softwares that reflect that unique characteristics of Korean anatomy. In that respect, we cannot say that we are the world best, but among our competitors in Korea, I think we are doing very good. Our global competitiveness will be associated with the level of similarity between our simulation and the reality. Most of our simulations there are in the world all include hospital and patients, but the level of reality of the virtual patient is different. Our virtual patient can replicate the speed of chest movement and the sound from the stethoscope. If by only seeing the virtual patient, the doctor can learn about the movement of the patient's pupils. Those specific detail and the level of reality of that virtual replication are different, and that is one of our strong suits. And the doctor should click on different menus as they interact with the patient. They have to turn the valve or they have to put a hose into the throat of the patient, and then the metaverse will replicate the pain that the patient will experience.
Time really flies. I took just one question from the participant, but now time ended, so I will give the floor to each speaker for brief words for startups who want to enter this market. So could you give a brief kind word to that startups and any those who want to enter this market? For those who want to move to enter the sector from other sector like me, then actually in the gaming industry, my skill was important. But in the medical sector, we need to listen to specialist opinions and feedback. But the problem is that the level of understanding could be different. Because the meaning of that word by specialists and the meaning of the word that I made could be different at all. So actually the medical sector could be new to anyone. So in this sector, there could be many difficulties, unlike the gaming industry. And I saw many people who came to the medical sector and then went back to the gaming industry because of this field difficulties. Actually, the gaming industry, in that gaming industry, only just one bestseller game can create much revenue to maintain whole business. But in this medical sector, a lot of different factors are all equally important.
In my case as well, when you first start your business in this field, you have to first meet with medical field investors to have a screening to save your time. And another very important tip that I want to share with all of you is that new technologies application and the use of metaverse are now being expedited, and it is easy for large hospitals to use those new technology, but small and mid-sized hospitals will have more difficulties in using that new solutions. If there is a regulation that can provide voucher to those smaller hospitals, it will be very helpful.
Actually, two speakers made a very good word, so I agree with that. The metaverse requires software and hardware and other new technology. So many people can feel difficult about this metaverse. But we are now at the very beginning stage of metaverse. But from a platform perspective, many companies are making and creating very good platforms. The same goes to the US, IBM, Apple. All the good companies are creating a platform. So you can think like you can create an application and you can use this application for what? Like this. So if you approach a platform like application, then you can discover a good topic for this metaverse. This is an easier approach for you. Thank you for your valuable opinions. So we had a panel discussion with these three speakers. First, I will summarize. First, healthcare convergence of healthcare and metaverse is very active. And all these three speakers have different backgrounds. Some started from medical field, or others could start from the gaming industry and other UX like this. So this is convergence, and this metaverse is a valuable business as a platform. Lastly, we need to remove the difficulties and hurdles for small and medium-scale startups or those who have inefficient resources for their successful business. Thank you.
Shin Soo-jung, President of Korea Metaverse Industry Association, and all of our panelists, thank you very much for your attendance. We hope that this event will serve as a momentum where we can understand the industry and the latest technology trends in advanced digital health technology and exchange between countries. We will have an online survey to listen to your opinions. And a link to the survey will be sent via text message to those who have pre-registered online. I now declare the end of AWC 2022 in Seoul. Thank you.
예, 현장에 계신 분들께 안내 말씀드리겠습니다.
I have an announcement. On-site participants will be given a gift when you return the ticket at the registration desk. Please make sure that you get your gift on your way back home. Thank you.
의료기술의 패러다임이 바뀝니다. 점점 복잡해지고 예측하기 힘들어지는 질병과의 싸움. 이제 인공지능 의료 솔루션이 예측 분석, 진단, 치료, 예후 관리까지 책임집니다. 우리는 지금 AI 기반 의료 서비스 닥터앤서 1.0 사업의 성공적인 성과를 발판으로 의료 서비스의 차원은 높이고 의료비는 절감시켜 국민 건강 및 삶의 질 개선에 기여할 인공지능 정밀 의료 서비스 닥터앤서 2.0 사업을 시작합니다. 닥터앤서 2.0은 보다 폭넓어집니다. 1차, 2차, 3차 의료기관을 포함한 실제 의료 현장에서 환자를 위해 사용할 수 있는 폐렴, 간질환 등 국민 건강에 밀접한 신규 12개 중점 질환으로 확대되었습니다. 닥터앤서 2.0은 보다 가까워집니다. 12개 질환의 진단 및 치료를 위한 24개 AI 기반 의료 소프트웨어는 인허가를 목표로 개발되며 이를 통해 곧바로 국민 건강 의료에 활용될 것입니다. 닥터앤서 2.0은 보다 정교해집니다. 48개 기관, 280여 명의 의료 IT 전문가들이 참여해 축적된 데이터와 노하우를 기반으로 세계 최고 수준인 대한민국의 의료기술과 연계한 의료 AI 기술을 집대성해 나갈 것입니다.
It must be an honorable opportunity to lead this project, and I'm sure that you will be very successful and will make a great impact on healthcare industry, public health, patient care, and on many other areas in the future.
Having a long-term project with some key deliverables like this is exactly the way to do it. My only sadness is I'm not there with you to be part of it, because I'd like nothing better than to come and see exactly how you're doing this.
닥터앤서 2.0을 통하여 의료 서비스에 대한 질이 개선되고 이를 통해 한층 더 국민에게 가까워지는 정밀 의료 서비스가 될 것을 기대합니다.
포스트 코로나 시대를 준비하면서 우리는 가장 어려운 일을 혁신으로 돌파하려고 합니다. 닥터앤서 2.0 사업은 정밀의료 소프트웨어와 데이터 구축으로 맞춤형 의료 서비스를 가능하게 만듭니다. 또한 의료 분야 AI 기업을 획기적으로 성장시킬 수 있습니다. 닥터앤서 2.0 사업은 인간을 위해 최적화된 의료 기술을 선보이며 AI 의료 서비스 분야에서 데이터, 네트워크, AI와 ICT를 융합함으로써 미래 의료와 우리의 삶의 질을 완전히 바꿔놓을 것입니다.
보다 폭넓게, 보다 가깝게, 보다 정교하게 미래 의료 서비스가 우리의 일상 속으로 성큼 다가옵니다. AI 기반 정밀 의료 서비스 닥터앤서 2.0.
연세대학교 의과대학 부속 용인 세브란스 병원은 디지털 혁신, 안전과 공감, 하나의 세브란스 실행 전략을 통해 아시아 중심 병원으로 거듭나고자 합니다. 국내 병원 최초로 원내에 구축한 5G 통신망, 다양한 디지털 솔루션과 연세대학교 의료원의 의수를 접목해 환자의 안전은 물론 의료진의 업무 효율을 극대화합니다. 입원 의학과 신설, 전병동 입원 전담 전문의 도입, 진료과 간 유기적 협진, 개인별 맞춤 시스템 등 환자에게 더 안전하고 체계적인 진료 서비스를 제공합니다. 환자가 신체적 치유감뿐만 아니라 심리적 안정감을 느낄 수 있도록 쾌적한 환경과 최적화된 동선으로 설계됐습니다. 세브란스의 명성과 전문성을 이어 환자의 안전과 편의를 최우선으로 생각하는 병원. 사람을 위한 디지털 혁신병원 용인 세브란스 병원이 국내 의료계의 새로운 패러다임을 이끕니다. 연세대학교 의과대학, 용인 세브란스 병원.
빠르게 변화하는 의료 산업의 혁신. 이제 군 의료 분야도 새로운 기준을 요구하는 시대. 4차 산업혁명의 주력 기술들을 활용하여 군 환경에 특화된 의료 환경 구축이 필요한 시기입니다. 빅데이터를 활용한 AI 기술은 이미 스마트 헬스케어 분야에서 점차 영역을 넓혀가고 있습니다. 지난 2020년 과학기술정보통신부와 국방부는 군장병 건강관리와 군 전력 강화에 기여하기 위해 인공지능 기술을 활용한 혁신 서비스, 인공지능 융합 서비스 AI 플러스 X 사업을 착수하였습니다. 군 다빈도 질환인 폐렴, 기흉, 결핵의 흉부 질환과 척추, 무릎 등의 골절 질환을 중심으로 인공지능 융합 솔루션을 개발하여 군 장병의 건강을 꼼꼼히 챙기고자 합니다. 인공지능이 융합된 AI 솔루션을 통해 인공지능을 활용해 보다 효과적인 의료 영상 판독으로 의료 전문가가 환자에게 보다 신속 정확하고 효율적인 진단을 통해 질병의 조기 진단과 치료, 의료 서비스의 품질을 높일 수 있습니다. 인공지능이 융합된 AI 솔루션은 장병과 의사 모두에게 효율적인 진료 지원 도구로서 활용될 수 있습니다.
안녕하십니까. 국군의무사령관 최병섭 준장입니다. 군 장병들은 임무 수행 중에 부상의 위험이 높고 의료기관에 대한 접근성이 떨어지기 때문에 특히나 군 의료에서는 이러한 AI 기술을 도입해서 신속하게 진단하고 빠른 치료가 이루어질 수 있도록 하는 것이 꼭 필요하다고 생각합니다. 연간 약 26억여 원이라는 국방비를 절감하는 효과도 있을 것으로 기대합니다.
AI 융합을 통한 군 의료 시스템은 장병들의 군복무 환경과 군 의료 업무의 효율성 제고와 전투력 향상에 기여할 것입니다. 첨단 빅데이터 시스템을 통해 더 빠르고 정확하게 의료적 의사결정을 할 수 있으며 국내 AI 의료기업의 기술 고도화와 글로벌 경쟁력 제고에도 도움이 될 것으로 기대합니다. 국민과 국군 장병들의 눈높이에 맞는 복지 및 병역문화 구현을 위해 국방개혁 2.0 중심의 군 의료 시스템 개편을 시행하고 있습니다. 인공지능 융합 의료 영상 진료 판독 시스템 도입으로 군 의료의 수준을 한 단계 격상시키는 선진화된 군 의료 환경을 구축해 나갈 것입니다. 언제 어디서나 신뢰받는 군 의료 인공지능 융합 서비스. 더 강하고 더 건강한 대한민국을 만들어 가겠습니다.
Not just the command center, it's an entirely different approach to managing day-to-day operations.
A terrific collaboration between the Johns Hopkins Hospital and GE.
The real power of this is this machine learning piece that we have to it.
To create a high reliability environment where care is being provided most appropriately and in the safest manner possible.
We have taken $10 million of inefficiency out of the organization in less than a year.
But also support an environment for high-quality, individualized patient care.
Our command center, if you think of it like an air traffic control system.
We're already coordinating our cardiologists, our nursing teams,
and begin to offer solutions to what they can now see clearly as the problem.
Patient manager has had a really positive impact on performance at Kissimmee. You can see everything you need to see about all the patients in the hospital in one quick place.
Probably the biggest impact that patient manager has had is it has brought our entire team together of healthcare providers.
There was no single system that brought all those elements together and packaged it in a way that made it useful for everybody.
Every patient that comes through an acute hospital has value added to their stay.
We will look back and wonder how we ever managed to deliver healthcare without the support of something like a command centre.
Before we had OHSU mission control, we declined over 500 patients.
Now in mission control, we have the very best nurses and doctors helping support and make those decisions in real time.
We've seen a great deal of improvement in all of our operational metrics since we've opened the command center.
It's what saved my life.
If you told me we were at Kennedy Space Center in there, I mean, I probably would have believed you.
감염자가 발생한 지 1년 6개월 만에 최다 기록입니다.
이제는 감염병 예후 예측 시스템을 이용한 신속하고 효율적인 대응이 필요한 때입니다.